With the 53rd pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Philadelphia Eagles select Jalen Hurts, quarterback, Oklahoma.
Welcome into the 2023 Edge of Philly Sports NFL Draft Show, round one, where we're going to bring you a ton of action tonight. One of the biggest events on the NFL calendar. I'm your host, Freddie Burns, and I am joined right now by two of three draft experts. First, I'll introduce one half of Chalk Talk, where they talk all things NFL. He creates content for Bleeding Green Nation and right here at Edge of Philly Sports. You can find him on Twitter at Shane Half NFL. Shane, thanks for coming. How you feeling tonight?
Man, I'm excited. It's months of work, months of watching tape, and it all comes to fruition tonight. And I always get a little bit of like jitters before the draft because you fall in love with so many of these players, and only one or two of them are going to end up with your team. But I'm excited to break it all down with you guys and with the YouTube chat here. So let's get it going. Let's go.
I'm excited as well. Next, we have co-creator of the Painted Lines, now merged with Edge of Philly Sports, host of the Party on Broad. He's an NFL draft content machine. Go follow him at Mr. Crockpot. Chris Dives. What's up, Chris?
What is going on, everybody? Welcome to NFL Draft Night, man. I am so jacked up, man. Thousands upon thousands of hours into this evening. Guys, I promise you won't get better content anywhere else. We're breaking it all down. I can't wait to celebrate with you guys. Eagles, pick number 10, pick number 30. What are they going to do? Trade up, trade down. So much to break down. But, guys, it's Christmas Day. Let's go.
Christmas Day is a good way to put it. I text my buddies Merry Christmas on this day, so I'm glad you put it that way. Mark Henry will be joining us shortly as well. We also will possibly be going live from Kansas City via one of our sponsors, Philly Sports Trips, live on the floor. The Philly Sports guy will be joining us after. I'm not sure if it's going to be pick 30 or pick 10 for the Eagles, so that will be fun. We're going to be giving tons of thoughts and analysis throughout the night. But before we begin all that, I just want to thank sponsors. We have four amazing sponsors. One is David Cherry Law. If you have a problem with criminal law, call David Cherry. We also have, as I just mentioned, Philly Sports Trips, the ultimate destination for any trip you want to go on. And say you're not going on a trip, we got this place for the tickets as well. Sherry's Tickets. Go to sherrystickets.com. Promo code EOP10. Get 10% off. And also our local Delco bar, Dolan, best bar. If you need to get a drink, a spot to watch go check out Dolan's bar as well. So without further ado, we have about, 20 minutes here till 8 o'clock till the Carolina Panthers go on the clock. I want to ask you guys, who's your favorite prospect here for round one and why? I'll start with you, Dives.
Dude, it's always been the Jalen Carter show for me. He was my number one prospect. Then a lot of off-the-field stuff went down for Jalen Carter. It's not been a good couple of months for Jalen Carter, but for me, it starts and ends with Jalen Carter. Will he be there in that 6, 7, 8 range for Howie Roseman to move up? Will he be there at number 10? Why I love Jalen Carter the most is because other than Bijan Robinson, I think this is a guy who has the clearest path to making an immediate impact on the Philadelphia Eagles from day one, that interior defensive line. I'm old school. Rosters should be built in the trenches. And a pass rushing 3-down starter like Jalen Carter next to Jordan Davis, man, sign me the frick up because that's the path to an elite defense.
Jalen Carter is an animal. I mean, I watch Georgia almost every game. This Georgia fan, And, one play that comes to mind is when he made the sack and he literally lifted the quarterback up in the air. A ton of off the field issues. So certainly some question marks. Shane, who is exciting number one prospect that you're excited to see drafted tonight?
Yeah, I mean, if we're talking about an Eagles fit, Jalen Carter is the guy. But as far as my favorite prospect, the number one guy on my big board, he edged out Jalen Carter just a little bit, was Will Anderson, edge rusher out of Alabama. I mean, he's such a stud, both as a pass rusher and as a run defender. He has 207 career pressures, and that's 55 more than the next closest defender over the last 3 years at the collegiate level. And oh, by the way, his 91.5 run defense grade per PFF trails only Aiden Hutchinson. So he's a stud pass rusher. He is a stud run defender. He's going to be a great prospect for whoever lands him. And, there's been reports coming out here recently that Howie Roseman's been doing his due diligence, which this shouldn't be breaking news, but he's been doing his due diligence, making calls about trade ups, trade backs. And I think should either one of those guys start to fall, the Eagles would be ready to trade up in a heartbeat.
Yep.
Yep. Since this is Edge of Philly Sports, we definitely it's a all team draft night, but Eagles centric. We're all Eagles fans. We have 10th and 30 pick. What's your predictions for the Eagles? Or maybe we should wait for Mark. Let's wait for Mark to see if Mark can get on to see his predictions right on. I want to prop bet though. Quarterback. The over under. Last I saw, Vegas odds is 4.5 quarterbacks in the first round. Dives, do you think it goes over or under the 4.5?
What should it do? Or that's a different question. I think, like Shane said on our show last night, Hendon Hooker will be selected in the first round. It is mind-boggling. Of course, you've got Bryce Young, Will Levis, Anthony Richardson. Who am I missing? C.J. Stroud. And Hendon Hooker is a guy that probably will go into the first. Yeah. I can't believe that Hendon Hooker is not a first-round talent. It just speaks volumes to how, in general, weak this draft really is. And I'm not a big believer in any of these quarterbacks not named Bryce Young, who I think is a clear number one guy in this thing. So I'm shocked. I think it's over.
Yeah,
let's talk about that a little bit, because it's a big. Everyone wants to get the quarterback, and it reminds me of that Baker Mayfield, Josh Rosen draft where like all these quarterbacks went and all of them stink. So how do you think that's going to pan out, Shane?
Yeah, I think it's going to be. I mean, like I said, I think Hendon Hooker's going in the back end of the first round. I think it's going to happen. Now, I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't even come close to taking him at the end of a first round, but I think it's something that's going to happen. And, you look at 5 first-round quarterbacks, and this is generally considered to be a pretty good quarterback class. But like you said, good quarterback classes, there's not going to be 4 of these guys that are going to be long-term starters. That's just not how it works out. And so, we're sitting here a couple of years from now, and if 2 or 3 of these guys hit, that's probably a pretty good success rate. A lot of it with quarterbacks tends to go into where a guy lands. I think the Carolina Panthers have done a great job of setting up their team to go get a quarterback. I think whoever lands there, if it's Bryce Young, as it's been rumored pretty heavily, I think it's a great landing spot for whoever gets there. Then you look at a team like the Texans or the Colts, and it's just not as good of a landing spot. Like whatever quarterback goes there is going to have a little bit more of an uphill battle. So there's a lot that goes into the scheme fits for these guys as well. Some of them are going to start significantly below whoever starts at Carolina.
We got a ton of comments coming in. Please smash that subscribe button, share out this feed, help us out, give us a couple likes. Quentin Moore checking in. Huge fan of this. He has good takes. Waiting for a running back at 10, which would be Robinson, which is such a hot button topic for me because of the running back, not even at 10, the first round overall. I kind of Dives his feeling on this. Shane, I know you just spoke, but go again. Should the Eagles draft a running back at 10? And if it Bijan Robinson being the running back, they would.
No, I wouldn't. I don't think it's the best use of resources to take a running back there.
Wow.
That said, it wouldn't take me very long to be really excited about it. Bijan Robinson, I think he's the best running back prospect that's come out since Saquon Barkley. But taking Saquon Barkley at 2 when you don't have a quarterback is much different than taking Bijan Robinson at 10 when you were just in the Super Bowl. So people throw around the term luxury pick, and I don't really like that because you're never just going to throw away a pick because you have 2 of them. I wouldn't hate it. I would be excited about it. I don't think it's the best usage of resources, but it would certainly make the offense really intriguing.
Did we lose Freddie? Is he gone? I think we lost Freddie. Okay.
Intriguing one. I'm still not about the running back.
All right. Are we having technical issues? All right. I agree, Shane. I think Bijan Robinson should not be selected by the Philadelphia Eagles. And I agree. The first 2-3 years of it would be a blast. But like we said on Birds of the Round Table last night, there is a lot of depth at the running back position for the Eagles. It is way easier to get, a secondary consolation prize running back in this draft than it is to get a star defensive lineman, a star defensive back in this draft. At running back, let's talk about Zach Charbonnet, Dwayne McBride, Chase Brown, Tank Bigsby, Zach Evans, Roschon Johnson. All of those guys are short area, big, physical running backs that can move the chains and give the Eagles exactly what they were missing last year. I mean, they were already among, if not the best rushing attack in the NFL. Would you call Miles Sanders a top 10 running back in the league? No, absolutely not. They are built in the trenches. That offensive line is elite. I wouldn't do it, but I would easily prefer an offensive lineman at pick number 10 than Bijan Robinson.
Yeah, and I think that's a more likely scenario. I think Eagles fans should prepare themselves that it's going to be a trench-heavy draft, just like it always is. That's what the Eagles value. And, sure, they drafted Jordan Mailata in the 7th round. Sure, they drafted Jason Kelce in the 6th round. But they also drafted Lane Johnson in the 1st round at number 4 overall. So I think Eagles fans should prepare themselves for the possibility that they're going to go offensive and defensive line with those 2 picks. It may not be a sexy draft, but the Eagles build through the trenches. And, like we talked about on Birds of the Round Table last night, when was the last truly disastrous season the Eagles had? It was in 2020. And what went wrong? The offensive line fell apart. There were injuries, and they started like 13 different combinations of players, and they got their quarterback run out of town. It was just awful. They got a head coach fired. All this stuff went down because the offensive line fell apart, and the offensive line is sort of thin behind the starters. It's a very good starting group, but I think they're walking out of night one with an offensive lineman, in my opinion, at some point.
Yep. All right, Mark, would you draft Bijan Robinson at number 10?
First of all, what's up, everybody? Sorry for the late jump in here. Of course, on the biggest night of the year, I'm having laptop issues over here, but we're all good now. Bijan Robinson, I'm as in the middle as humanly possible on the Bijan Robinson discussion. I think when we looked at my Eagles big board, I think I had him number 8 on my Eagles big board. So if they're going to take him, I would prefer to move down if that was the case. They take him at 10, I'd understand why. You're basically leasing a car for 5 years if you're drafting Bijan at 10. You're hoping you get elite performance out of a Mustang that is Bijan Robinson, and you're not worried about what happens 6 years from now. If you're worried about a win now move, then Bijan Robinson is that specific win now move. Now, I think there's other decisions that I'd prefer that are a bit more mixed in terms of win now and long-term view. And that's where I'm looking at, but I would totally understand the Bijan Robinson move.
All right, so we have some news here. This breaking news from Adam Schefter. The Eagles and the Cardinals settled a tampering investigation today. This was just tweeted by Schefter, involving the hiring of Jonathan Gannon as Arizona's head coach per sources.
What?
Termed, the Eagles have traded pick number 94 in the draft and a 2024 fifth-round pick to the Cardinals for pick number 66 in this draft.
I'm like reading Schefter's name. Is that
That was my first response. So the Eagles have bumped up from 94 to 66, and they gave up a fifth-round pick in next year's draft. Wow.
Can you imagine with me, if you will, a Super Bowl being in your home stadium and watching a defense filled with all pro and Pro Bowl players be as inept as the defense trotted out on the field by Jonathan Gannon, and then thinking, you know what? We don't only want to hire this guy, we're going to circumvent league rules to do so. That's baffling to me. That's incredible.
All right, so let's look at the draft order for the Philadelphia Eagles. The Eagles have pick number 10, pick number 30, round 2, pick number 62, and now pick number 66. Is that correct? So they've got two pretty decent. Wow. All right, so that changes a lot. That changes a lot, especially the depth in this draft on day 2 is really, really good. Running back, tight end.
Get me Zach Charbonnet right now. Get me Zach Charbonnet in Midnight Green at 62. Never mind all that I said about understanding Bijan Robinson. Wow.
All right, let's go here. I'm going to share this one per Brandon Gouton. Here is the updated pick order for the Philadelphia Eagles: 10, 30, 62, 66. Again, they have no round 3, 4, 5, or 6 picks, but the Eagles are about to. This is going to look a lot different after tonight, I think. I mean, after they trade back or something like that, they're probably going to accumulate maybe another second, maybe a third. But wow, some changes going down right now.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy. So I'm gonna go look up the draft value and see what it turns out to that they decided Jonathan Gannon was worth, and I'll get back to you guys on that. But I think more than ever now, like 2 picks in the first, 2 picks in the second, and then you don't pick again until the 7th round. Like the Eagles are going to walk away with some picks in the 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th round, somewhere in there. Like I think it's really likely that the Eagles are going to end up trading back from one of these spots. What do you guys think?
100%.
I think it just 40 plus draft day trades from Howie Roseman over the last 10 years. I mean, that guy is going to make moves tonight. There's no question about that. It's just a matter of when. For me, I hope Anthony Richardson falls to pick number 10 and they can just hose another team and get great value, future assets for this Philadelphia Eagles team and continue to inject youth and energy on this roster. That's the hope.
I still think it'd be better if just the first 4 picks were quarterbacks. Just get them out of the way. It pushes the other draft prospects down. Then maybe if you want to move up from 10 to 6 to get a Carter or an Anderson or a Wilson, 10 to 7 for one of those guys, it becomes a lot more feasible than moving up 10 to 3, even if it's for the same guy. So that's, I think, the goal. And by the way, non-Eagles news, it does seem like CJ Stroud has swung to be a heavy favorite in the markets as the number 2 pick. Not all the time does not mean anything. They're guessing a lot of the time, and it's based on bigger bets. And there's a lot of limits on these types of bets because of the chicanery that can go on. But last year it did a very good job with 5 minutes before the draft, determining what was going to happen. If you looked at the odds, I think they nailed the first 6 or 7. So CJ Stroud has moved into the lead for the number 2 pick. It seems like the first 2 picks will be Bryce Young and CJ Stroud. And then
who is that? I just shared our screen of our prop bets and mock draft. We will be keeping score throughout the night on our mocks, what we predicted for our first round mocks, as well as the prop bets. Right now, I have Bryce Young and CJ Stroud 1-2 in this draft, and I would take the lead. Just throwing that out there.
Let's ask this. Which team in the top 10, I won't even limit it into the top 10. Which team do you guys think might make a big move, a big trade up here early in the draft, whether it be for a quarterback or something else. Dibes, what do you think? Who's most likely to shake up the top of the draft?
I've got two, and it is, first of all, the Tennessee Titans, and second of all, it's the Minnesota Vikings.
Oh, timeout. I just realized you guys didn't put the teams making the selections on your mock drafts. On mine, I have the Raiders at 3 taking C.J. Stroud.
I did mine without any trades.
Yeah,
okay.
so we'll just keep it with this pick.
And just so everyone knows, I don't care about my mock drafts. I hate mock drafts. I'm a big board
There you
guy.
go. At the end of the night, he's going to be winning and saying, "I told you so."
Yeah, then that's a completely different conversation. If I win, then mock drafts are all I've ever cared about. But for now, I mean, they're stupid, and who really cares?
All right, and here's our prop bets. Again, we will be keeping score of this all night long. First overall pick, second overall pick, third overall pick. There it is. All right, so let's go to that question Shane just asked. For me, it's the Minnesota Vikings and it's the Tennessee Titans. You've got Ryan Tannehill in the last year of his deal. You've got Kirk Cousins probably in his last year with the Vikings. I think both those teams are in play for a quarterback, depending on how the board falls. You look at the Vikings, Kevin O'Connell, man, that guy is an offensive-minded head coach. I don't think he's going to waste any more years of Justin Jefferson. I see those two teams on my board as teams that could surprise and move up.
Yeah, lot of rumors about the Tennessee Titans moving up from 11 to 3 today in the last hour or so. Pro Football Talk, Mike Florio was talking about it. He was saying that 3 and DeAndre Hopkins would be going to Tennessee for 11 and future compensation. And then I think it was either Rappaport or Schefter who went on TV and completely refuted it and said that they're talking about swapping 11 for 3, but DeAndre Hopkins hasn't been a part of the conversations at all. And the Titans don't have interest in him. So it'll be interesting to see what happens there. If there's any truth to that, if there's partial truth to 11 to 3, or is Hopkins going to Tennessee? So the draft, like I said, if it's true that we're getting Bryce Young 1 and CJ Stroud number 2, the draft starts at number 3 with what happens based on if Arizona keeps the pick and drafts a defensive player or trades down to someone who's drafting a quarterback.
All right, I got to do this. We are minutes away from the start of the 2023 NFL Draft. Pick number 10, pick number 30. Shane, what's your prediction, your final prediction for the Eagles?
Nolan Smith at 10 or shortly thereafter if they trade back. 30. Come back to me. Everybody do 10 first.
Yeah, right. I'll say Nolan Smith at 12, 14, or 17. I think I can see them trading back just a bit with any of Houston, New England, and Pittsburgh. Those are teams that have been rumored to be moving around. So I could definitely see maybe something. Now we have this extra pick. Pittsburgh's got 32. I don't know, maybe 10 and 60 something for 17 and 32. Who knows? I think that makes some sense.
Yep. I'm looking at Nolan Smith. That was in my mock. I would love a trade back as well. I would, going against what I think will happen, but I would love a trade back for like a Brian Branch in that like late teens, early 20s area, and then get like a Miles Murphy at number 30 because that guy continues to fall. That would be a home run draft to get safety 1, and I think a guy that people aren't talking enough about.
A lot of rumors that Miles Murphy is liked by Green Bay at 13, New England at 14, and who's picking at 20? I can't remember off the top of my head. I know 20 was a spot for edge, not the Chargers. I think the Chargers are 21.
Seahawks.
Yes, Seattle.
Seahawks.
Seattle was looking at Murphy as well, but I think a lot of that depends on what they do at 5, which looks like Jalen Carter. They could still take an edge at 20 if they take Carter at 5. So we'll see.
All right,
by the way, Carter is a heavy favorite to go 5th as well.
Wait, no, I have him going to Detroit. My bad. Shane, final predictions.
For 30, Emmanuel Forbes.
I like it.
Eagles address 2 of the bigger positions they need. They go get an edge rusher, and then they go get a cornerback.
Okay. All right.
Mark's giving me the eye. Mark doesn't think that Emmanuel Forbes is going to be there at 30.
Well, that's less of what I'm saying. I don't think he will be, but I don't think corner's a top 7 need on this roster. I think you have one of the best you have one of the best cornerback rooms in the entire NFL.
Look at their ages, man.
Once you meant, well, that's a conversation, but we are in a win now window. Avonte Maddox is one of the best slot corners in football. Greedy Williams, he's younger. You're taking a chance on him, and what he's shown, even as he's been disappointing, he's still a really good CB4. So I think whoever you're drafting, maybe he plays due to injury, but I don't. Howie Roseman has never taken a corner in the first round. I don't think it's happening. That's a maybe me and Shane can make a side bet or something. That we have to do something on Chalk Talk. But I'm going a little outside the box. I don't think they'll do this. I think it'll probably be a tackle. I think it'll probably be whatever offensive lineman falls that they like at 30. Maybe that's DeJuan Jones. Maybe that's Anton Harrison, whoever. It could be somebody. But I think that we're going to see them take a receiver, whether that be at 30 or whether that be in the second round. There's rumors that they've been doing late work on JSN and other receivers later in the process. Nick Sirianni is a former wide receiver, a former wide receivers coach. Howie Roseman has spent a ton of draft capital on wide receiver. Don't be surprised if they take a wide receiver semi early in this draft. And by the way, I said they draft Nolan Smith. That's not what I want them to do. That's what I think they'll do.
Yep.
Well, guys, I think we got we switched seats. I'm hard drived in now. The technical difficulties are fixed. I'm happy to hear Mark had some too, so I feel a little better. What's going on, Mark?
How you doing?
Doing good, but it looks like the NFL draft has begun. We're 8:00. The Carolina Panthers are now on the clock. I think it's pretty obvious who they may or may not pick, but Al, can you get the trade thing off the? There we go. We got the team needs for the Carolina Panthers, needs quarterback, wide receiver, but we know they're going quarterback here, no doubt about it. Is there any difference of opinion here that they may trade this pick or not take Bryce Young?
No, I think it's Bryce Young. I mean, I don't think it's 100%. Like, we've had smoke screens and things like that before. There's thought that they were trying to get the Texans to trade up because they know the Texans only wanted Bryce Young, and so there's still an off chance that they've decided on a different quarterback. Originally, they traded up, supposedly wanting C.J. Stroud, but I would say like 98% it's Bryce Young.
Dibes, I think we're gonna have to be doing something to hit the music, and I think when I give it one of these or I say hit the music, Dibes, hit the music. The Carolina Panthers are selecting quarterback Bryce Young at number 1 overall. Shams Charania actually beat Schefter and Ian Rappaport to the scoop here. NBA Shams swinging in. Is Woj Shams in the mix now here? That's interesting. But Bryce Young goes number 1 like we expected. Heavy favorite to do so. It's the right pick.
Yep, inside, outside the pocket. Bryce Young checks off so many boxes with his arm and his legs. Like, his ability to create in both of those areas is elite as it gets. He's a big-time playmaker, good in structure, even better out of it. Elite downfield threat. He had a PFF deep passing grade of 95 in 2022, which was his highest mark among short, intermediate, and deep throws. So this guy can get the ball down fast. Elite processing ability. So I think this is just a home run draft selection. Clear QB1 in my book.
Shane, can you talk about the size issues? Because everyone talks glowingly of Bryce Young, but there is a concern about his size. If he gets banged up a lot, if he's behind a bad offensive line, is that a major concern for Bryce?
Yeah, I think it is. He wasn't going to be on the board for every team due to his size. He's 5'10", weighed in at 204 at the combine, but I mean, that's not true. He played at 190, 195. There's a reason he didn't run at the combine. It's because he ate ice cream sandwiches and packed on 10 pounds so he could weigh in a little heavier, and he was still 0th percentile for weight. So when you're worried about a quarterback that's so small, he's so slight. And I mean, Kyler Murray is small, Russell Wilson's small, but they're a little more dense, and so there's some concern about the longevity there for him. I think Bryce Young, given the fact I just talked glowingly about what the Panthers did this offseason, he is a favorite, in my opinion, to win Offensive Rookie of the Year. I'm not concerned about that. What I am concerned about is what does he look like in year 3, year 4, year 5? As those hits start to accumulate, is that longevity going to be an issue? Now, if you're the Carolina Panthers and you haven't had a good quarterback in years, you can worry about that 3 or 4 years from now. But it is a concern for Bryce Young. It is one of the question marks on him for sure.
Let's go to Mark real quick and talk about player comps. Mark, take and grade Bryce Young to the Carolina Panthers and talk a little bit about you comparing him to Drew Brees.
Yeah, it's an A+, and I this is a mixed one, so some of these are tough. By the way, bravo to Dibes for the player comp graphics. There's some awesome ones that'll be coming. This is a mix though, because there's some of these that there isn't just one guy. I like to do a mix, and this guy has the processing ability and the poise in the pocket of Drew Brees, while also having Kyler's build. And you have to consider a little bit more athleticism than Drew Brees ever had. He doesn't have Kyler's ability to run, but he does have Kyler's ability to create in the pocket. And yeah, there are concerns with Bryce Young from an injury perspective, from a long-term perspective. But when we're talking about as a prospect, just the tape, he is the best quarterback in this class. And in my opinion, he is the best player in this class. This is an A+ to me, not just for the pick, but also for what Carolina gave up. I didn't think they gave up that much to move up. We talked about that a lot at the time. I loved that trade for Carolina, pushing your chips in. I think they have a defense that's ready to compete. You plug in Bryce Young now, the job is you have to go get some weapons. So that's going to be a big time thing that Carolina has to do going forward here.
I love this move hold on. I love this pick for the Carolina Panthers, mostly because in a draft with very little sure things in this when it comes to superstars at the next level, Bryce Young is at the top of that list. This is an A+ selection for the Panthers. I agree, Mark. And Shay, I want to hear your grade so we can have a consensus.
Yeah. I'll say, I mean, it's an A for me. They moved up. They paid the price. They moved up, and they got their quarterback. And now it turns to getting the weapons. Like Mark said, the defense is ready to compete, especially in a weaker NFC South. And they had to deal not DJ Shark. They had to deal DJ Moore as part of that deal. But they went out and they got Adam Thielen. They've got DJ Shark, Terrence Marshall Jr. It's not the most inspiring receiver trio, but it's competency. And I wouldn't be surprised to see them look to make a move here, on day 2 of the draft to go get another weapon for their new quarterback.
Terrence Marshall Jr. I was all about him out of LSU, and that didn't really pan out too much. Next up on the clock we have is the Houston Texans. We have their needs up here. Obviously, quarterback again. Is Richardson going here, Dibes? Your boy Richardson?
I don't think so. I think it's C.J. Stroud. You look at team needs: quarterback, offensive line, defensive line, wide receiver. I think they address the wide receiver position with their next pick because they have arguably the worst pass catching group in the league after trading Brandon Cooks, Robert Woods, Nico Collins. No thanks. But defensive line beckons, man. This is a team that's used 2 of their 3 top 3 picks at defensive back in last year's draft. I think they continue to address the defense, but on the defensive line. And talk about defensive line. Nobody on the Houston Texans on that roster under 33 years old had more than 5 sacks last year. So this is a team that really needs defensive line help as well. Regardless, they go quarterback here, and it will be C.J. Stroud.
How about you, Mark? They going Stroud here as well?
Yeah, it definitely seems like that. The betting markets have moved that way, and I think that's the right pick. Although I will say, if they picked Anthony Richardson, there's no team right now in the NFL with a longer leeway or runway, I should say, of rebuilding. So Anthony Richardson would make sense if you're taking a chance. I know that's where Shane leans, and that's one of Shane's favorite players in the entire draft. And I understand why. Richardson's tools are incredibly tantalizing. He definitely makes sense for a Texans team that is building for the future. But C.J. Stroud might bring the Texans to respectability in that division really fast. C.J. Stroud is a really, really solid prospect, very, very similar to Dak Prescott. That tape he had against Georgia that's some of the best tape you'll see from a quarterback prospect coming out of college. I don't know if I've ever seen a game that impressive from a non-number one pick quarterback. So it's just going to depend on whether or not he uses the mobility that he showcased in that game, because a lot of the time at Ohio State, he either didn't have to or he chose not to. So it'll be interesting to see what that is at the next level.
So a little intrigue here, because as we're talking in the private comments, only Shams has reported that Bryce Young is going number one. The Carolina Panthers just went on the clock, and no word from Shefty or anybody, NFL related. So it's kind of interesting.
Oh, we got Twitter messing us up already. Pick one.
Well,
Pick
shocking.
one.
I think the deal here is that Schefter and Rappaport have made a deal with the NFL to not announce it until like 2 or 3 minutes before.
Oh, really?
I don't think Shams has that deal. Shams doesn't have that deal. So
You didn't get the memo, I guess.
Yeah, so there's
Making a strong case for the deal next year, though.
Yeah. They might have to pay him off to not do it next year. But that's interesting. It'll be interesting subplot to watch for us, Twitter sickos.
Well, while we wait for the 2-3 minute before tweet, it's a perfect time for one of our great sponsors, and that's David R. Cherry, Esquire. Call him now, 610-565-0300. Workers' compensation, motor vehicle accident, personal injury, criminal law, www.cherryinjurylaw.com. Call him right now. If he doesn't answer, leave a voicemail. He'll get back to you as soon as possible. David R. Cherry. So then that would mean I had the time messed up bringing up the Texans. Then the Panthers are still on the clock. Any other needs? I guess it's pretty. We already talked about Bryce Young. Is there any other route they could go here?
The Texans?
Well, the Panthers are on the clock. I didn't realize when Mark had broken the news they had taken Bryce Young. I assumed they were off the clock at that point, but they're not.
Yeah, no, I mean, they got to take a quarterback. It could potentially, like hypothetically, it could be a different quarterback, but you don't give up what they gave up to move up to number one for anything but a quarterback. So Carolina definitely taking a quarterback. I'd be really, really surprised if it's not Young, but I think we could probably go ahead and pencil it in as Bryce Young.
Yeah, the Panthers need playmakers, man. But they also added some. You look at Miles Sanders, Adam Thielen, DJ Chark. This team is ready for a quarterback to jump right in and hit the ground running. It's a team that hasn't really taken a quarterback in quite some time, so they need to get the ship righted. And I think Texas and Bryce Young is a match made in heaven.
Well, and I love what they did with their coaching staff this offseason too. They go and get Frank Reich, who's a really good quarterback developer, regardless of what you think of him as a head coach. He's a good quarterback developer. They bring in Josh McCown to be their quarterback coach. They've got Deuce Staley to help with the running backs. Like, they've assembled a really good offensive staff, in my opinion. And then getting a Gino Evero as their defensive coordinator, which was a lateral move for him, but he didn't want the interim job with the Broncos, and then he ends up leaving and going to be the DC of the Panthers. Like, it's a stacked coaching staff. They pushed all the right buttons this offseason, and I think they're ready to compete. As long as they hit the quarterback, they're ready to compete in the NFC South. And really, in a weak NFC, like, it's not inconceivable to think that if they hit the quarterback pick, that they could see themselves in an NFC title game this year. I don't think that's ridiculous to think.
Well, you're saying Bryce Young could come in right now for the Panthers and they'll make it to an NFC title game?
I'm not calling that they're going to get there. I don't think it's unfounded to think there's a chance, though. I mean, think about the quarterbacks in the NFC. Obviously, you've got Jalen Hurts, Dak Prescott, but who else is there? Like, who's left? Aaron Rodgers is out of the NFC now. Tom Brady retired. They play in a weak division, so if they put it together early in the year, they could have home field advantage, maybe even try to make a push for a 1 seed. So they should have some scheduling advantages, and they get that rookie quarterback, first-year coach, all that bump. I think they could be a really good football team this year. Panthers fans should be excited about the direction they're headed.
Mark, you're muted, man.
I agree that Panthers fans should be excited, and I think that they will win the division. I don't think they're going to go to the NFC Championship. I get what Shane's saying, though. It's feasible. The defense is really, really good. If they make some moves to improve around him on offense, the offensive line's pretty decent as well, especially if Ike Ekwonu starts playing better than he did last year. So it'll be interesting to see what happens with Carolina. I think they win the division. I think this is more of like a 9-8 team, like eking out an NFC South, maybe a 10-7 team, than a real 12+ win contender right away. But I think year 2, year 3, we're talking about a contender. I almost view them this year the way like Detroit was last year. I know that Detroit didn't have a rookie quarterback, but I think they'll be that pesky 9-win team that's on the fringe of the playoffs, but they're in a bad division. Whereas if we're talking about teams that could make the NFC title game and could dictate that with picks today, it's Detroit. I think Detroit might have the second best roster in the NFC behind the Eagles. So there's a hot take that has nothing to do with what we were talking about.
Yeah, I find it very interesting that a rookie quarterback, do we still have the rookie quarterback learning curve that we used to have in prior years past? So for Bryce, as given as how talented he is and how high of a prospect he is, isn't there going to be a half a season where he's going to have to get acclimated to the NFL speed of the game and all that type of stuff?
I mean, his processing, his ability to read the field, read the blitz, read the defense, make that split second, make a defender miss, throw on the run, hit guys in stride with elite accuracy downfield. I mean, he does present as a guy that can really hit the ground running from the jump. Unlike a lot of these other guys that have major red flags, like CJ Stroud, I think has a great arm, great accuracy, but outside of the pocket, there are major red flags. Anthony Richardson, Will Levis, Hendon Hooker, like the list goes on. Those guys have major red flags. Bryce Young is the most complete quarterback in this class by far. And where he is a notch above all of those guys is between the ears, man. So I think I think there is a universe where Bryce Young is elite from the jump.
Mark, before you came on, and I know you're a gambling guy, and anyone who is gambling, go check out @MarkHenry Jr. _ He just picks all day, every day, and he actually hits on the picks. So follow him. It's a great follow. We touched on it. The over-under last I saw was 4.5 for quarterbacks to be drafted in the first round. Do you think it'll go over or under?
So I'm not someone who bets on the draft that much. I'm actually pretty bad at it for some reason. Just one of those things. Like maybe I'm too emotionally invested in the prospects I like. Maybe I let my big board get in the way of what's actually going on across the league. But I think the answer is it shouldn't be over 4.5. If Hendon Hooker goes in the first round with a torn ACL at age 45 or however old he is. It's a joke. I think he's 25 or 26. I think he's 25 and will be 26 by the time he takes an NFL snap if he were to play in week 1. So he's one of the oldest prospects we've ever evaluated. And he also has a torn ACL. And he also comes from a gimmicky offense. And he also comes from an offense that his two receivers will be 2 of the top 8 or 10 receivers that are drafted in this NFL draft. The talent around him was great. The offense was perfectly tailored to him. He's older. He's got injury issues. He shouldn't go in the first round, but there's rumors that he might. It's actually minus money. I think it's like minus 150 over 4.5. So Hendon Hooker is because no one else is going in the first round. Hendon Hooker is basically favored to be a first round pick. That was actually the prop that I liked the most out there was under 4.5 because I still can't see Hendon Hooker getting drafted in the first round. I think it would be one of the crazier picks in recent memory. I know Shane is kind of on board with that.
Well, I'm not on board with him going in the first round.
Yeah, I'm saying what I'm saying. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I think he's going to. I'm not on board with it. I think it's insane, but.
Oh, I didn't know that you thought I didn't know that you thought he was going to. Okay, that's interesting.
Yeah.
I knew that you thought it was insane. Was what I was saying.
Well, it's now official. Bryce Young is a Carolina Panther. So we touched on him a ton. Look at his production. 5'10" was the issue, the height and weight. But like you said, he processes. He's an Alabama quarterback. He's playing high-level competition. Great start for the Carolina Panthers to rebuild that team and move their franchise forward. As you were talking about Hooker, I know before the injury, he was a high-level prospect going into the year, a top quarterback. If he doesn't get injured, is he still, in your guys' eyes, a high-level quarterback, or was he never really going to be that guy anyhow? I'll start with you, Dives, as I see your little smirk.
That's such an interesting question because he was the darling of the 2022 college football season. If you had to make a list of winners of last year, it was Hendon Hooker. Everything, the momentum, the playmaking, his dynamic duo with Jalen Hyatt, man, that was just highlight reel after highlight reel. And when he got injured, man, I remember watching that game, and it really sucked because of how far he's come. But really, when it comes down to Hendon Hooker, is really more so about how Tennessee plays. It's kind of a gimmicky offense. And for me, it's the age. I think he's still a project in many ways, and I don't think he's ready from the jump. What is he, 24 years old? So that's a major question mark. And he needs to be drafted in the right system. He needs the right offensive coordinator to kind of get the most out of him and put him in areas to succeed. So I'm very hesitant on Hendon Hooker at the next level.
And the problem with that is most of the teams that are going to take him probably have a quarterback in place right now, and you're probably taking him to be a backup. He's old. Like, you're taking this guy to learn, and he's not going to play until he's 27, 28. Like, that's a little bit of a problem for me. I think he probably would have went in the first round without an injury because he might go in the first round with an injury. But I don't think me, Dives, or Shane probably would have evaluated him as a first-round pick, even without the injury. I'm speaking for Dives and Shane there because I know we're all pretty low on him in terms of the rankings.
Yep.
Yeah, the problem with Hendon Hooker is he puts up eye-popping stats, but he did it in a spread tempo offense that just doesn't translate to the NFL. And one of the biggest reasons that it doesn't translate to the NFL is just the field is laid out differently with the hash marks. There's just not as much space to space things out horizontally. And I mean, so much of what he did was just drop back and throw moonballs, and you just can't do that in the NFL. Russell Wilson would disagree, but look how that turned out for him this season. But it's just he's recovering from the ACL injury. He's going to be 25 on draft night. He's going to miss the majority of his rookie season, and I think there's some arm talent there. He's got clean mechanics, but he's never had to consistently go through reads at the college level. And so Dibes is making fingers over here. I'm not sure what it's about, but
Hit the music.
Play the music.
oh, okay. We got another pick.
The Houston Texans are selecting quarterback C.J. Stroud with the number 2 pick.
2 for 2, baby. 2 for 2.
All three of you were in agreement on that, correct?
Nope.
Not on the mocks, but yeah. The mock for me was based on what I was hearing, 12 hours ago, which was total nonsense. So this is an interesting conversation because early on today, Dibes was saying he loves that the Texans weren't going to take a quarterback. They weren't going to be bullied into taking a quarterback.
There you go.
Now he's bragging about hitting his mock draft pick. But we were ready to, if they would have taken a defensive end, me and Shane would have killed that pick. Me and Shane would have been absolutely nuclear on them ignoring their massive quarterback need at the start of a rebuild with D'Amico Ryans when you have a chance to climb to respectability. I think this is the only decision that could have been made. There was smoke that they liked Will Levis or Stroud, and they were worried about maybe they could wait till 12 and get one. And you don't get cute at the quarterback position. If you like a guy, you got to get a guy. And I know Shane is a bigger believer in that than anybody.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the whole idea of taking Will Anderson at 2 and then we're just going to take a quarterback at 12 or maybe move up to 10 for one or whatever to get in front of the Titans was just ludicrous to me, because what you're saying if you do that is we like insert player here, but we're so confident that nobody else in the league will like him that we can get him at 10 or 12. And that's just a ridiculous way to think about a franchise quarterback. I would have taken Anthony Richardson, but CJ Stroud, I think, is a great pick for them. He's more pro ready. He's going to be able to step in. Now the thing is they're going to have to get him some weapons to work with. They don't have much of anything. They got Nico Collins and Noah Brown as their top 2 receivers, and that's not something that you want to put him out there with. And so I think that at pick 12, they're a very likely landing spot for Jackson Smith and Jigba. I mean, they already went and got Dalton Schultz in free agency. I think you could as close as you can, you could pencil in Jackson Smith and Jigba at 12 to the Texans if he's there.
Yep. This guy is one of the best arms in the draft. 26.7% rate of perfectly placed passes, led all FBS quarterbacks since 2021. Inside the pocket is where CJ Stroud wins. I'm excited to watch him play, man. I am. He dominated the combine. If anybody watched the combine, he was the story right there with Anthony Richardson. The fact that he wasn't like completely overshadowed by Anthony Richardson, just how elite athleticism that Richardson showcased says something, because CJ Stroud really blew away people with his arm. But again, outside of the pocket is where some of the concerns lie. He was dominant outside the pocket against Georgia in that college football playoff game, and that was enough to get him the number 2 selection. So I think the question marks are still there for CJ Stroud, but I still give this a B+ for the Texans. I'll throw it to you, Mark. How would you grade this selection?
Yeah, I think, I'm probably wrong to give out A+ all the time, but when it's the pick I would make, what am I supposed to give? Like, that's the pick I would make in that situation. So if I'm grading based on my board, it's an A+. Like, that's the correct pick, in my opinion. If it was Anthony Richardson, probably would have given it like an A-. Like, those were the only 2 acceptable picks that they could have made in this spot. I know people like Will Levis. I'm not a Will Levis guy. So the only 2 acceptable picks, in my opinion, here were CJ Stroud and obviously Anthony Richardson, like I just said. But Shane touched on it. The Houston Texans, in my opinion, need to move up and make sure that they get Jackson Smith-Njigba. CJ Stroud and JSN were unbelievable in 2021. Look at JSN's last 5 games in his game logs that he played in college with CJ Stroud in 2021. It is eye-popping. It's unbelievable numbers. Probably the best 5-game stretch from any college wide receiver besides maybe Devontae Smith in the last 15 to 20 years. So really, really would love to see CJ Stroud and JSN team up again at the Texans, and they would immediately become a team that I'd be pulling for, because I think that they would be an immediately fun offense to watch.
Shane, how long do you think it takes for Stroud to get his footwork and arm mechanics down, which are the question marks for him? Especially at the Texans, the Texans have seen, I guess, besides Deshaun Watson, but before him, they've always struggled at the quarterback position.
I don't think he's got a lot of mechanical issues, to be honest. I mean, he's a little toesy at times. He's a little too up on his toes, and he tends to drift against pressure. But the biggest question mark for me was him playing outside of structure. He didn't do that a lot at the collegiate level. If he didn't do it in the Georgia game, I would just say he didn't do it, because that's really the only time we saw it. And so you have to read a lot into a 1-game sample size of where he looked dynamic and will he do that at the next level? Could he do it all along and he just didn't because he's throwing to Chris Olave and Garrett Wilson and Jackson Smith-Njigba and Marvin Harrison Jr. And so he just threw to his guys. Maybe that's it. And he's acknowledged he probably should have ran and created a little bit more. You need that in the NFL today. You need that creativity, that improvisation. And CJ Stroud only showed it in 1 game, really. And so that's the biggest thing. I don't want him to become a scrambler, but I want him to show a little more ability to improvise, a little more ability to manage the pocket without drifting. But, overall, I think he's really good. He's throws with anticipation all the time. He set his own protections at Ohio State. I think he's ready to step in and play. Before I just absolutely fell in love with Anthony Richardson, I had CJ Stroud as my QB1. I have him ranked above Bryce Young overall. So I love the pick for the Texans there.
Well, the Arizona Cardinals are on the clock, and there's been rumors for the Eagles to move up to 3 sometimes. I don't know if they're BS rumors or not, but the Eagles did make a trade with the Cardinals earlier today. They came, a tampering charge that news broke. The Eagles traded the 94 pick in this draft and the 2024 5th-round pick to the Cardinals for the number 66 pick in this draft. Do you think the Cardinals make a selection here? Or are they going to trade? I'll go to you, Dibes.
You look at needs: offensive line, defensive line, cornerback. Is basically new year, same Cardinals needs. They have a weak group on the edges and interior defensive line. You look at J.J. Watt retiring, pass rusher Zach Allen leaving for Denver in free agency. Those two had half of Arizona's sacks last year. They never got prime TJ Watt. The situation is even worse at cornerback. They have one of the worst cornerback groups in the league. Marco Wilson was ranked the lowest graded qualifying cornerback in run defense per Pro Football Focus last year. They've got Christian Matthew, a 7th-rounder, second-year player from a Division II team, and those are the projected starters. They've got Jonathan Gannon, and if anybody knows anything about Jonathan Gannon, it starts and ends with their pass rush. They go defensive line here. It would be a crime if they didn't go Will Anderson with this selection.
In my opinion, it'd be a crime if they didn't trade out here. I think you've got to move back if you're Arizona. You have one of the worst rosters in the NFL. There's got to be teams looking to get up for Richardson or Will Levis. The Arizona Cardinals have traded the pick?
Yeah, I'm seeing that they've traded to the Houston Texans.
Whoa!
I don't see the compensation.
Whoa.
Texans are moving up to take Will Anderson.
Whoa!
You guys just said the Texans need to
I'm predicting
trade
that.
back up. I don't think they're taking Njigba here, though.
Yeah, no, I did not. I don't know anything. But yeah, if I was guessing, the Texans traded up. They're going to take Will Anderson.
Holy smokes! All right, so
That's
we talked about teams that would surprise and move up. I thought maybe the Tennessee Titans. I thought maybe the Minnesota Vikings. The Houston Texans making the storyline of the draft
And
right now.
That's confirmed with Schefter here. Houston will now take its quarterback and its top defensive player, assuming they're going to go defense here. So
Could be Tyree Wilson, guys. I'm just saying. I think it will be Will Anderson, but there was buzz about them loving Tyree Wilson.
I wonder what the compensation on this is. I can't wait to see that.
It's gotta be next year's first.
It's got to be a lot.
Definitely, and more.
Well,
with all the quarterbacks still available as well, there's got to be other people trying to trade up into that spot.
Dibes.
Wait.
The number 3 pick is Will Anderson for the Houston Texans.
Wow, move of the night. Here is the compensation per Shefty. The Cardinals get $12.33, a first in 2024, a third in 2024, while the Houston Texans get number 3 and 105 this year.
That is way too much.
Yeah, I hate that deal for the Texans.
Woo!
That is way too much.
The Texans are a bad football team that just mortgaged their future for an edge rusher. Like, I really dislike that trade for the Texans. They traded to go up from 12, where they were within striking range of another piece they needed for their offense, to 3 to get an edge rusher in a class that's pretty deep with edge rushers. To give up, your top of the second round pick, to give up next year's first, I think that's just insane. I don't like that deal. If you're going to trade up and you're going to give up a future first round pick and it's not for a quarterback, it's a bad move.
What a move for Arizona. I mean,
Yeah.
I thought it would just be the 12th pick and a first next year, and assuming, because it's the Texans' first next year, it's probably a top 10 pick. That is insane to also give up a third next year and 33, which is basically a first. Like, that is an insane trade. Arizona, bravo to, I think his name is, it's Monty Ossenfort, the new GM. I think his name's Monty Ossenfort. Bravo. And I mean, they had to make a move to replenish after, the NFL gave the Eagles that pick, I guess. So that helps out a little bit.
What was the compensation again? I'm going to plug it into the draft chart.
The Cardinals get number 12, 33, a first in 2024, and a third in 2024. The Texans get pick 3 and pick 105 of this draft.
Okay, they did get 105 at least. I wasn't thinking about that at all, but that's still way too
What's
much.
that, fourth round?
Yeah, early fourth.
Top of the
early
fourth.
fourth.
So they get a third next year, you said? First and third next year.
Yeah.
And
So,
33 this year.
Yes.
So probably like pick 5 and like pick 70. Like, it's going to be bad picks, or good picks, I should say.
If we assume that it would be the 10th pick in each round, and you decrease the value by like 10% for future picks, which is kind of standard for that. That means that they overpaid by the equivalent of pick 19 in the draft to move up for a non-quarterback.
Wow.
That's
That
just an
is-
insane move. But kudos to to the Cardinals, like you said. I mean, for the Cardinals, obviously you didn't do it. You got a quarterback price, but the Cardinals probably want to trade back as far as they can because there was a quarterback on the board, and so you get to hold that over. You know, do you want to come up and leap the Colts? And so the Raiders, but you want to move back further than the Raiders if you can. 11 to the Titans, 14 to the Patriots, 16 to the Commanders. The further back they can move, since they're not going to take a quarterback, I think the better. So I think that's a great move for the Arizona Cardinals.
All right, can we do this real quick? So the Houston Texans, we kind of collectively gave them like an A- for CJ Stroud. Now with Will Anderson and the trade, what is our collective grade on their first round?
Really tough because I want to get the pick itself. Picking Will Anderson is the correct pick at number 3, but trading what they traded to get to him is an F. So I almost want to say it's a C. They ruined what was like an A+ to like be a C. Like that's a crazy trade, and it's a trade that gets your fan base excited. I understand, but man, that is a lot to give up for a non-quarterback. So I'll give it a C, and I might be being generous and, factoring in the first pick too much.
Yeah, I'd give it a D+.
Wow.
We're talking overall what they did in the first round. I give it a D+. They stood and made the pick they needed to at 2, and they promptly turned around and ruined the whole thing with that massive trade up.
Well,
Wow.
I mean, Will Anderson has been noted all draft as the best player in the draft. So essentially, they get their quarterback and the best player in the draft, and you're coming with a C and a D+. And I understand why because of the compensation. But how good is Will Anderson? Is he a revolutionary player that's going to change this defense for years to come?
Mark, I'll throw it to you, Mark, because we have a player comp of Shaq Barrett for Will Anderson.
I mean, if you're the Texans, you're not thinking Shaq Barrett, you're thinking Von Miller. If you're trading what you're trading to go up and get him at number 3, you're thinking this guy can be Von Miller, this guy can be Khalil Mack. I think Shaq Barrett, you hear that name, you're like, that's kind of underwhelming for a guy who I ranked number 2 overall. Shaq Barrett in 2019 had 19 and a half sacks, and he had 18 combined sacks in 2020 and 2021. That's who I see with Will Anderson, a high motor guy, bendy around the edge. And Will Anderson, there's not a lot of red flags with him. You're getting the safest prospect in the draft. In my opinion, there's no scenario in which he doesn't pan out to be a good player. There's some questions about his upside. I'm probably a little bit more bullish on his upside, but Dibes?
Is it already in?
Yeah. Anthony Richardson goes number 4 to the Indianapolis Colts. That is the correct pick. It's the only pick that the Colts could have made.
Anthony Richardson. Oh my God. All right. I'll throw it to you, Shane, because that's your boy. Go ahead, man.
Yeah, I mean, Anthony Richardson's just an incredible athlete. 10.0 relative athletic score, literally the most athletic quarterback to ever test at the combine. He's got a huge arm. He is dangerous out of structure. He broke 39 tackles this season. He throws well on the move. He has the highest ceiling in this class. And people will talk about how much of a project that he is. I disagree with that. Like, he processes at a high level. And there's some mechanical things that lead to inaccuracy, but he's a really good processor. He does a good job of getting through his progressions. He does a really good job of keeping his eyes downfield. Like, his response to pressure is not to just tuck and run. His response to pressure is to evade and to stand and deliver. And that's not something that you see a lot of times with these mobile quarterbacks. He's not a high sack guy. You look at somebody like Justin Fields, who, yes, the Bears' offensive line has been atrocious, but he takes so many sacks. Anthony Richardson doesn't take a lot of sacks. He's very smart. There's just some accuracy things you got to work on. I don't think his accuracy is prohibitive to being an NFL player, even if it never gets better. I think that he has the highest ceiling in this class, and I think that his processing ability coupled with his athleticism gives him a really high floor as well. So I love Anthony Richardson. He was QB1 on my board.
He's so inaccurate. He's so inaccurate. Again, 28.2 uncatchable pass rate over the last 2 years, man. That's the 7th highest in the nation. Super raw, only 455 dropbacks in his college career. I think this guy's a multi-year project at the next level. Is he worth the gamble? Is he worth the roll of the dice due to his elite physical tools? He's not Cam Newton. Cam Newton is such a better college prospect than he was. There's no question about that. So, yeah, everyone oohed and awed as I predicted on my video about guys that were going to blow up the combine. It was Anthony Richardson. I'm not a believer. I get it. But I see this guy as a huge developmental piece. And at the end of the day, I just hope he's not thrown into the fire in Indianapolis because he's just not NFL ready. This guy should have went back to college for one more year and develop. He's not ready.
Well, I have to disagree. He just went 4th in the draft. He could only have improved his stock going into the top 3. So he made the right call.
He got paid.
Yeah, exactly. He made the right call professionally. I think this is the correct pick. I'm not as high as Shane is on Anthony Richardson. He is my QB3. I had him 13th overall. But as Dibes said, he's not Cam Newton. Dibes, do you want to flash up my first round player comparison for Anthony Richardson? It's Cam Newton.
There.
Okay. Yeah. I had 2 screens up. That's my bad. That's bad. That's bad radio by me. But yeah, I think he's Cam Newton. I know what I'm saying. He's not as good of a prospect. He didn't have as good of a one season. He wasn't as ready as Cam Newton was to play right away. He's a bit more of a project than Cam Newton is. But in terms of the traits, in terms of the size, in terms of the ability, I think he is a carbon copy of Cam Newton with a little bit higher upside as a long ball thrower, in my opinion. So I do think that there's a chance Anthony Richardson outlives that comparison instead of underperforms it.
I mean, Shane, given how much you like him, is he still a multi-year project, or do you think he can come in and play for this Colts team this year and have some success?
No, he's starting week 1. Absolutely. Project is not the right word for Anthony Richardson. Like, I get the accuracy thing. Yeah, he was only accurate on about 80% of his passes. He averaged nearly 12 yards per attempt. They were throwing the ball deep downfield. He was pressured on nearly 45% of his dropbacks.
ESPN just compared Anthony Richardson to Donovan McNabb. What are we doing?
I wish we had the drop. Number 5 will always love you.
That is an insane comparison. Also, don't mean to cut in. Ian Rappaport says the phones are ringing in Seattle. ...
All right, but yeah, he played in an offense where they were pushing the ball downfield. He was pressured on nearly 45% of his dropbacks, and despite all that, he only took a sack on 4.1% of his dropbacks. He's not a high sack player. He processes well. You can iron out some accuracy things. You can deal with some of those accuracy things. His athleticism more than makes up for it. So, yeah, he starts week 1. I don't even think it's a competition in Indianapolis.
I do.
Jalen Hurts was supposedly inaccurate as well, and he worked those things out within, 2 years?
Yeah, but this is a different kind of quarterback. I don't know about that. This is a guy who completed 53.8% of his passes last year as a starter. You look at this guy, only one of 4 quarterbacks drafted over the last decade has completed less than 55% of their college passes. The other 3, including Anthony Richardson, is Christian Hackenberg, Trace McSorley, and Trey Lance, man. This guy has a ways to go in terms of being an accurate quarterback, man.
Hurts was far better in college than Anthony Richardson was. I'm higher on Richardson than I was on Hurts as a prospect because of the traits. But Hurts was definitely a better quarterback. I will also say, if you were Anthony Richardson's agent, this was the dream landing spot. There's an argument Carolina was too, but Indy with Shane Steichen, you just get to keep the Jalen Hurts playbook. I mean, that is a dream landing spot for Anthony Richardson. You also have the safety net of Jonathan Taylor behind you. You got Quentin Nelson and a couple other good offensive linemen in front of you. I'm not the biggest Michael Pittman Jr. guy, as Shane knows, but he is a solid receiver. You go and get another receiver if you're Indy, and I mean, you're cooking with gas. I do think Minshew was the guy they brought in. Am I correct that they brought Minshew in? Or am I thinking
Yeah, I
of
think
the wrong
so.
team?
Yes, Gardner Minshew is the guy they brought in, and I would assume he'll start then, and Richardson would be behind him. Well, Shane says week 1, but what do you think on that?
I
Well,
think
yeah.
Minshew will probably start the year, if I had to guess, which is probably stupid. But I think that that'll probably happen. I don't know though. Maybe Steichen will prove me wrong.
By the way, we can throw the 53.8% completion percentage out there for Anthony Richardson. His adjusted completion percentage, which removes throwaways and drops, is 65%. People would feel a lot better about Anthony Richardson if he had decent receivers to work with. Not that he does in Indianapolis either, but he's getting compared to you comparing him to C.J. Stroud, who got to throw to Marvin Harrison Jr. I'm not saying he's C.J. Stroud. I'm not saying he's the same type of player, but he's going to be fine. I'm sad he went to the Colts because I kind of liked to dislike the Colts over the last year or two, especially after they fired Frank Reich. But I think he's going to be an exciting player for their fan base.
The Seahawks are not trading the pick.
Should we talk about? By the way, there's
Whoa!
Eagles
Hit the music.
Oh,
Hit the music. Whoa!
First surprise of the draft.
To me. With the number 5 pick, the Seattle Seahawks are taking Illinois cornerback Devin Witherspoon. Wow.
CB1. Who had CB1? Devin Witherspoon. This guy.
CB3 for me.
Yes, you did, Dives.
All right, Devin Witherspoon, man. There it is. Mark compared him to Darius Slay. I'll throw it to you, Mark, first. Is this a mistake by the Seattle Seahawks? And little talk about Darius Slay.
You said little because he is little. But that's why the Darius Slay comparison's out there. Higher Alexander's out there as well. Definitely a dog mentality type of cornerback who has like a bit of a Napoleon complex to outplay that small label. But when he's in coverage, I see a lot of shades of Darius Slay for sure. So Witherspoon, really, really good prospect. I had him 15th. So I think taking him 5th above Jalen Carter is, if Seattle's not taking Carter, I think that might say a lot because they've been talking all offseason about how much they need a defensive tackle and they don't take Jalen Carter. That might say a lot about the off-the-field stuff. If Detroit doesn't take him at 6, I don't think he's going 7-8. We're talking about a Jalen Carter slide that I didn't think was happening. So if we don't see Carter off the board at 6, I think he's going 9 or 10. I'm borderline shocked that Seattle didn't take Jalen Carter. I think this is like a D plus for me. I don't like this pick at all.
All right, I'm going to mark it down. Shane, how would you grade Devin Witherspoon to the Seahawks?
And if they wanted to take a cornerback, I can't help but wonder why they didn't trade down a little bit. And maybe they just love Devon Witherspoon, but with Jalen Carter there, with Tyree Wilson there, although there's some medical things that have popped up with Will Levis still there, I'm surprised that they chose to stand and pick and it not be Carter or Tyree Wilson. So I like the player. Devon Witherspoon was number 9 on my board. He was not my number 1 corner, but I get why a lot of people like him. I give it like a C-. I think that they could have and probably should have moved back if they weren't taking quarterback or Carter.
By the way, I'm going to do a better job of trying to bring up our consensus rankings because I have them over here. But we had Devin Witherspoon 10th on our consensus rankings, me, Shane, and Dibes. Shane had him 9th, like you said. Dibes had him 8th. I had him 15th. So I came in a bit considerably lower than Shane and Dibes did. So makes sense that I probably dislike the pick more than they do. Also, and it says it in there, he doesn't really flash ball skills on camera. It's not like this is a guy who goes up and gets the ball, and that's not that's not an exciting spider chart there. So I'm not the biggest Devin Witherspoon guy. I know that the tape is exciting and he's got the dog mentality and he hits people like Alexander does. So I understand why people like him. He's got great play recognition. As they show him absolutely, knocking some guy on Indiana out. And I remember that pick when it happened, or that hit when it happened live. Yep. He's a fun player to watch. I don't think it's a good pick here at 5.
I think this speaks volumes on Jalen Carter because you look at the needs for the Seattle Supersonics, the Seattle Seahawks. This is a team with major defensive line question marks. They have whiffed when it comes to adding, talent in the draft when it comes to defensive line. Malik McDowell, Boye Mafe, if you remember. I thought this was their chance to add an elite defensive prospect that you can't miss on, and I thought that was Jalen Carter. I mean, they're already building around Geno Smith. That's the right decision. But, man, I just think this was a giant missed opportunity to add to that defensive line. I think Devin Witherspoon, I'm the highest out of the group here. I had him at number 8 on my big board. I think Devin Witherspoon has got CB1 upside at the next level. He's really good in man coverage. There's a lot of things to like about Devin Witherspoon, but he's not the prospect of Jalen Carter. And that makes me think the questions, the concerns about everything off the field is real in the brains of, NFL
general managers and management thinking that these are real issues. So
holy cow.
Do you think this now will begin the run on cornerbacks? Because there's a lot of analysts out there, Daniel Jeremiah being one of them, that think 6 will go in the first round. Do you think a run may possibly start here?
Could happen right here at 6.
Yeah, I feel like if you're the Lions, again, similarly to what I would have said about the Seahawks at 5, if you're the Lions at 6 and you're not going to take Jalen Carter, because defensive tackle's a big need for them, if you're not going to take Jalen Carter, I would be trying to trade back. I would be calling up the Titans at 11 and saying, hey, the Raiders are going to take Will Levis if you don't move up. And for the price of, a second-round pick this year and next, you can come up and get your quarterback. And so for me, if I'm the Lions, if I want Carter, I would do it. But if it was a cornerback, I would want to move back to like 11 or something. See if the Titans want to come up and leapfrog the Raiders. Or see if the Raiders want to move up a spot. You call the Raiders up and say, hey, I've got a pick offer of a second-round pick from the Titans. Give me a third to move up one spot, and he's yours. So that's what I would be doing right now if I was in the Lions' war room.
The Lions are a very intriguing team because they have such a high pick, but they made that run there at the end of the year that they almost made the playoffs. And you see the emergence of Dan Campbell, and he seems to have this team going in the right direction. This is a really big pick for the Lions. Shane, not Shane, you just said that. Dives, where do you see the Lions doing here?
What would I do?
If you're the Lions, what do you think the Lions should do?
What I think they should do is bring in Jalen Carter. I think he's the tier above the next best player, which is cornerback, probably Christian Gonzalez. I think defensive tackle is a huge need for the Detroit Lions. But cornerback, man, did they just trade Jeff Okudah to the Atlanta Falcons? So there's a big need there. Linebacker's a big need, but there's nobody worth drafting, of course, at linebacker, very weak. And you look at defensive line, man, in general, Detroit had one of the worst defenses in football last year. They struggled in many different facets. I think adding an elite talent, though, in the middle of the defensive line to pair next to Aiden Hutchinson would be really fun. So
it would be fun, but they just traded the pick to the Arizona Cardinals.
Arizona 12-34 for number 6.
Holy cow.
So the Arizona Cardinals are back.
I think
on the board.
I think they're going to take Are they going to take Jalen Carter?
I don't think so. Maybe I'm wrong. I think they're going to take Paris Johnson or Christian Gonzalez.
What did they give up?
Guys.
12
and 34.
12 and 34, according to the draft value chart. That's an overpay of about 160 points, which is like a mid to late third rounder. So that's fine value on both sides, in my opinion.
Yeah. I don't think that's great value for Detroit.
Well, I'll tell you the trade I'm not making. I'm not trading any other place to get tickets than Sherry's Ticket Town. Go to www.sherrysticket.com. Family owned, operated since 1946. Sports, concerts, theater. I got tickets 15 rows off the ice, not for hockey, Disney on Ice. $50 cheaper. Use the promo code EOP10. Go to www.sherrystickets.com right now. Back to the Cardinals.
The pick's in.
Right, hold on.
With the 6th pick, the Arizona Cardinals select Paris Johnson Jr.,
Wow!
offensive tackle out of Ohio State.
Wow. God, this draft is getting wild, man. How would you grade this selection?
Getting Murray some help, some O-line help.
I think it's a C. I probably wouldn't have traded back up for Paris Johnson, but they didn't pay that much of a premium. So you can't get too upset with it since they just got those assets literally a couple minutes ago. So, yeah, I mean, I think they should have taken a Jalen Carter or even a Tyree Wilson or a Miles Murphy. Obviously, Murphy's not going this high, but that's where I have him in my rankings. But Johnson would be the next option. And there was rumors that they wanted to take Johnson at 3. There were rumors that they liked Johnson, Witherspoon, and Gonzalez and wanted to move back. Makes sense. Maybe they got jittery that they didn't think they could get their guy at 12. And I don't think Johnson would have fell to 12. So if they really loved Johnson, then they had to move up for him, and they didn't pay that much. So I'll give it a C.
All right, Shane?
I'll give it like a B+. It's been tense with Kyler Murray lately, and reports have come out that Kyler Murray has lobbied them to take an offensive lineman each of the last 2 drafts in the first round, and both times they took linebackers instead. And so the rumors were that he wanted Paris Johnson Jr., and if you want to bring in a new regime and you want to try to mend things with Kyler Murray, maybe you just go get a stud offensive tackle that you needed anyways that fits it's what your quarterback wanted. So I think it's a good move. I think the trade up was fine, and they had already gotten a lot of assets from trading down. So I like that trade. Paris Johnson was not my highest graded offensive lineman. That was Peter Skoronski. But I do know that some teams have concerns about Peter Skoronski's arm length. And I have him neck and neck. Paris Johnson was just right below on my board. I don't remember I think I had Skoronski 6, Johnson is 8. So they're right there together. I like the move for the Cardinals.
I had Paris Johnson as my number 1 offensive lineman. I had him as my number 8 overall player. Shane also had him. I had him 8. Shane had him 8. Dives had him 9. So our consensus was 8. I compared him to 2 guys, Laramie Tunsil. A lot of reasons that, for physical and frame reasons, there's a lot of similarities to Laramie Tunsil. But Lane Johnson, the reason that I compared Paris Johnson gets off the snap so fast. And obviously we all know, because we watch the Eagles, that opposing teams fans get so mad because they want Lane Johnson called for false starts. So it's not the last name is not the only thing these two share. They both get off the line really, really fast, both athletic freaks, both huge frames. So a lot of similarities between Paris Johnson and Lane Johnson. And I'll tell you what, if Paris Johnson turns into a Lane Johnson, then Arizona absolutely loves the pick they just made. We're Laramie Tunsil.
What's your grade, Dibes?
I think it's a solid B+. I think he's absolutely a top 10 pick. Paris Johnson also has some versatility, played right guard a bit before transitioning to right tackle last year. An explosive athlete, over 35-inch arms, elite power, incredibly flexible. Is a guy who has just high-end combination of size, strength, athleticism. 5-star prospect, started all 12 games at left tackle for the Buckeyes last year. Negative wise, he could improve on his handwork a little bit, but this is a guy who ticks every box physically you're looking for at the tackle position. He's a great athlete again. I'm going B+. I think this is one of those draft picks that will pay dividends for the Cardinals. And I like Jalen Carter a lot, but I think the fit for Arizona is really good.
I'll tell you, if he ends up being Lane Johnson, that's an amazing pick at that spot. What did Lane go for? Chip Kelly's only good pick. That offensive line, I mean, that just changes everything for Kyler Murray. So, but he wasn't rumored to go 10, 12, 11, 12 in that area?
Yeah, but a lot of that is connecting players to teams. You look at boards and you see the Eagles, who like to take offensive linemen at 10. You see the Bears at 9, who desperately need offensive line help. And so I don't think it's so much that I don't think anybody would say that's overdrafting Paris Johnson. It was just connecting teams with players is why he was going 9, 10-ish.
Amazing bling there for Paris Johnson, like a PJ logo as the bling. Really, really good stuff there from Paris Johnson. And now is the portion of the show where all four of us start saying, Howie, pick up the phone and make a phone call to the Las Vegas Raiders, to the Atlanta Falcons. Go get Jalen Carter. Go get Tyree Wilson. Wow, it's pretty crazy that both of those guys are still available.
I mean, it's very clear that they want Christian Gonzalez, right?
Who? The Raiders?
The Raiders.
It's so the Raiders are interesting because they signed Jimmy Garoppolo, but you don't want Jimmy Garoppolo to be your long-term guy. They can get out of the deal quickly. He's often injured. It could be a spot for Will Levis. Definitely, they've been connected to Christian Gonzalez. I would be surprised if one of those two is not the pick here. And then you get the Falcons on the board right after them. So I don't know. If I'm the Raiders here, I'm not high on Will Levis, but if you evaluate Will Levis as a first-round quarterback, then that should be their pick because you're not committing to Jimmy Garoppolo long-term. But I'm not sure that he's going to go there, and if he doesn't, I'm not sure what the landing spot is for Will Levis. He's going to slide down the board for a while because the Falcons are committed to Desmond Ridder, they said. The Bears, they traded out of number 1. They're committed to Justin Fields. The Eagles obviously aren't taking a quarterback, so you're looking at Will Levis sliding out of the top 10 if he doesn't come off the board here at 7.
Well, we are a QB factory, so don't forget that. But I'm joking, obviously. Tennessee coming up at number 11. That makes a lot of sense. They met with Will Levis. New England also met with Will Levis. So there's a chance that Will Levis could be going to either of those teams over there in the AFC. I think that makes a lot of sense there. They're showing Christian Gonzalez on ESPN. I don't know if they have any information there.
I know there isn't a need for the Raiders, but they got Devontae Adams. Would they go wide receiver here to give Garoppolo everything he possibly can have as far as weapons goes? Kind of like the Eagles getting the reverse, though. The Eagles had Devontae Smith. They add A.J. Brown. This would be the opposite. They already have the star paid. They would go draft the wide receiver here.
I don't think so. That doesn't make a lot of sense to me, at least, when they need help on the offensive line. I mean, if you're not going to go quarterback, if you're not going to go cornerback, they still need help all over their offensive and defensive lines. So there's a lot of edge rushers you could take. There's not really any interior offensive linemen you'd take this early, unless you consider Peter Skoronski a guard. So to me, it's got to be Gonzalez, quarterback. Maybe you go Skoronski. I don't think you could take a wide receiver here if you're the Raiders.
I think Skoronski should be the pick here, if we're being honest about it. And I'm not as high on Skoronski as you guys are.
Do we know the pick?
It says the pick is in, but we're waiting on the pick here from Al.
Yeah, I think the Raiders need to focus on defense. This is a team, the first team ever to blow 4 double-digit halftime leads in a single season. They need a lockdown corner. Their secondary is very bad. You talk about Nate Hobbs as their only young defensive back with upside. Adding a CB1 to the Raiders just is a no-brainer. I think it's Christian Gonzalez.
I'd be fine with that too. I'm not as high on Gonzalez or any of the cornerback prospects as you guys are. On the top of it, I'm not.
Not to cut you off, Mark. Per Albert Breer, it's Tyree Wilson is the pick.
Whoa, wait, do it again.
The Raiders have selected Tyree. And I'll remember to do the finger thing going forward.
Tyree Wilson.
I honestly wasn't even considering him because I didn't think they were taking an edge. It seemed like it was so locked in. They were taking a tackle or a corner. That's the right pick. I think they're going to have to rebuild. So best player available, in my opinion, is Tyree Wilson. So apparently he was their top defensive player on their board. So I think that's a great pick at 7th. I think that he's got a lot of similarities to Chandler Jones or JPP. As I say all the time with Dives and Shane, I have a type when it comes to certain prospects and positions. And with edge rushers, I love the 6'6" guys who are super, super able to use that length to get around the offensive tackles and use their arms well. Tyree Wilson absolutely falls into that. Really high motor as well. So I really, really like Tyree Wilson as a prospect. He's my number 4 overall guy. He is Dibe's number 7 overall guy. And Shane was absolutely downright disrespectful in having him 12th overall.
Why is that not disrespectful, Shane?
Because there's better edge rushers that are still on the board. But I mean, Tyree Wilson, he's an athletic freak, right? He's 6'6", which is 95th percentile. He's got 96th percentile arm length. He's huge. He's powerful. He's got a quick first step, but he's never put it all together as a pass rusher at the college level. He had 7 sacks in 2021. He had 7 sacks in 2022. So he's not a high sack guy. He doesn't have the bend to consistently threaten on the edge. I think a lot of his good pass rushing reps came on twists back inside or from reduced splits. And he's an older player for a guy that you're drafting as a bit of a work in progress. He's almost 23 years old right now. I feel like he might be a little positionless. Like, I don't know that he's got the bend to rush off the edge. He is a really good run defender, so that gives you a high floor for him as a player. I would just want more if I'm gonna eschew drafting Peter Skoronski, a Christian Gonzalez. I'm gonna want more out of the pass rusher than what Tyree Wilson has showed so far. So I don't think it's a bad pick. I have concerns about his pass rush ability, though.
Yep, that's where the concerns begin, because Tyree Wilson as a run defender is elite, really good, not really good, one of the best for the edge rusher position. But yeah, I think this guy has a lot of upside. I think this guy is going to be just an efficient 3-down starting edge rusher. I don't think he's a guy that's going to have like 14+ sack seasons in the NFL. But I think he's got really nice physical tools. He still needs to develop a little bit, but he's a safe, high floor player that projects to be a force in the run game. I like this pick. How do we grade this one?
I give it a C-.
Okay.
I'll give it an A, and I'll give his bear hug of Roger Goodell an A+ there.
All right. Wilson. Yeah, I'll go B+. I think this is a great player. Again, it's a very, in general, weak draft, and to get a guy like Tyree Wilson up. Mark is saying, play that music.
I'm sorry to the Bijan fans out there.
No!
I called it.
Taking
I called it.
Bijan
I called
Robinson at 8th overall.
Wonderful. I'm so happy. I'm so
I
happy.
locked that
And you
in.
did
I
call
hit
it,
that
Shane.
on my mock draft. I've said for 2 weeks that Bijan Robinson wouldn't even be there at 10. I'm going to go find the tweet that I put out like 2 days ago. You're going to give me a minute, and I'm going to put it on the screen. Somebody
Go
talk about
find it, 'cause
Bijan
you
Robinson
were
for a
all
minute.
over it, Shane, and they were trashing you on it. People were coming at you. Good job, man. That's great. So the most electrifying back in the draft, and people think it's going to be for years to come.
Wow.
Goes at number 8 to the Falcons. Mark, I guess I'll go, or Dibes first. How do you feel about the Falcons selecting Bijan Robinson?
Oh, man.
Have they not learned their mistake from drafting Todd Gurley years ago?
I'm just glad I'm not a Falcons fan. You do not take a running back that high in this draft. I'm on record for saying this many, many times. At the end of the day, I'm on record for not saying, not wanting a running back that high in the draft. But at the end of the day, the Eagles having this guy off their board for pick 10 and 30 is a win-win. I'm just glad that this is not even a conversation anymore, because it's been having way too much real estate in my head. So, yeah, Bijan Robinson's the best running back since Saquon Barkley. It's all about positional value. It really comes down to the amount of depth at running back in this draft, and even next year's draft, because I've already looked into 2024. But what a mistake by the Falcons. Huge mistake.
And if Chicago takes Jalen Carter here, it is such a gut punch for the Eagles, because there's no way Chicago was taking Bijan. So the Eagles easily could have moved up to 8 with Atlanta and gotten Jalen Carter. So if Carter goes 9 here, that's really upsetting.
There it is, 2 days ago. 2 days ago, I scooped it, although I was just guessing, but it said that Eagles fans have been wearing themselves out on Twitter arguing about taking Bijan Robinson at 10 like they don't realize the Falcons are going to take him at 8. So there we go.
Beautiful.
Very nice.
Yeah, I agree with you guys. It's just a bad pick. I don't even understand why running backs go this early. You can basically get them on trees. You can just grab them on trees. And you don't need a star running back to win Super Bowls. You just need a good running back. So I never understand using that capital this high in the draft. The contract's a little higher. So now we got –
Let me say something on that. So we could have a discussion about Bijan and whether he's okay to take in the top 10, and I think he is. But let me tell you when he's absolutely, unequivocally not okay to take in the top 10. When you drafted a running back in the 5th round of the draft last year named Tyler Algier, who turned in a 1,000-yard season as a rookie, and then you go spend a top 10 pick on another running back. That's what's so bad about it. Like, Bijan is a good player. They already had a good running back. Tyler Algier tore it up as a 5th-round pick last year. I don't understand why. Well, I do, because they're just going to go draft big people. Like, that's what they do. They go draft big skill players. That's all they're going to do. And it's why they struggle as a franchise, to be honest. Kyle Pitts at 4 a couple years ago was a bad pick. Drake London, I was okay with the Drake London pick, but now to go take Bijan Robinson, it's the 3rd year in a row.
Eagles on the clock at 9! Eagles on the clock at 9!
Jalen Carter!
What'd they give up? Do we know?
I don't know yet.
Wait, what do they reveal? Come on. Where do you see
Jalen
it?
Carter? It's got
gonna
to be
be
Jalen Carter.
It's got to be. Oh my God! Eagles fans better be doing backflips, because if the Eagles get Carter, you're talking about one of the most dominant interior defensive line duos in memory, because that has so much potential, man. Wow.
It's another Jalen. Add another Jalen.
Jalen Carter, right? Yeah, there's no Eagles have traded up. We're still waiting details here.
I'm shaking here.
Ian
How many
confirmed.
trades have there been in the top 9? Is it like 6?
A lot.
Yeah, 6. I think you're on the number there.
4th rounder next year?
No way.
That's nothing. No way. Yeah, I agree.
How's that possible? Jalen Carter! It's Jalen Carter! Let's go! Sorry for screaming. Oh my God!
Oh man, play that
Yes!
sweet music, man. Play that sweet music.
How he played him like a fiddle.
Play that music.
That is incredible. I'm just blown away. Here we go.
The Eagles draft with the number 9 pick, Jalen Carter out of the University of Georgia, an absolutely elite freak phenom. Way to go, Howie.
I mean, this guy is going. I mean, this is not like previous years for Howie Roseman. This guy is going to come to the Philadelphia Eagles and get snaps immediately on this defensive line. Lightning quick first step, incredibly strong arms and hands. 6'3", one of the best pass rushing interior defensive linemen I have ever seen in my life. He registered 47 quarterback pressures and 6 sacks over the last 2 years, more than any player on the defensive line for Georgia in that span. Extremely versatile. Elite twitch is like the word that comes to mind when you talk about Jalen Carter. Like, he's got just dominant presence and ability to relentlessly attack the quarterback. And man, this is going to be fun, man. I love Howie's approach in this draft. The fact that you are bringing in Jalen Carter for giving up peanuts, man, start the parade, baby, because I am jacked up.
2024 4th round pick.
Ah!
Unbelievable.
Yeah,
All right.
Burfield Yates. That's it. A 2024 4th-round pick for one spot.
Chicago keeps just making terrible trades down the draft board.
Woo!
Like, pick up some value at some point, Chicago.
If you're
I
a
mean-
Bears fan, how upset are you right now?
I mean,
Ugh.
I mean, there had to be other teams. I guess there wasn't, because if other teams were offering more at that spot. So maybe let's look at it this way. The Bears may have said, hey, we're not getting any trades anywhere. We'll just go back one, grab a 4, because we're not taking Carter anyway.
They could have just
That's
drafted
yeah.
Jalen Carter. Would be my
Nah.
answer to that.
I would have been
Right.
I would have been mad at the Bears if they drafted Jalen Carter, and not because I'm an Eagles fan that wanted him to fall to the Eagles, but because they have got to invest in their offensive line, and I think that's why they didn't move back further. I think there's probably other teams that would have called and said, "Hey, let's jump the Eagles to get Carter," but I'm pretty sure they've got their eye on an offensive lineman, whether it be Peter Skoronski, whether it be Broderick Jones, whoever it is that they want to take. They're about to take a lineman at 10, and they knew the Eagles wouldn't, and so whatever. They pick up a 4th-round pick. They save a tiny amount on the salary cap to move back one spot. It really doesn't matter to them. That 4th-round pick's just kind of gravy. So I don't hate that for the Bears. That's why they didn't go back further. For the Eagles, though, man, Dibes covered it well, but that's such a steal for the Eagles. You lose Javon Hargrave, and then you turn around and you lock in Jalen Carter on a rookie deal for 5 years. He's going to come in. He's going to play right next to his former teammate Jordan Davis. You've got Nakobe Dean. Let's just assemble the Georgia defense again. Let's go get Keely Ringo at the back end of the first round. Just continue to assemble the best college defense we've ever had, but Carter is versatile. You can line him up anywhere between the tackles. He's probably mostly going to play a 3 technique for the Eagles. He handles double teams really well. He's got a strong anchor in that regard, and so you've got 2 guys in him and Jordan Davis next to each other who are both really good against the run, which is going to be important when you're playing undersized linebackers like Nakobe Dean and Nicholas Morrow. High motor player. The only reason he fell this far was whatever's going on off the field, and obviously the Eagles feel comfortable with it. They've got insight into him through some of his former teammates that are on the roster right now. That's a slam dunk pick for the Eagles, and to only have to give up a 4th-round pick to go do it is phenomenal.
And the
Yeah,
fact
you
that
bring up
they have
the
2
issues.
they have 2 second-rounders and 2 third-rounders next year.
You can go get an offensive lineman elsewhere. You can't go get a Jalen Carter elsewhere. You just can't. They don't grow on trees. He is absolutely special. I despise that trade for Chicago. I get that they have to build an offensive line. They have to build an entire defense. Their defense was a joke last season. Jalen Carter's a guy who you can build a foundation around.
But you are like one more year of Justin Fields taking a 19% sack rate away from ruining your quarterback. Like at a certain point, you're not a good team this year. Make sure you don't get your quarterback killed. Like they have to go offensive line. They have to.
Well, they
Now,
already got him.
Jalen
DJ Moore to
Carter
help him.
obviously fell here, and I know we're all excited, but we have to talk about the concerns. Are you concerned with his, off the field antics? Like there's rumors Jordan Davis kept him in line at Georgia, which will help. But is there an issue here?
I'll answer for Shane because I know what Shane's going to say as well. Shane and I both try to not dive into the unquantifiable stuff when it comes to injuries and, off the field stuff. If the Eagles trust that it's not a problem that they're worried about, then I trust the Eagles. They're a well-run organization. Now, if this was the Texans, if this was the Falcons, if this was a crappy organization making this decision, I'd say, maybe I don't trust their judge of character. But the Eagles aren't a team that has a ton of character concerns all the time anyway. So if they trusted Jalen Carter to make the pick, and everyone's going to talk about Jordan Davis keeping him in check, and there's probably some truth to that off the field. But the more important aspect of this is Jalen Carter can hopefully unlock Jordan Davis as a player, because it allows Jordan Davis just to eat space, just to be a dominant run stuffer. And maybe it doesn't kill you as much for him to be playing such a small percentage of snaps. I think it really unlocks them on the field. The off the field stuff, we can only make the best guesses, and it's truly speculation.
I want to
Can we
welcome
bring
to
in-
the
can we-
show LJ Harrell. LJ,
Yep.
It looks like you're muted.
I got you.
How do you feel about the pick the Eagles just made with Jalen Carter?
I love it. I mean, we know that Howie, their philosophy is to build from inside out. And while there's a need for an offensive lineman, especially with Johnson had that injury issue that he played through, he's probably going to play another 3 years. They needed help stopping the run. And I think with a second year of Jordan Davis and with Jalen Carter, and it's been said, and I think Mark said it, like Jalen Carter respects the hell out of Jordan Davis. And I think Jordan Davis is going to be able to corral him, keep him under control. And I think having Nakobe Dean also there, like he's not coming into a situation where there's nobody. He's going to have two former teammates that have been in Philly for a year. They know the pressures, they know what they're getting into, and they can relay that to Jalen Carter. It's a home run, and they only gave up literally a 4th-round pick next year, and they have 12 picks next year. So this is like how he read the board out, really smart. So he deserves a lot of credit, and I think that Jalen Carter is going to fit in perfectly with the defense that Sean Desai is going to want to run.
Man, this is just another Super Bowl move by Howie Roseman, man.
Hold on, guys. Play the music for me.
All right, I'm on it. I'm on it.
The Chicago Bears have moved back to select Darnell Wright out of Tennessee.
What?
Oh, Chicago,
The
man.
Bears
What?
just keep Chicago bearing.
Chicago.
There's other linemen on there. They could have traded back to take this guy. Instant reaction, Dibes.
I mean, Darnell Wright's a first-round talent. I mean, he moves like a power forward. He's got a lot of experience, very good size. He's been kind of climbing the boards throughout the draft process, but this is a mistake. You know, if I'm a Chicago Bears fan, like, what are we doing here? Like, Darnell Wright is 2 or 3 tiers below Jalen Carter as a prospect. I hate this move for Chicago, and I honestly just feel for the Chicago Bears fans at this point. Again, Darnell Wright, a very good athlete. But what are we doing here,
What
guys?
does that say about Skoronski for Chicago? Like, Skoronski has to be better than Wright, right?
Absolutely
Yeah.
better than Wright, no question.
He's better than him, but I'm not surprised Skoronski's falling. Teams might view him as a guard. I don't agree with it. I mean, it's the same stuff people tag with Rashawn Slater, who's been more than fine. But Darnell Wright is an absurd pick here. That's definitely the worst pick so far of the draft. I don't understand that whatsoever.
Darnell Wright, just for window into where we're at, he is the number 51 player on our consensus big board. Number 66 for me, number 45 for Dibes, number 49 for Mark. I had a 3rd-round grade on Darnell Wright. So, to circle back to the Bears trade down, if it was between trading down to take Darnell Wright or taking Jalen Carter, they screwed that one up big time.
That's why bad organizations stay bad. They do dumb things like that. And just like the Falcons taking a running back at 8, like these organizations will stay bad because they don't know how to make good decisions. And that's why the Eagles are always perennially, at least in the playoff conversation, because, you know, Howie is this has to be. He was ranked the top GM in football, last week, 2 weeks ago? There's a reason why they're always perennially in the playoffs.
Like,
This is a remarkably horrific
Chicago
pick by the Bears. I really can't believe it. Like when Al said the name to me across the table here, and just speaking of what Mark had said, they could have just taken Jalen Carter. I was trying to make sense of it. Like, oh, you go back, you get a lineman, get some protection for Fields. But Darnell Wright is not the guy this early. They could have traded back further.
The Chicago Bears were dead last in the NFL in sacks last year. This is a head scratcher. This is a big time head scratcher. You know, coming out of round 1 with a dominant pass rusher, I think was a priority for the Chicago Bears. You know, it does make sense for the Bears to kind of give Justin Fields some protection moving forward. But for me, Jalen Carter was the slam dunk selection at that spot, and I'm just blown away. I'm speechless, guys.
He'll fill the need of losing Hargrave. Now he's not going to right away put up the numbers that Hargrave did, but that's a need that they had, and he's young, under control for 5 years. You're not going to have Cox after next year. So I mean, it's a great move, and now they go out and with the 30th pick, if they keep that, you go out and get another stud. Get Nolan Smith, build that Georgia defense. Who cares?
You had the first pick of the draft, and you ended up
Good point, Mark.
with Darnell Wright.
with the sixth
what are-
best offensive tackle.
Oh my God,
What
Mark!
are we
I completely
doing?
forgot they had the first pick in the draft.
And where
Oh my
and
God, it's
and
so much
where-
worse. It's getting worse. It's worse.
where are the people on Twitter who came after me when I talked about how terrible the trade down was from 1 and the fact that they prioritized getting DJ Moore over future first-round picks when you're at the beginning of a rebuild? So you're paying for the right to pay DJ Moore at the beginning of a rebuild. It never made sense to trade down to 9. And then you had an olive branch from the 8 idiot NFL general managers who didn't draft Jalen Carter. You had an olive branch to recover from that trade down, which was bad value, and take one of the best players in the draft at 9 and make up for the fact that you traded down from 1. And you took Darnell Wright. Like, what are we doing, Chicago?
You know what else doesn't make sense? Traveling anywhere else than with Philly Sports Trips. Go to www.phillysportstrips.com. Travel like the pros. They are at the draft right now. Kansas City draft. You see the dates there. Obviously, the 27th to the 30th. They will be coming with video live from the draft. So within the next 10, 15 minutes, we should be live with the Eagles fans to get their reaction from the Eagles pick. But go to phillysportstrips.com. Book a trip today. You got the Union, the Sixers, the Flyers, every sport in Philadelphia. That's your spot, phillysportstrips.com.
Speaking of the draft, that crowd is nothing compared to what it was in Philly, 6 years ago, 5 years ago? Kansas City should be embarrassed, I think.
I don't know what that down there meant. but anyhow, the Titans are now on the clock. They have some needs here across the board. Give me the Dives. Dives in here to hit the button. Well, the pick is in.
Wow.
The Tennessee Titans have selected Peter Skoronski.
Where the heck is Will Levis going?
He was a tackle, but most places have him rated as a guard. Let's do that again, Dives. Can you hit the music for me? Tennessee Titans select Peter Skoronski, tackle, but most likely a guard here at the NFL level.
Okay. Okay. My bad.
Well, you can go, Mark. That's fine.
Albert Breer tweeted something about the Lions and Christian Gonzalez, but it wasn't announcing the pick. He was saying how crazy it is that they could just take the guy that they wanted at 6 at 12 here with after their trade down. So yeah. I'm expecting that'll be Gonzalez. But by the way, I think the only reaction, I think we all like Skoronski, so there's not much to talk about. We've talked about him a couple times already. The reaction is, what the heck's going on with Will Levis? And I agree with it. I have Will Levis 52nd on my big board. I have a low second-round grade on him. And honestly, you could talk me even lower. I don't like the prospect whatsoever. He reminds me of the Miami Dolphins version of Ryan Tannehill, to be quite honest. So I'm not a fan of Levis, so I agree with these GMs that are letting him slide. But this is a guy who was rumored to be going second 12 hours ago. And he's not. He hasn't went in the top 11. I don't think he is going to go here at 12 to Detroit. I don't think he's going 13. He might go 14 to New England, maybe 20 to Seattle. Not a lot of landing spots for Levis right now, though.
Yeah, Levis is dropping like a rock. I mean, Green Bay, Vikings, I don't know. But Peter Skoronski is a great prospect. No question about it, man. His size, his wingspan, all that is very polarizing. We've been talking about it for months. But this guy is, I think, one of the best plug-and-play prospects in this draft, period. He allowed just 6 pressures across 474 pass blocking snaps in 2022. He's just a straight-up technician, great footwork, smooth footwork. Again, great experience, has made year after year improvements on tape. I think this guy has potential Pro Bowl upside. I do like this pick for the Tennessee Titans, though, unlike the last pick.
Yeah, I think it's a great pick. He was my top-rated offensive lineman in this draft. He committed to Northwestern as a center prospect, and he ended up taking over for Rashawn Slater, a guy that I think at left tackle, I think he played better than Slater did, and people were concerned about Rashawn Slater's arm length when he came to the NFL, and he's been phenomenal. And yeah, I see Mark's player comp here is Rashawn Slater, and Peter Skoronski's arms are just a little bit shorter than Slater's. I think he's going to be fine as an offensive tackle. I think you could kick him inside. You take a guy at 11, you want to try him out at tackle, and if his floor is a top level offensive guard for 10 years. So I think it's a great pick for the Titans, and they desperately needed some help in the trenches. So great job by the Titans to just sit there and let the draft come to them.
Well, now we have the Texans on the clock.
Again.
JSN, baby.
The Texans?
Wait, that doesn't make sense.
Yeah, who'd you say?
Lions on the clock.
There's got to be a line.
Oh, my fault, guys.
Oh, yeah, because they traded. I thought they
traded
traded
the
it
pick.
back in.
That's why-
I was
that's
like,
why-
holy cow.
That's why I got screwed up there.
Pelissero just tweeted, the Lions are on the clock with the number 12 pick, which it acquired from the Cardinals, who acquired it from the Texans, who acquired it from the Browns.
Explains my mix-up.
I don't know how you could ever fail to keep that straight, Freddie. Come on.
You're fired, Fred. But they have a ton of needs here. They're a playoff team they trade back here, add value. Do you think they go cornerback here? They did sign some cornerbacks, Cam Sutton, Emmanuel Mosley. What position do you think the Detroit Lions go here, Shane?
I would be shocked if they don't take Christian Gonzalez. I think it's a guy that they were interested in early in the process. I think they would have potentially taken him at 6 and then to move down to 12 and still take him. That's what I'm leaning right here. I think it's Christian Gonzalez.
Would they entertain, and I know they're avid, they have their quarterback, but would they go quarterback here behind, oh my God, how am I forgetting his name?
Jared Goff.
Goff.
Eric Goff, baby.
If they believe in Will Levis, which I don't really, but if they do, they should, because Jared Goff is not a quarterback that's going to go win you a Super Bowl. He couldn't do it with McVay. He's not going to do it for Dan Campbell either. They need a quarterback, but I think Christian Gonzalez is the move here for them.
I want to welcome to the show here from Party on Broad, Rob Lange. Rob, instant reaction on the Eagles pick.
Are you kidding me? Like, are you serious? Like, I mean, listen, I've never been like Mr. First Round, like pump my fist in the air with the Philadelphia Eagles. Very rare. Very rare. I was talking to someone this morning. He said, what's your wish list? Number 1, trade up Jalen Carter. Now, when I said it, I assumed that trade up to 5, 6, have to really go up. To give up a 4th next year and get what many people believe is the best talent in the draft is incredible. Is just incredible. And, you got 3, your triangle on defense is now 3 Georgia Bulldogs. It's incredible. I just, listen, Howie Roseman has made us all a believer, I think, pretty quickly. And I am ecstatic with how this is going. And the fact that now at 30, there's so many different ways you can go and not be wrong at this point.
Yeah, this is already an A plus first round for the Eagles. No question.
Hit the music.
I'm on it. Hold on.
Woo! The Lions are taking Alabama running back Jahmyr Gibbs.
What?
Gosh.
What a mess. What is with these teams? They were on such a good path, and then they go and take a running back in the first round, and it's not Bijan. They could replace this exact same type of back anywhere in the 3rd, 4th round. I know he's a good prospect. I know he's a good player, but you can find this position elsewhere. I feel it for Lions fans. They sign a running back, and now they go draft one like it's like a position of need that you can't find in the NFL. Unbelievable.
This is going exactly what we talked about before the show, how unpredictable tonight is going to be, given the high variability with some of these scouting reports. Jahmyr Gibbs is not a top 15 pick. I don't care. There are some boneheaded GMs in the NFL right now. We've had a few picks in this draft already. And what pick are we at? 12? And I'm at a loss of words. I mean, Howie looks like a genius right now.
Yeah.
Howie is a genius. And I was very critical of him in the past. Dude, he's amazing. Like, even if this pick doesn't work out that he took, it's the right pick. Like, I'm all about that. I hate when you make a pick because you're trying to be smarter than everyone else. He stopped doing that now. He takes the right pick.
I have Bears fans coming after me on Twitter right now. People are not happy with me. They're doing really well. I'm sure they're very happy over there in Chicago with Darnell Wright. But anyway, Jahmyr Gibbs. Jahmyr Gibbs, a player that I'm the highest of any of us on. We did our My Guys show, me, Shane, and Dives, and he just missed my top 5 My Guys list, and I had him 26th. I was much higher than consensus on Jahmyr Gibbs. I was much higher than Shane and Dives on Jahmyr Gibbs, and I had him 26th. He just went 12 to a team that didn't need a running back. I don't know what to say. You could have just paid Jamal Williams a couple more dollars.
Mark is dead on when he says that. Like if a team is going to draft a running back in the first round, you better damn sure make sure you have other needs filled. Detroit just they just wasted the 12th pick. I mean, you didn't need to do that. But this team consistently makes these decisions, and that's why they're always teetering on playoff, maybe making the playoffs. But just I don't get it.
Yeah, I think that's an awful pick for the Lions, like you guys all mentioned. Like, you literally had one of the worst defenses in the NFL last season, and you let your running back walk in free agency, and then you go and draft Jahmyr Gibbs at 12. I don't remember what their running back got paid in free agency. Does anybody know what the contract was on that? Probably not. We can look it up, but I bet Jahmyr Gibbs is making the same or more than what they lost the running back for in free agency.
And I thought they signed one too, honestly.
Yeah, that's a travesty of a pick. You go get Christian Gonzalez.
Yeah. They gave David Montgomery a lot of money.
Yeah.
And they have DeAndre Swift.
Yeah. Go get Christian Gonzalez. Go get Nolan Smith. Go get Will Levis. Go get a quarterback. Throw a dart at the quarterback board. But to take Jahmyr Gibbs here, that's just that's a terrible misuse of resources for the Lions.
3 years, $18 million for David Montgomery as they let Jamal Williams walk, and like you said, they have Swift, and they already saw drafting Swift, a running back early, does not pan out down the road either. So he's a good player, but it's not how you win championships. It's not how you build Super Bowl teams, and especially this early. Unbelievable.
Should we check in on the prop bets so far?
Yeah, pull them up.
All right. So far, if you also got the team and the player correct, I gave you the points. So right now, I have 4, Mark has 3, and Shane has 3. I can't believe, Shane, you nailed the Bijan Robinson pick. That blows my mind. That's stupid. I can't. That's the greatest take so far. Prop bet wise, we all had Bryce Young going 1. I had CJ Stroud 2nd. Mark and I had Will Anderson 3rd. Shane was the guy who had Devin Witherspoon as the first drafted cornerback. We've already had 2 running backs. So me and my other friend got that wrong. Mark and Shane, you got that right. Well done. Then we get to Anthony Richardson. It was, in fact, the under. Tyree Wilson was under. Yeah, I got to fix that. Hold on. Let me fix that. And then, yeah, I messed that up. Let's see. So that's where we're at. Bijan Robinson. Shane, you got that. And my friend Harrison got that. Mark and I were incorrect. So that's the standing scorecard for our prop bets.
Did anybody see the Lions draft room after they made that pick?
Al just across the board said it to me. They're acting like they won the Super Bowl with the pick.
I listen. There's a reason why mediocre teams tend to stay in mediocrity, and it's right there. And look, you guys know, right? Dives, Freddie, you guys know where I stood on the Eagles and Bijan Robinson. It was a totally different, but that's because of where the Eagles are compared to where a team like the Detroit Lions are. That's not how the Eagles were in the Super Bowl last year. Detroit is trying to make the playoffs. That's a huge difference, and that's why you don't take a running back anywhere in the first round, let alone in the first half of the first round.
I hate to cut you off, but we are going to go live to Kansas City right now with the Philly Sports Guy via phillysportstrips.com. How do I make it the big screen here?
What's up, everybody? What a pick! What a pick! trading up a little bit. I don't even know what we traded for, but we wound up getting the man, the only guy that we really needed to get, Jalen Carter, getting him back with the family. I tell you, it's amazing. It is amazing. It was awesome. Just to watch that all happen. We had Jason Kelsey come out with us to hang. It was just all this been amazing. And I tell you,
I just gotta let it go. I got 5 minutes.
Again.
What's it like down there in Kansas City with Philly sports trips?
I tell you, the draft, coming to the draft is always amazing. There's tons of people here. Being in the inner circle is like nothing else. It's like a celebration of the NFL. I mean, obviously, every team is represented, and we all get along today. We'll all start hating each other again on Sunday. But today, it's all love. And I tell you, it was amazing. Even like Giants fans were excited for us, which is funny to see. You know what I mean? But like I said, when they traded up, because I thought Chicago was going to take Carter. So when the Eagles traded up, that was the only pick that I knew we were taking.
Yeah, we were surprised they didn't take Carter as well. What was the fans' reaction? All the Eagles fans down there, I would imagine happiness, but was it an eruption? What?
Ecstatic. Because the moment we traded up, everybody said the same thing. This is Carter. Obviously, like I said, we thought Chicago was going to take Carter. So the fact that we traded up for them not to take him, and he gets to come home with, we have half of that defense now from Georgia. So I feel like it's a perfect fit. He's going to learn from the best. He'll be rooming with Fletcher Cox. That's already that's what Kelsey said. They're going to put him in a room with Fletcher Cox already. But it's going to be awesome. It's going to be awesome.
Well, I appreciate your time. It's a little muffled coming in. Where can everyone find you?
Anywhere you type in the Philly Sports Guy, and I'm there.
Google him.
Hey,
Philly
Twitter,
Sports
Twitch,
Guy.
TikTok, doesn't matter. I'm there. Facebook, everywhere. Philly Sports Guy. Follow me, and you'll get to see a lot more of what's happening here at the draft.
All right. Thank you for joining us. Have a good one. All right. Keep doing
awesome, guys. Go Birds! Yeah! Let's go.
One Eagles chant real quick. Give me an Eagles chant real quick.
I lost hearing.
All right. See ya. I'll do it for you. E-A-G-L-E-S, Eagles. That was Jamie, the Philly Sports Guy with Philly Sports Trips. And we have a pick in.
Well, no, I just need to say something first.
Go.
I just realized not only did the Lions take a running back at 12, which is bad enough, they have pick 18. Like, there is no chance Jahmyr Gibbs wouldn't have been there at 18. So, once again, just awful, awful decision-making by an awful franchise. Okay, go ahead.
With the 13th pick, the Packers select Luke Van Ness.
Yes. Get him off the board and not in Philadelphia. Let's go.
Thank you.
He's so much better than Shane and the Eagles Twitter people want people to believe. He wasn't one of my favorite guys. I had him 18th, but the way people were talking about this guy, you'd think he was completely useless. I mean, this guy's a good player. He's a pretty versatile player. I think he provides a nice mix of being able to play right away with some upside long term. Not an exciting pick, not a high upside pick, not the pick I would have made here, but people are far too low on Lucas Van Ness, and it seems to only be like a Philadelphia Twitter thing.
At a certain point, the Packers should maybe, just maybe, draft a weapon to help out their quarterback. But nope, 12th time in 13 years they've taken a defensive player with their first pick.
And not to mention, you had every wide receiver on the board for your taking. You had your pick of any of the guys you wanted to pick. And they go with an edge rusher who may, as you guys, listen, you guys are the draft experts. I'm just a goofy fan who comes in and says weird shit from time to time. But you know, there's a project, I think, there. I think there's a little bit of a project there, and they just don't care about wide receivers, I guess.
Yeah, I'm just dumbfounded, man. This draft is wild, man. This is just wild. I'm in for the ride, but Lucas Van Ness should not be the number 13 pick in this draft by any means.
Not when you have Miles Murphy and Nolan Smith still on the board.
We also have a trade in. The Steelers are now on the clock. They have traded with the New England Patriots to move up to 14.
Broderick
Pittsburgh
Jones
is now on the clock.
So not only are the Patriots not taking Will Levis, they traded out of the pick.
They could be. They could at 17. They only gave up 120 to move up 3 picks here.
That's so if they wanted Will Levis, they're risking him for pick 120. I
don't think who's 15 and 16. The Jets in Washington.
Well, yeah, but you got the Vikings sitting there too potentially. Yeah. There's other teams that that would tell me they're out on Levis. You wouldn't risk a quarterback.
You might be right.
No, this screams Broderick Jones.
Yeah, they're definitely moving up for a tackle. I would be shocked if it's not Broderick Jones.
Huge need for them.
I think it's Jones, especially because the Jets really need a tackle at 15, so it makes a lot of sense there. But could be Joey Porter Jr. Just have to mention
Mark,
it.
I was going to make my one and only prediction. Penn State guy right around the corner, Joey Porter Jr. right here. I agree.
He's got Steeler blood in him, so it makes a lot of sense. It would be a pick that the Steelers would make. But given the circumstances, given that they moved to this specific pick above the Jets, I would guess that this pick is going to be Broderick Jones, who plays with a nasty mean streak. So there's a lot of Steelers in him if we're talking about Broderick Jones.
Should we talk about why we hate Lucas Van Ness, or should we just let that go?
Let it go.
Well, Can we talk about the quarterbacks? We're a high-rated position, and it seems only one is off the board. Are they not as high-rated as we think they are by the actual NFL scouts, rather than the media members that kind of look at it?
It's a possibility. I still think Christian Gonzalez is probably rated pretty highly. Joey Porter Jr. has good tape, but he's going to not be on the board for a lot of teams because he really only fits in like a press scheme. And so it doesn't surprise me that Porter Jr. is falling some. It does surprise me that Christian Gonzalez is still on the board.
The pick is in. The Steelers have selected, or if you want to hit the music, go ahead. The Pittsburgh Steelers have selected Broderick Jones.
Yeah, there it is. Broderick Jones, man. A great selection for the Pittsburgh Steelers. A huge need, man. Yeah, I think the take on the cornerbacks, and we talked about it on previous shows, is that it would, if you had to compare it to like previous drafts, they're not comparable. Like I would have had multiple cornerbacks rated higher than a lot of the guys in this year's draft. So I'm not exactly super surprised to see some of them fall. I do think there is going to be eventually a run, but going to Broderick Jones, let's look at the Pittsburgh Steelers. Now, I'll throw it to you guys first. I got to catch up on my notes. Go ahead.
Okay, so yeah, Broderick Jones was a 5-star prospect coming out of high school. Stud player, 21, almost 22 years old. He had a 93rd percentile 40-yard dash time, 9.59 relative athletic score. So he's really athletic offensive tackle. He's got really good balance, as you would expect from an athletic guy that can move. He's got really good mirroring skills, especially against speed rushers off the edge, and he's good at resetting his hands against those guys. He's got strong hands. He's got good length. He does a really good job of latching on to edge rushers and just washing them out of the play. I will say that he only has 19 collegiate starts, so there's some rawness in his technique. At Georgia, he only had 203 true pass sets in his career, which is a pass set without play action or an RPO. So there's rawness there. You see it in his punch timings. He punches wildly. He can be a little slow out of his stance, but I think he's as good of a player as he is. And then to say he's also pretty raw, I think he's got a lot of upside. I really like Broderick Jones. The Steelers needed to invest in the offensive line, and for them to be able to move up ahead of the Jets, who almost certainly would have taken him for such a small value, I think it's a great pick by the Steelers.
You said he has a mean streak. Well, I got a spot with a mean streak in Delaware County. Go to Dolan's Bar, Ridley Park. They have a huge event going on called Philadelphia Sports Day. It's Wiffle Ball Mania, and it raises money for Eagles Autism. You're going to have Charlie Manuel there, Mickey Morandini, the Philly sports guy who we just saw live from Kansas City, as well as Hollis Thomas, former Philadelphia Eagle. That's Saturday, May 13th, 1 to 8 p.m., 24 East Sellers Ave, Ridley Park, PA. Go to Dolan's. That was the worst segue of the night, by the way.
I like it.
I killed the other three, though. I'll give myself credit on the other three. But Broderick Jones, Georgia player, like you said, Georgia's my favorite team. I watch, but I'm not a crazy college guy, but I watch most of the games. You can't deny this pick for the Pittsburgh Steelers. You get protection for their quarterback, and now they can just grow from here. I picked Porter thinking that, the Pittsburgh connection in Penn State, but you can't go wrong with this pick.
The over-under for Broderick Jones was 13.5.
Oh, my God. That's so funny. Broderick Jones has all the hats behind him. He had like 8 different NFL hats behind him. It's like Lions, Titans, Texans, like all sitting right behind him. That's funny. Where did those hats go?
Listen, I got a question. First of all, Mark, Shane, Dives, I tell you all the time. I look at your guys' breakdowns of the draft leading up legitimately more than anybody. Mark, I am especially close with you because during the March Madness for the last 2 years, I have bet with you. I have won with you. I've had heartbreak with you. So we're connected, man, all the way through and through with that stuff. But I want to ask you, because you guys are talking about how this draft has just been crazy in the first half here. There was talk that it's not a hugely talented draft. Is that why? Are people just not as high on these guys as maybe some other people thought they would be?
Yeah, I think that it is probably possible that it is a weaker draft. So the guys who we expected to go top 15, maybe, a guy going 12, we look at as some massive reach. But in this draft, that maybe a guy going 12 that we thought going 25 isn't that big of a deal because there's not as much elite talent. I have kind of talked myself into the draft as we have gone along, which is how it always goes. I think people fall in love with things more than they fall out of love with things. When you look at them more like tape and RAS scores and stuff like that. So I don't know if Shane and Dives would agree. The more we've looked at positional previews and the more we've went through, besides certain positions that are really weak this year, I've actually talked myself into this not being quite as bad of a draft as I thought, but it's definitely on the lower end. I don't know what Shane and Dives think.
Oh, it's very weak. And if you followed or read any publication, major publication, I mean, there was some major publications that had Will Anderson not even in the top 10. It's been all over the place. I don't know. It's been a real mystery this season for sure. I think this bodes well for the Eagles' number 30 pick. If this is just pick number 1 through 14. What is it going to look like until the Eagles pick? This could get really crazy. And the Eagles could be in, again, great position to get a solid prospect.
To be fair, everything Chris Sims does is for clickbait. He doesn't actually think Will Anderson is a tier 3 edge rusher in this class. So don't even follow him on Twitter or quote tweet his garbage because that just gets it out there. But there's some of that. It's viewed as a weaker draft, and teams are a little all over the place in terms of evaluation. So this was always going to be kind of an unpredictable one. I don't think it's necessarily as weak as people make it out to be. I feel like we tend to do this. I feel like draft people tend to eventually speak in hyperbole because everything else has been spoken on already. So it's like, oh, this is the best draft of a decade, or this draft is really weak. And I mean, I think it's a little weaker than a normal draft, but I don't think it's prohibitively bad. Right. I think what you're seeing tonight is the reason some of these teams perpetually pick at the top of the draft. The Texans perpetually pick at the top of the draft. Why? Because they're willing to trade basically 3 first-round picks to go get an edge rusher. The Falcons are picking at the top of the draft. Why? Because they're drafting a running back at number 8 a year after a 5th-round rookie got 1,000 rushing yards. The Lions pick at the top of the draft. Why? because they're drafting a pass-catching running back at 12 overall. There's just stupid decisions made by teams all the time during the draft, and it's some of the same teams that you continually see make those decisions.
And we have the New York Jets on the clock now, and I want to welcome in everyone listening to the 2023 Edge of Philly Sports NFL Draft. Please smash that subscribe button, like it, share it out, comment, bring your questions. We would love to answer them. Thank you all for listening. We have a great expert panelist here in Chris Dives, Shane Haff, and Mark Henry Jr. Rob Lange also joining us here. They're great follows. They know just as much as anyone else. Like Rob said, I follow them more than the particular big names, as they would say. So thank you for listening. Keep tuning in. Jets on the clock now. The Aaron Rodgers-led New York Jets on the clock right now. Ton of needs. Some free agents signed. What do we think the Jets are going here?
They're going nuts in the war room is what they're going. Joe Douglas is, they're going nuts over there. It's pretty, I don't know what they're going to do here, but a lot of the tackles are off the board. I mean, everyone assumed they were going tackle. They could, that's what I was about to get to. I mean, if you're looking at the best available guys on me, Dives, and Shane's consensus big board, DeJuan Jones is 22nd consensus, and then the next tackle that you'd have to scroll down to find would be Anton Harrison, and that's all the way down at number 36 consensus. DeJuan Jones, I don't think he's he's probably right outside the top 10 best available on our consensus ranks right now. So it's a little bit of a reach to take Jones here at 15. Joe Douglas is a value guy. There's a chance he just takes the best player available here.
Listen, I'll take DeJuan Jones at 15. 1,000 times over Jahmyr Gibbs in the top
15. Totally.
Here's what they should do. This would be, can you imagine?
Ooh.
Last year, they get Sauce Gardner. Today, they go get Christian Gonzalez.
Oh, no.
Trade.
No trade. Not a trade.
Wrong one.
Pick. with the 15th. Oh, okay. With the 15th pick of the NFL draft, New York Jets are selecting Will McDonald from Iowa State.
Whoa.
E-I-E-I-O.
Wow.
Many
New York
considered
Jets.
him.
New York Jetting again. Do you think Aaron Rodgers made that pick since he signed all the free agents? Or Joe Douglas? They looked excited, though, in the room. They definitely did. And Joe Douglas has a solid track record, right?
It's been a mixed bag. He did draft Zach Wilson.
True.
So he did a good job last year. He made the good pick with Sauce. People like Jermaine Johnson. I don't even necessarily know how good Jermaine Johnson was last season, but Will McDonald, for a little reference, Dives had him 46th, Shane had him 53rd, and I had him 63rd. So that came out to our consensus rank of number 52. He just went 15th.
He's a great pass rusher. This is a pass rushing specialist. Really struggles against the run. A guy that blew up at the Senior Bowl, was a ton of fun to watch with his spin moves and arsenal of pass rushing move sets. Amazing broad jump, 11 feet, 36-inch vertical at the combine. His broad jump tied for the best among defensive ends at the combine, was the third best among defensive ends at the combine overall since 2009. I think this is a guy that probably is going to be a stand-up outside linebacker, not fronts. I think he's a third down pass rusher to begin his NFL career. He's great at attacking the quarterback, but dropping back in coverage, he's going to struggle against bigger tight ends, and he needs to develop a lot in coverage. He needs to bulk up if he wants to become a three-down defensive lineman. This is another big-time reach. I actually like this guy for the Eagles at number 30 if the Eagles had him available on their big board. But again, there are so many reaches happening right now. I don't even know what's happening anymore. Will McDonald is a good prospect, but a project, a pass rushing specialist, should not be a top 15 pick.
I don't know how these guys are getting drafted over Miles Murphy and over Jackson Smith and Jigba and over Joey Porter Jr. and Christian Gonzalez. It's insane.
Yeah, I mean, I can't if you wanted to take an edge rusher, never mind the fact you traded up into the first round to go get Jermaine Johnson last year. If you wanted to take an edge rusher, how are you not taking Nolan Smith over Will McDonald? Like, they're similar profiles, so if you're worried about like the weight, it's the same issue with Will McDonald as it is Nolan Smith, and Nolan Smith is just a much better player. I'm really surprised. I mean, Will McDonald's a good pass rusher. He's got a nice spin move. He's explosive, but he can't rush with power. He can't anchor against the run. He pretty much just has to be either a stand-up edge rusher or just a sub-package rush specialist. Like, you cannot have him on the field on running downs because teams are going to run at him and wash him entirely out of plays. So I really don't like that pick for the Jets. I thought they should have done – I mean, go take a tackle. Any tackle would have been better than taking Will McDonald at 15, in my opinion. You could go get Jackson Smith and Jigba. There's just a lot of things that I would have rather seen them do. Again, I was saying it right before the pick came out. Imagine Christian Gonzalez opposite of Sauce Gardner and how good that cornerback group would be. I don't see where you're drafting Will Anderson inside the top 15. That's crazy to me.
Yeah.
That's why they call them the New York Football Jets.
The two biggest takes here is Joey Porter Jr. and Christian Gonzalez, and I don't understand why they're falling. They are definitely worthy of being in the top 15. Will McDonald, not so much. This is going to be a wild final 15 selections here.
Does Washington take one of the corners?
I hope so. Joey Porter
Mark's
Jr.
ready for you.
They did. The pick is in. The Washington Commanders select my guy, Emmanuel Forbes.
No way!
Again, this is my guy who I had ranked higher than the pick he went. Like, this is a guy who I was much higher than consensus on. I had him 17th. He went 16. Like, it's pretty crazy.
Emmanuel Forbes over Christian Gonzalez.
That's my question to you guys, because all you heard about all draft season, Witherspoon, Gonzalez, Porter, and then you heard Forbes. What is happening? You guys, come on! You're the brains of the operation. Tell me what the hell's going on.
I mean, Emmanuel Forbes is.
Did you have Forbes over? Did Mark have Forbes over the other two?
No. I had Forbes at CB4, and I love him as a prospect. And I will say, like, if you don't care about the weight with Emmanuel Forbes, he has the best tape of any cornerback prospect in this class. He's the best prospect if you ignore the weight, if you eliminate that. It's hard to eliminate that, though. He's incredibly tiny in terms of his weight. He does make up for it with his length and with his arms and with the way that he plays out there. His ball skills are next level. I mean, we're talking about probably the best ball skills that have come out with a prospect in a really long time. So I don't hate the pick that much. I mean, I would have preferred Porter or Gonzalez. I'm not as high on Porter or Gonzalez being elite prospects like some other people are, or even Witherspoon for that matter. But yeah, it's hard to fully understand the Emmanuel Forbes thing here. I will say over the course of his 3-year career, he had 13 interceptions. That's 4 more than the next closest Power 5 corner since 2020. He had 6 interceptions in 2022 and an amazing pick 6 off Will Levis. Emmanuel Forbes is definitely a player. It's interesting to see him go over some of the names here. If you don't care about the weight, I get it.
Yeah. Only 12 players played in the NFL last season that were under 180 pounds, and 0 of them were under 170 pounds. And Emmanuel Forbes weighed in at the combine at 166 pounds. And it's not like he's small. He's 6'1", 166 pounds. That's just a major red flag for me. To take a guy that high in the first round, especially when there is Christian Gonzalez, Joey Porter Jr. I liked Forbes' tape quite a bit. Not as much as Mark, but there's so many guys I would have taken ahead of him at this spot. I said on the pre-show, I thought Emmanuel Forbes, he was my pick for the Eagles at 30. I just felt like that's more his range. This seems a pretty big swing here. Also from a team, by the way, that needs a quarterback, and the Will Levis slide continues as he slides past the Commanders. And so now the Patriots are on the clock at 17. They were a team we talked about. You could also have the Buccaneers at 19 could potentially be a spot. Maybe the Seahawks at 20. So there's still spots there for Levis, but he's definitely sliding down the boards, and he's further down the board than I thought he was going to be for sure.
I was listening to CBS, and they were comparing Levis's stats to like how Aaron Rodgers had a good year and then a bad year, kind of like Levis, and he's starting to fall down the board. It's kind of reminding me of that as well. I know he's not on the level of Aaron Rodgers. That's not what I'm saying, but is that the same type of slide we're seeing here as far as he should have been picked already, or is he just was overrated to go up that level? He's more slot at end of the first round.
I think other than Bryce Young, I think a lot of the quarterback class is overrated, just in general. So I'm not surprised at all.
Yeah, well, as you said, the Patriots are on the clock. Good, Shane. Sorry about that.
Oh yeah, I was just to say I am not a Will Levis guy. Any discussion about Will Levis has to be couched in context of what happened to him this season. He had a better season in 2021, but then he lost his offensive coordinator. He lost Wan'Dale Robinson. He lost Luke Fortnier. The new OC was fired halfway through the season because he's awful. He had turf toe. So there was lingering injuries. There was no NFL talent. So you're projecting that Will Levis will be able to bounce back surrounded with a little more talent. I don't think he's as bad as his 2022 tape showed. I always thought the hype around him going 2 or even 1 recently, I thought that was crazy. But I am surprised that he's still on the board. As QB hungry as the league is, I'm surprised that so many teams have passed on him.
By the way, this 2021 tape, and Shane's not that high on Levis, but this
bring the thing.
Oh yeah.
New England Patriots selected out of Oregon, cornerback Christian Gonzalez.
Great pick.
Now we're talking, baby. Now we're talking.
I will just say to close the Levis thing before we get to Gonzalez, this Levis 2021 tape that people are talking really highly about, and Shane mentioned it there. He didn't go as gaga as some people have. This is a guy who still was below 8 yards per attempt, below 8 yards air yards per attempt, 24 touchdowns with 13 picks. I don't think he had like a 300-yard game passing. I don't get the Will Levis thing. I have him 52nd. I absolutely wouldn't consider him in the first round, as they show Emmanuel Forbes with an embarrassing pick 6 on Will Levis. That it's insane that he wasn't able to diagnose that. But yeah, that's a great pick by the Patriots here. Phenomenal pick.
Dives, he was your number 1. Oh, no, Witherspoon was your number 1. But you really did like Gonzalez. What's your thoughts on this?
Just a smooth, natural athlete. He's got CB1, boundary, cornerback potential. That's really what it comes down to, is athleticism. He was one of the winners at the combine at the position. He was my CB2, but he was like 1A to 1B with Devin Witherspoon. I think Christian Gonzalez has worlds of talent. I'm just dumbfounded. Like, I love Emmanuel Forbes, but he's not a better prospect. He doesn't have the upside of a Christian Gonzalez, who I think has lockdown potential. So I'm getting so many thoughts in my head right now, but I'll throw it to Shane.
Yeah, Christian Gonzalez was my CB1. He was one of my red chip players in this draft. 9.95 relative athletic score. He can play physical on the line of scrimmage and press man. And then he mirrors receivers' routes really well. He also does a good job in zone coverage of keeping eyes on the quarterback while he's like in zone coverage. You don't want to be staring at the receivers. You want to stare at the quarterback and just sort of feel where the receivers are. And he does a really good job of doing that. And he's a great tackler. He only missed 6% of his tackle attempts in 2022. So I think he's a really good corner prospect. And this was the joke when we did our cornerback show. I literally wrote it as a weakness in almost every defensive back's profile, but I said they're all grabby. All of them are. And we talk about that all the time, and it usually ends up not being a big deal in the NFL. So there'll be a little bit of coaching there, but I think Christian Gonzalez is a slam dunk pick for the Patriots there. He should have been off the board in the top 10.
Mark, are we getting to the territory where all these picks are coming left and right? left field, head scratching selections. Can we get a little hope for Jackson Smith and Jigba at number 30?
Or
Is that
Miles Murphy.
So
Or Miles Murphy, yeah.
so what backup running back are the Lions going to take here at 18?
If the Eagles get Miles Murphy at number 30 to pair with Jalen Carter,
Yeah,
it does not matter what they do the rest of this draft.
I was just about to tweet out my top 10 players available. It's Miles Murphy, JSN, Joey Porter Jr., Jordan Addison. Any of those 4 players at 30 would have me bouncing off the walls.
Nolan Smith. Go
That's
get
not
another
on my
Georgia
list.
guy. Have 4 starters
Oh my God.
on your
I have
defense
no-
from Georgia.
He would seriously be Georgia North at that point.
I have Nolan Smith 29th. So talking about him at 30 and 10 is entirely different. I understand the home run swing at that point. I wouldn't take it because I'm sure there's going to be higher. If Miles Murphy's there, that's not even like a conversation for me personally. But Nolan Smith is not a guy I love, but I totally would understand taking that swing at 30.
Emotional dives would come out if we get Miles Murphy and Jalen Carter.
I was going to say Dives. Dives has been on the Miles Murphy kick, I think, since the Super Bowl ended. Dives has been talking to us about Miles Murphy.
We're about 12 picks away from 30. So with all these players still on the board, does this maybe increase the chances the Eagles possibly trading up to go get someone? Or you think this is likely to just stand pat and see who's there?
I think the way board has been falling for the majority of the teams, you let it fall.
Yeah.
You let it fall and see what happens because, like Will McDonald, Jahmyr Gibbs, like what are these GMs smoking, man? Can I have some? Because
I
why not?
would say that it's a better chance of seeing them trade back into the top half of that second round if these guys continue to fall, knowing the Eagles and trying to, get a couple picks in those later rounds that they don't have. They pick, I guess now they pick at 66 and then not again until 219. Is that correct? Am I saying that right now?
It's 62 and 66, I think, or 61 and 66. Yeah.
And then not until round 6, round 7, 219. So I think the more the board starts to fall like this, I think Howie's going to look, hey, let me get into those first 10, 12 picks tomorrow and get a couple picks in those latter rounds so that we're not 200 picks in between our 66th and, whenever they pick in the 7th round.
At this point,
Okay.
as I say, at this point, they should just call the Lions and be like, hey, we'll give you pick 30 and you give us pick 18 and a 3rd round pick. And the Lions might do it. Who knows?
Well, that makes me ask the question. The Lions stunningly drafted running back there, which I know they're incompetent as it seems here with their picks, but where should they go here? One of the tight end is a need. Would Darnell Washington or Mayer be an option here? There is a cornerback still left on the board, Joey Porter Jr. What should they do? And Jigba for wide receiver would be an ad, as well. That would really make that wide receiver. They have 3 solid wide receivers at that point. There's moves to be made here that they can improve their team even with the bad pick.
Joey, I don't know where this draft is going at this point. Michael Mayer, Dalton Kincaid make a ton of sense. Joey Porter Jr. makes a ton of sense. I would laugh my ass off if we get Brian Brzee here to the Detroit Lions.
Hit the music. Different white guy. The Lions at number 18 are continuing their factory of sadness by drafting linebacker Jack Campbell.
Oh my gosh. That's
What
the most
are
Dan
you
Campbell
doing?
pick ever.
What are you doing? Dan Campbell? Are they related?
That's what I just thought. Are they related? And then
There's got to be a relation for that pick.
Wow. We're gonna need a massive poll of who made the worst selection in the 2023 draft.
There is no doubt. The Detroit Lions just had a worse first round than the Jets did when they took Zach Wilson.
You have the 6th.
This is the worst first round I have seen in the last decade. Absolutely awful by the Lions.
The 6th and 18th pick, and you end up with Jahmyr Gibbs and Jack Campbell. That's
that is criminal. And you know who I have to help you out with a criminal issue like that? Criminal law, personal injury, motor vehicle accidents, workers' compensation. Go to David R. Cherry Esquire. Call now, 610-565-0300. If you're a Detroit Lions fan, call now, especially because your team has been robbed. David R. Cherry Esquire, call now. Again, 610-565-0300. Wow. Jack Campbell.
Let's talk about it. I mean, Detroit, they needed linebacker help. Malcolm Rodriguez, Alex Anzalone, I think I said that right. They had 11 missed tackles, 42 catches allowed on 49 targets in coverage halfway through last season. I'm using PFF's website here, but Jack Campbell is, I think, a nice prospect. I don't understand why teams are overdrafting, reaching on prospects that have no right to be in the first round. Jack Campbell, again, he's a throwback thumper of a linebacker prospect, very good against the run. I have big-time question marks with his ability in coverage. What are we doing here? This is we're getting into like some crazy left field selections here, Mark.
Albert Breer just tweeted, text from an NFC East assistant coach on the Eagles landing defensive tackle Jalen Carter with the 9th pick. Damn it. That's pretty good stuff right there.
Apparently,
Yeah.
Micah Parsons was flipping out about the pick as well on Twitter. Not very happy with it.
Yeah, he was on some stream and apparently walked off the stream.
That makes me feel
So
good.
here's the thing. Eagles fans, I don't ever want to hear anybody complain about Howie Roseman taking linemen again, because it could be worse. You could waste 2 first-round picks on a linebacker that should have gone in the 3rd round and on a running back that should have gone at the back end of the 1st or the 2nd.
Well, let's not
That's
compare.
at best.
Let's not
That's
compare
at best.
ourselves to those idiots.
I'm just saying, dumb
It could be
teams do
worse.
dumb
Yeah,
things.
yeah.
Like, just it's not a sexy pick to take a lineman, but man, like I honestly, that's the worst first round of a decade for the Lions. That's just egregiously awful.
The Jalen Carter thing does feel sexy in a different way.
Doesn't it, Mark? Does it not feel? It feels like a Super Bowl move. It feels
Yes.
like a Super
Oh,
Bowl
yeah.
move that he's going to have some major impact play in the playoffs.
Yeah,
I know you and Shane were a lot more open to the offensive tackle picks than I was, but just comparing the immediate impact that Jalen Carter has with what an offensive tackle would have been, it's not
literally-
even close.
I started the show with that. Like, other than Bijan Robinson, Jalen Carter has easily the most clear pathway to play major snaps next year.
I
And
would
not
throw-
only that, he has the highest upside to be a superstar, top 5 in this draft. Easy.
Ian
I would throw
Rappaport
JSN in
reporting
there.
there is no relation between Jack and Dan Campbell, but Dan Campbell likes his toughness.
of course he does.
Bites
Sure,
knees.
But I think we underestimate or we take for granted how good Howie Roseman is. And I'm one of them, I guess, at one point. And we just assume because he does all these trades and manages the cap well that every general manager does it that way. But they don't. I mean, we had a Giants general manager as of 4 or 5 years ago making fun of teams that used computers. And imagine how many people have jobs in these roles that are just incompetent. It's awesome to have them.
What's truly so sad is the Lions have done a phenomenal job building their roster. Like, there's something to be said for not just dropping a quarterback in a wasteland. They've done a good job of building the roster. You have to land the plane with the quarterback. And not only did they not land the plane with the quarterback when they went into the draft with the 6th overall pick, like, Mark, Dibes, I know you're not the biggest Anthony Richardson fan. Trade 6 and 18 to 3 and go get Anthony Richardson, and you walk out of this draft a lot better than you do right now. Like,
Absolutely.
the fact that you lit those picks on fire instead of going and getting a quarterback or doing anything else, it's so bad because they were ready. They needed just one little last push to be a true contender, and they just lit it on fire and threw it away.
The pick is in for
Yeah.
the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I'm hitting it too, Dodge.
My bad.
Tampa Bay Buccaneers select defensive tackle Elijah Clancy.
Kalijah Cansey to Tampa Bay Bucks.
Meh.
This is definitely one of those like picks that I'm probably more so glad that the Eagles didn't get, and they got Jalen freaking Carter because Kancey was more of a consolation prize to not getting Carter, because after Carter, as we talked about on many of our shows, like there was a steep cliff when you're talking about Kancey and Brazee and Siaka Ika and all different types of guys. Gervon Dexter, Kancey, 6 foot tall, great at attacking the passer, high end athlete. At the combine, he blew it up, 4.67, 40-yard dash. That wasn't just among the best for defensive tackles this year, but best times by one ever. Incredibly light on the interior, so he's going to be kind of a specialist when it comes to his role in the NFL from the jump. But Kancey's a really intriguing prospect. I was trying to convince myself, just like Bijan and Mark, it was Kancey and myself for the Eagles. I was trying to convince myself that he would be a good fit for the Eagles due to that lack of size. He's going to struggle against the run, no question about it. But Kalijah Kancey is off the board to the Bucs, and the Will Levis fall continues.
Can we see Kalijah Kancey's spider chart? Do we have that graphic available? Yeah. That just makes me think of Pac-Man. I look at Kalijah Kancey's chart and I just hear the Pac-Man noises in my head.
I thought you meant Adam Pac-Man Jones. I'm like, the corner?
No. I'm thinking Atari. You guys don't know it, but I'm playing Atari games over here on the other screen. No, Kancey's drawn a lot of comparisons to obviously to Aaron Donald. They're both small. They both went to Pitt. Aaron Donald's got significantly longer arms, but Kancey was a really good pass rusher in college, 92.4 PFF pass rush grade, which led all interior defensive linemen. He doesn't really have like strong pass rush moves, though. It's all about his quickness, and he's just kind of slippery getting through gaps. I'm not sure he's going to be able to do that at the next level. Even if he can, though, he is just so small that it's hard to imagine him being able to anchor against the run. He's a guy that you're going to have to protect with alignment and stacking boxes, and the NFL right now is about not stacking the box. It's about going light boxes so you can put more guys in coverage. So he could be a good player. He could be a fantastic pass rusher. He could also just be unable to get on the field because of his lack of ability to play the run. And I tend to think the latter. He's just so hard to project because he's such a physical outlier.
Bob Olszewski checking in saying Kancey's going to play end a lot. Any truth to that with the size, moving him outside?
No question. Yeah, he's going to be playing a lot of passing downs. My question is, like, I don't know how great he is as an edge prospect. Right. He's a classic tweener, and in some respects, for worse than better.
Well, this is why I think what Mark said earlier about the Eagles and Jalen Carter. This doesn't feel like just an old ho hum. The Eagles drafted a lineman. This was a sexy pick. This was a guy that many people had top 1, 2, or 3 prospects in the entire draft. So the Eagles, listen, the Eagles always throw a lot of smoke out there, but it was made very clear that during their visit, the Eagles got everything they needed to know, and they obviously told Drew Rosenhaus, told Jalen Carter, if you get anywhere near us, we're coming to get you. And that was it. And it was over at that point. Like, this is not just like, the Eagles drafted another offensive lineman. This was a sexy pick, and I love everything about it. By the way, I have a Washington fan in a group text, and he just said, this is exactly why Washington and Detroit are always in the same position, because all they do is try and outsmart people. Needless to say, he was a big Christian Gonzalez guy, and he is not happy that they took Forbes over Gonzalez.
I don't know if it's my anxiety or the Tito's starting to like come really pump through my veins or what, but the Eagles are 10 picks away, and you've got Joey Porter Jr., Brian Branch, Miles Murphy, and Nolan Smith on the board right now. I am getting ready to run through a wall. This is getting really exciting. And Jackson Smith and Jigba. Oh, my God.
And not to mention all of that, but Shane, cover your ears for the Sixers fans out there. The Atlanta Hawks are about to be shooting free throws to take the lead on the Boston
No!
in the fourth quarter.
Dude, are you serious? Are you
Uh,
serious?
I
There's
will
9 minutes
allow
to go.
no basketball talk during the NBA or NFL draft. Get out of here.
There's 9 minutes to go, so there's a long way to go, and I'll definitely bring it up a couple more times, especially just to make Shane upset. But
This is Edge of Philly sports, so we can add in some
Just messing
important
with you, Mark.
Sixers talk as needed.
the Hawks just took a lead. Wow, what a night for Philadelphia. Hopefully the Hawks win, and hopefully the Eagles get JSN or Miles Murphy at 30, and I'll go streaking around my neighborhood.
God, the Eagles are sitting in great shape, man. How about no wide receivers? No wide receivers in the top 19.
Yeah.
Could this be
So-
Levis coming up here at 20?
Yeah, that's what I was
That's what
going to
I was
ask.
thinking. Would the
Seattle's on
Seahawks
the
take
clock.
Levis?
They already took a cornerback. I could see him going with an edge rusher. I mean, there's Miles Murphy, Nolan Smith still on the board. Nolan Smith doesn't seem like their kind of player, but it could also be a Will Levis spot.
I could see them liking Nolan Smith.
Let's get crazy. I'm feeling Keon White here at pick number 20. This draft has been unbelievable. Let's keep the guys coming here that are kind of like fringe first rounders.
Watch out for Brzee. I can see Brzee. They've talked a lot about D tackle. He's kind of the last elite one available, and I don't think he's elite. I'm not big on Brzee. I do think they could take Nolan Smith though, because I thought they would like Will McDonald a lot. He seemed like a guy that was up their alley, very Bruce Irvin like. Not that that's an exact straightaway comp to Nolan Smith, but they are somewhat similar. So I actually do think they could take Nolan Smith.
How
They
about
could
Branch
potentially
here?
look at a receiver too.
Yeah.
I don't want Branch to go.
I don't want them to, but they've taken safeties in the past in the first round. That may be an option as well. That's a need.
They might think that they might like retroactively have learned that they've probably been paying too high of a premium on safeties with the trade they made for Jamal Adams.
Yeah.
There's
Yeah, I
a
was gonna
chance
say,
they might have.
With Jamal Adams, they already kind of have a safety that can't play deep, and that's kind of what Brian Branch is too. He might be a little redundant.
In my mock,
Be a lot cheaper though.
in my mock, I have Brzee to the Seattle Seahawks.
Levis looks rattled.
I was going to say Levis looks like Bo Callahan.
Yeah. No one went to his birthday
He's
party.
got that Bo Callahan look where P. Diddy's got to be like, yo, you can't show emotion like that, man. He looks beat up.
This is how he looked at his birthday party.
Per ESPN analytics, there was a 96% chance Jack Campbell would have been available at pick 34 of the Lions' next selection.
I can't wait to see who the Lions pick next. Just like it's a show now. It's just an absolute show who the Lions are going to pick every pick now.
Hendon Hooker, pick 34.
No, this is getting real. My anxiety is going nuts, man. If we've got like real opportunities to get like a Miles Murphy, a 3-down edge rusher. My bad, Mark. I'm on it.
With the 20th pick, the Seahawks take Nolan Smith from
Yes.
Georgia.
Damn it.
Georgia Bulldogs.
Wait a second. Albert Breer just said Jackson Smith and Jigba.
We have a discrepancy.
We
guess
have
I'll wait.
discrepancies.
That's the first one of the draft. Is it JSN or is it?
We have
Wait,
Bob.
he deleted. The JSN tweet's been deleted.
No matter which one it is, it's going to make me sad.
So like
It's
you said,
JSN.
it's Jackson
JSN.
Smith and Jigba, who I got turned on by Chalk Talk and everything you guys do, sharing out your stuff, and you guys rated him as like the only, I guess, not the only playmaker wide receiver, but the top upside wide receiver that could really take over next year going into the draft. I forget who it was, if it was Mark or Shane's video I watched. I think, was it Mark's or Shane's?
Me, yeah. I'm the big JSN nerd. We all had him wide receiver 1, though. I had JSN as my number 6 overall player. I think he combines shades of a lot of really, really interesting players. Tyler Lockett, the route running of Devontae Smith, Amon-Ra St. Brown's been a comp that's been thrown around a lot for him. But Eric Edholm of the NFL of NFL.com, one of their lead draft analysts, compared him to Cooper Kupp, and I can't stop thinking about it. I think there's a lot of similarities between JSN and Cooper Kupp. I have completely fallen in love with JSN as receiver prospect dating back to 2021. If someone wants to pull up the game logs for his last 5 games of 2021, they are sickeningly good. So I think JSN is going to be by far the best wide receiver in this class. And I think he's got a floor of being like a top 30 receiver in the NFL.
Yeah, he was our consensus 13 player. Mark had him at 6. I had him at 13. Dibes had him at 18. The only sure thing at wide receiver in this draft, in my opinion. He doesn't have elite athleticism, but he's got elite quickness. He was 96th percentile 3-cone, 97th percentile short shuttle. He's prototypical slot guy, and I don't think it's impossible for him to play outside, but how smooth he is in his routes, in and out of his breaks, giving him those two-way goes in the slot, and then he's great after the catch. He forced 19 missed tackles and averaged 8.3 yards after the catch per reception in 2021. Only played 3 games in 2022 with a hamstring injury, but you can scheme him touches. He can get wide open. It's a great pick for the Seahawks, in my opinion.
Yeah, I absolutely love it.
Yeah, I was hoping he would fall to the Eagles at number 30. Like Shane said, his short area burst is elite. His shuttle time, 3.93, fastest recorded time over the last 5 drafts. He's kind of, I'll throw this one to Rob. He's like the anti-Dibes wide receiver selection because he's got shades of Justin Jefferson in him. Like I think he's going to be a dominant slot receiver in the NFL, but he can also play on the boundary. I definitely have made corrections since then to kind of differentiate how I view wide receivers since then. And I think JSN is a terrific prospect.
I was going the whole draft without saying anything. I wasn't going to go there today because I was very happy about Jalen Carter. You were going to get a pass and you brought it up.
Well, in Jigba, I tried to share the screen, but it was just too small. But the last 5 games of 2021 at Nebraska, 15 catches, 240 yards and a touchdown. Versus Purdue, 9 catches, 139 yards and a touchdown. Against Michigan State, 10 catches, 105 yards and a touchdown. At Michigan, 11 catches, 127 yards. And then against Utah, 15 catches, 347 yards and 3 touchdowns. Unbelievable.
The best wide receiver performance I've ever seen in a college football game. And that's right up there with, Devontae had in some incredible ones. But the JSN thing, people are questioning whether or not, is he just a slot receiver? Let me remind you, he played slot because he played on the same team as Garrett Wilson and Chris Olave, who both came in the top 3 for Offensive Rookie of the Year voting. And by the way, both of those guys think Jackson Smith-Njigba is better than them. They have said to the media that JSN is the best receiver they've ever been around. And so has Brian Hartline. He ranked his receivers that he had coached. He ranked Marvin Harrison Jr. number 1. File that away for next year. Jackson Smith-Njigba number 2. Chris Olave number 3. Garrett Wilson number 4. And Terry McLaurin number 5. So he's saying JSN was a better prospect that he coached than Terry McLaurin, Garrett Wilson, Chris Olave. If he's better than those 3 guys, Seattle just got one of the heists of the draft at number 20 to pair him with DK for a long time, and temporarily he can learn a lot from Tyler Lockett.
There was another receiver that was supposedly only a slot guy, and his name's Justin Jefferson.
That's true. It's true. And there's a lot of similarities with how productive JSN was at Ohio State to how productive Justin Jefferson was at LSU out of the slot.
Chargers now on the clock. Where do you think they can go?
All right, Chargers. I mean, the wide receiver, I think,
Zay
is
Flowers.
Zay Flowers is my mock for the Chargers. You kind of look at the Chargers having one of the slowest groups of wide receivers in the NFL, and pair that with Justin Herbert and his ability to get the ball downfield fast, man. They need to get speed on the outside or in the slot. They need a guy that can take any defense over the top. Keenan Allen turns 31. So blah, blah, blah. Zay Flowers is a great selection here.
I think you could go a lot of ways here if you're the Chargers, but I would prefer they went in the direction of a wide receiver or tight end. I understand if they go tackle, if they go DeJuan Jones, they definitely need to shore up that one tackle spot. So I would understand that. But I would personally love to see Jordan Addison. Jordan Addison's my highest rated weapon left on the board. And then for selfish reasons, as I have my Notre Dame shirt right here, Michael Mayer would be absolutely perfect for the LA Chargers. Slot him in at tight end there, help out their blocking, which could use some help, and then also help out Herbert in the passing game. The one thing that I'll say that's a negative about that is they need team speed. Like they need a receiver who's fast. Mike Williams, not fast at all. Keenan Allen, extremely slow at this point of his career. So would be nice to add a Jalen Hyatt too. That's someone who I'm a lot higher on than other people. I don't think that's where they would go here. I think that's probably a bit too high for him. But I would love to see them add Addison or Mayer.
Did the Chargers have short history thinking about the defensive collapse against Jacksonville in the playoffs and go defensive here?
The thing that's weird about that is they've spent all of their money on defense. In free agency over the last 2 years. Like last year, they went all out on defense. I think
We got a pick.
Oh, okay.
Chargers have selected wide receiver Quentin Johnston out of TCU.
Not exactly a burner.
No, that I don't like that fit.
So they do the reverse of what the Eagles did years ago. And Jigba goes first, and then the TCU guy goes second. This year, that goes the reverse.
I mean, he's got great size, 6'4", 215. Can punish defenses on all three levels. Is a guy that excels at after the catch and run situations. Very light on his feet despite his size. Athleticism alone, he's got some like DK Metcalf in him when you kind of look at him a little bit. The upside is real, but his route running is not good. It's very unpolished. He has above average hands, and he's not a good blocker. So his floor is like a wide receiver too. So you're banking on the physicals, you're banking on the measurables to really click and translate at the next level. I would have gone Zay Flowers, I have him rated higher, obviously, than Quentin Johnston, and I thought would be a better fit. But Quentin Johnston definitely has wide receiver one upside in the right system.
It's always funny. Me, Shane, and Dives do these rankings, and we average them out and see who's highest and who's lowest on everybody. And every year, I'm sure we each have one like this, if we really look at it, where we have a guy where we're like, wait a second, I'm the highest on this guy? and that's where we're at. Like, I'm the highest on Johnston out of three of us. I didn't think I liked Johnston very much. Like, I thought I was lower than consensus. I think I had him 23. So going here at 21, I don't hate the idea of it, but the fit when they so clearly need team speed. And he is, I mean, he's not slow, but that's not what he's bringing to your offense. And it's a little too similar to Mike Williams. A little bit of looks like Tarzan plays like Jane with QJ. I think that he plays a lot smaller than he is. People were shocked by my NFL draft comparison, which was Alec Pierce. Actually, I think they're both 6'3", and you wouldn't know it. You would have no idea watching Alec Pierce that he's 6'3" because he doesn't use that. I kind of feel the same way about QJ. By the way, QJ, really good nickname.
QJ is a good nickname. Bob checking it again. Mark has me thinking JSN is the next Megatron.
Not the next Megatron, but the next Cooper Cup. I'll throw that
Cooper Cup. Well, I get, by listening to all three of you throughout this whole draft process, I get the feeling that after JSN, you may not say it, but the receiver level drops down tremendously. I just feel like it's a meh reaction to all these guys, even when you're bringing them up. Is that the case, do you think?
I think we each have one guy outside of JSN that we really like. Like for me, that's Addison. And then I really like Hyatt, but that's at a different level. Like I'm so bullish on the speed, and I'm always I fall for the burners. So I definitely really like Jalen Hyatt. But Jordan Addison, I actually do think is being slept on a little bit. But I'm not as high on QJ. I'm not as high on Zay Flowers. I'm not as high on Josh Downs as some other people out there. I like those prospects. But I'm probably a little bit lower than consensus. There's It's definitely not as good as the last couple years have been. That probably says more about how elite the last couple years have been at the receiver position than it does about how negative this year has been. We're just used to really, really crazy receiver drafts as of late.
Yeah, especially next year too.
Yeah,
I have both Quentin Johnston and Jordan Addison ranked above Zay Flowers, but Zay Flowers would have been my pick there for the Chargers. It's just such a need for speed. They're so slow on offense. It's such a slow, plodding receiver group. And so if you were going to take a receiver there, I like Zay Flowers. He's a little bit faster. I like Jordan Addison. He's just not a lot of speed. Mm-hmm. I mean, like, he's a fine, he's not slow. He's just like average athleticism. He's a good route runner, whatever. But the Chargers need speed, and they just don't have it. And yeah, I mean, Jackson Smith-Njigba was the clear wide receiver one. I think after that, there's a lot of receivers that play a lot of different roles, and there's a lot of slot receivers. There's a lot of slot receiver guys that I like for later on. But yeah, first round receivers was always going to be a little bit lighter this year.
It was too high, but I always liked the idea of Josh Downs or Jalen Hyatt for them. It probably didn't make sense at 21, but I thought just as a fit, I thought both of them made a lot of sense. But who are we moving up to for now? Al Horford is just my enemy. Who's the number 22 pick here?
Right now we're at Baltimore.
Baltimore. Yeah, okay.
It's on the screen. On the screen. Ravens on the clock. Is this Joey Porter Jr.'s spot?
This is definitely a corner situation for the Baltimore Ravens. You got to think.
Get Lamar Jackson a wide receiver. Do it.
Get a guy that can fit with Kyle Hamilton would be really fun. So that's what I'm thinking.
Is Cyrus O'Torrance an option here? A little early, but they do need some help up at guard.
That'd be great value. Great value for Cyrus Torrance.
That would be the most Ravens thing ever, to go draft an interior offensive lineman. And when your quarterback's been upset about his lack of receivers for his entire career.
Hey, they just paid him, though. They finally paid him.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I really want them to take a wide receiver, like really, really badly, just to so me and Shane can stop complaining about it on Chalk Talk.
I kind of want to jump to the next pick. Is that where Levis goes? Does Minnesota take their quarterback of the future?
Gotta be. If he doesn't go there, where does he keep falling?
I don't know.
If you build the quarterback room of Kirk Cousins and Will Levis, you're just like trying to get me to hate you. Like, that's just, like, you're just like playing against my personal feelings at that point.
Bob thinks they're going to take Hooker, the Vikings.
That's even worse. That's an even worse idea.
Here, let's run down. I'll run down the top consensus players left for us. We've got Miles Murphy checks in as our number 5 overall player. Joey Porter Jr. at 11. Safety Brian Branch from Alabama is number 15. Michael Mayer, tight end from Notre Dame, is 17. Nolan Smith's gone. I just missed writing that one down. And then Osiris Torrance at 20, Jordan Addison 21, DeJuan Jones 22. So some of the top players that we have left on our consensus big board.
Nolan Smith is not gone. That was a false alarm.
Oh, that's right. That was a false alarm.
That was a false alarm.
All right. Now I'm nervous again. I really want Nolan Smith to make it to 30.
I'd absolutely be fine with it. He's my number 10 player available. So, I mean, at that point, I wouldn't be too upset by that at all.
Yeah.
Number 11, actually.
I'm curious.
Yeah, to me, for the Ravens, this has to be a cornerback or a wide receiver.
Yeah.
Be something Joey Porter. Be very interesting for Joey Porter Jr. to be a Baltimore Raven.
No.
Yeah.
How does his father respond to that? I wonder.
Or a Bengal,
disowns him.
Little later on.
Or you see his father in a Ravens jersey rooting for the Ravens, because you kind of got to pick your blood over the team. No.
Listen, if my son continues on the growth path that he has as a 3-year-old and becomes a lineman at some point, if he goes to Dallas, we just can't talk anymore. It's just the way it goes.
Hit the music.
I got you. 1 sec.
Good for Lamar. Good for you, Lamar. Baltimore Ravens select Zay Flowers. For the first round. Bravo. Good job, Baltimore. Way to do something smart for once and actually try to draft a receiver instead of ignoring the position like it didn't exist for the last decade.
Love this selection. Zay Flowers was a guy that I've been high on from the jump. Mark, you remember. He was one of my sleepers, and then he went to like big-time first-round talent through the draft process. Incredibly explosive, ridiculous twitch, has some of the best change of direction ability in the class. He's small. Again, he's extremely small, and he's going to have to answer a lot of questions with that at the next level. But I think he plays bigger than that. If you watch his tape, like you'll see him routinely out jump defensive backs with contested catches, balls downfield. I think this is a guy who plays with a ton of confidence. Like, this is a guy that will make a catch and like stare down the defensive back and talk shit. Like, I love Zay Flowers. I think he's got a lot of moxie. I think he's got great hands, and his route running is very good. So in the right system, a system that can get the ball out fast and capitalize on his elite after the catch ability, like Debo or something like that. Like, I think Zay Flowers has really interesting upside.
So I'm just going to read I forgot I did this until right now. So I'm going to victory lap this and then tweet it out on Twitter. But I'm just going to read my little blurb from my player comps article from last night. Zay Flowers equals Hollywood Brown. And I've seen some folks compare Zay Flowers with AB. I think we're starting to get too far away from Antonio Brown's prime to remember how good he was. So I'm not going to compare him to AB, but I will stay within his family tree. He's not quite as fast as Hollywood, but he's a better pure receiver as a route runner and a ball tracker. He will play a similar role to Hollywood at the next level and would make a ton of sense in Baltimore.
Ding, 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 ding.
I'm glad that I called that out. I'm glad that I have that to tweet out.
Yeah,
Well
Flowers he's so elusive with the ball in his hands. He ranked top 20 nationally in yards after the catch per reception. He's so sudden in everything that he does. He's not like, I mean, he ran a 4.42. He's not like burner speed, but he's sudden in all of his movements. He's got excellent body control. He's got some drop issues. He had an 11% drop rate on his career. He's a bit of a body catcher. He lets the ball into his body, but I think he's a great pick for the Ravens. It's the pick that I wish the Chargers would have made, if I'm being honest. But I think Zay Flowers is going to do really well there. They've got Odell Beckham Jr. as well, which he's coming off the injury and missed a whole season. But it's got to feel nice for Lamar. He gets paid today. They draft Zay Flowers. He's got OBJ. He's still got Mark Andrews. Things are looking up for the Ravens receiving room.
I wouldn't have mind having Zay Flowers in Philadelphia. I'm just gonna end it with that one. But there's still a lot of great options for the Eagles still on the board here at pick 23. This is getting really interesting.
That was going to be my next question for you three was, now you're talking, you're 7 picks away. Are there 7 guys
Yes.
that you'd be happy with right now? You know what
Yeah.
I mean?
So Brian Branch,
Mhm.
Miles Murphy, Nolan Smith, Jawan Jones. Who am I missing?
Joey Porter Jr.
Joey Porter Jr. Hell yeah.
I would throw Jordan Addison on the list. I'd be really happy about Jordan Addison.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, elite route runner. I think he would be amazing in the Eagles offense. Yes.
Did you mention Osiris Torrance?
I was going to ask you about the guard. I was going to ask you about Torrance. Is that a guy that if the Eagles picked him at 30, would you be okay with it?
Absolutely. I think he's got Pro Bowl upside at guard for sure.
Why not?
All right, guys, what's going on? Sorry, Freddie had to head out, so I guess the B team heads his way in. What's going on, guys? The show's been great tonight, and I want to also thank our great sponsors because they were, they make this happen. So let's thank Sherry'sTickets.com. You heard Freddie say it earlier. It is the best place to get those hard-to-get tickets. Great prices, no hidden fees. The price you see on the screen is the price you will pay. And use the promo code EOP10. Get that 10% off. Sherry'sTickets.com. That's sports, concerts, theater, you name it, they got it. You won't get bamboozled on checkout. Guys, I mean, I've been in the background. You haven't heard me, but, this has been, as you guys have said, a weird draft. Some weird picks. The Jets, Bears, and Lions continue to do what they do best. Now, if if Howie stays in at 30, does he break his streak? Does he finally go get a safety or a linebacker or anything? Or do you even think he stays and he pushes it back maybe to get a little bit more draft capital?
I think it makes way more sense for Howie just to kind of stick to his core and get an elite talent like DeJuan Jones, who I think could be a right tackle for the next 10 years. As much as I want Brian Branch, I think it was way more betting odds that Myles Murphy, DeJuan Jones, Nolan Smith are in midnight green.
Whew. I don't even know what I'd do with myself if Myles Murphy is the pick at 30 after we
I might cry. I might cry. I'm getting the Tito's is like really starting to get.
You only have 8 picks left. Remember,
there's
that.
only one reason
31.
I'm staying, and it's to see Dibes cry if the Eagles take Myles Murphy. I just got to see it.
That's 2 of my top 5 prospects on the entire NFL draft. So if they got 2 of my top 5, I don't even know what I'd do. Just running down my list, I have my number 3 available, or my number 1 available is number 3, Myles Murphy. Number 2, I had Joey Porter 11th. Number 3, I had Jordan Addison 14th. Number 4, I had Osiris Torrance 16th. Then Brian Branch, DeJuan Jones, Jalen Hyatt. And then that's probably the guys that I'd be happy with at 30. So that gives us what's that? 7, 8 names that I'd be happy with, and we're right that amount away. So looking pretty good. By the way, Zay Flowers with some of the best drip at the entire draft. Phenomenal suit there on Zay Flowers.
Jalen Carter was my number 1, and Myles Murphy is my number 5.
Speaking of clothes, did you see the size of the jacket that they had for Carter? Like, I don't think it wouldn't fit me, and he's much larger than me. I don't get it, but we're still all right. So the Vikings are on the clock right now.
That's not how Howie thinks, Bob. I'm sorry. That's not how Howie operates in the draft, and you can't complain about his recent draft history, man. You cannot.
No, and you guys were talking about that, and Freddie said, he used to give him a lot of grief, and I was one of those people, but I still don't take back the grief I gave him because he's just finally doing what he was supposed to be doing. All the stuff you guys have complained about tonight for the Jets, for the Bears, for the Lions, he used to do the same thing just a couple of years ago. Try to be the smartest man in the room. So I'm glad he finally said, hey, let's just look at these NFL-ready teams and start doing it. He's always been good with the trades. He's always been good with the money. And he's always been good later round. It's just this is where he used to stumble.
And people don't remember, like, you got Nakobe Dean, you got Jordan Davis, and you've got basically Cam Jurgens as rookies next year as well coming in.
You mean Georgia North?
Yeah.
Listen,
I'm gonna need Nolan Smith or Keely Ringo just for the memes at this point.
Yes.
Darnell Washington.
Yeah.
Oh God. Listen, I don't do this to make fun of Dives, but I truly believe the Reagor over Jefferson pick was a turning point for Howie Roseman. I think because Dave even said that they were going against what they were being told and thought that they were the smartest man in the room. I think it was that pick that made him realize, hey, we got to stay true to the board. We pay the scouts to do their job. Let's stay true to the board. I really think that's where everything changed for him.
But yeah, that's what I'm saying. I agree. I think he did that, and I don't know why it took so long. Is my question. Like, why do you pay scouts? Why would you pay all these people who are supposed to be the smartest man? The men who do this job, the women who do this job, and just like you said, not listen.
Yeah.
All right, guys. Looks like the pick is in here.
Oh my God!
If
you get this right, Shane, I'm gonna just go crazy.
The Vikings are taking USC wide receiver Jordan Addison.
Good pick. Good pick. I can't believe Shane had Hendon Hooker there for the Vikings, and if that was the selection, I would have went crazy.
That's one of my favorite picks of the whole draft.
Hendon Hooker?
No. No. Absolutely not. Jordan Addison, go in there. I think that's a really good fit with Justin Jefferson. Replaces Adam Thielen. It's funny, the player comps thing, because I did player comps for my top 60 in that article. Jordan Addison was one of, I'd say, the 5 toughest people to come up with a good comp for. Every comp I came up for was either like disrespectful or way too lofty. So it was one of those I couldn't find like a happy medium. I almost said like young Keenan Allen, and then I ended up landing on like better Darnell Mooney. Like if Darnell Mooney were to reach his potential, like the RAS chart that you flash up there, it's not going to wow you. It's not something that that's not the reason you're taking Jordan Addison. The reason you're taking Jordan Addison is you fell in love with him on tape. And if you fell in love with him on tape, you probably didn't do it at USC. You probably did it when he was with Kenny Pickett at Pittsburgh, which is pretty surprising. He played with Caleb Williams this year. He was the number one receiver for the Heisman, but he made his name, and he had a better year with Pickett at Pittsburgh when he won the Biletnikoff in 2021. He gets separation so easily, which you wouldn't expect that on a guy who doesn't have the speed. 4 receivers in a row, by the way. Tom Pelissero said I didn't realize that it was 4 receivers. Bang, 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 bang. But yeah, the 4.49 speed, I don't think it is exactly fair to how good he is in the open field. He's incredibly dangerous on screens. USC seemed to rely on that a lot. Lincoln Riley is a bit of a screen merchant, as I'm sure Shane Haff can attest to over there about Lincoln Riley. But Jordan Addison, to me, again, is one of the safer players in this entire class. He's a lock to be productive, and we have a trade on the board.
Nice. Yeah, I love Jordan Addison. I think, like you said, he's got.
We have a trade.
Sorry, Doug. I'm actually seeing something different. Albert Breer is saying that that they are taking.
Oh, okay.
Anton Harrison, offensive tackle from Oklahoma. Where are you seeing the trade for him?
Ian Rappaport and Pelissero are saying trade Giants are on the clock. I did see Anton Harrison. Was that Mike Silver?
That was Albert Breer.
Oh, Albert Breer. Yeah.
Yeah,
Mike
and
Silver
Ian
got one
Rappaport
wrong
is
earlier.
saying the Giants are on the clock. So as of right
that
now,
might just mean.
The Giants are.
That might mean
they're 24 for 25 and 160 and 240.
That might mean that the Anton Harrison pick is already in already for Jacksonville at 25, and they got it all mixed up there and announced it first.
Who's next on the clock here?
The Giants. I think it's one
would
pick
be
down.
next.
Yeah.
And
So
the
I
Giants
think
wouldn't take Harrison.
Yeah, Jags just traded to the Giants. It just showed up on one of the ESPN channels.
Yeah. So that's, I guess, what probably happened there. The Giants are probably.
Yeah, it looks like, you know what? Yeah,
But-
he just. I think Breer just. I don't know. Hold on, I'm trying to find out that he. No, he still left it up there. All right, we'll find out.
Mark, I need you to start preparing yourself for something.
Oh no.
I need you to start preparing yourself for Michael Mayer to the Dallas Cowboys at 26.
Oh no.
Oh.
Because if he doesn't go
why
to the
would you
Jags,
put that evil out in the world, Shane?
I'm just telling you, if he doesn't go to the Jags, he's going to the Cowboys.
What if he goes to the Giants right here? That would be even more annoying to me.
That's the other
I
thing
hate the Giants more than the Cowboys. Fun fact about me.
And that's one thing we've been talking about. Oh, these guys might fall to the Eagles, but we keep forgetting that the Giants and the Cowboys are sitting in the back here and right in front of us. So, you know, Joey Porter Jr.'s, all the other big names out there they could still take.
By the way, quick aside here, Dibes, you're the movie guy, but I'm all in on this Ghosted movie. Ana de Armas, Chris Evans, sign me up.
Oh, have you seen it?
Movie Corner. No, I haven't seen it. I want to see it. I like the commercials. I'm not even a big movie guy. I don't see. Good.
Yeah, I mean it was predictable, but it was funny. I liked it.
Big fan of both of them.
Captain
Knives Out
America
was
took a dive on that one.
I don't even know.
The hell are you? You were Captain freaking America, and now you're making a rom-com.
Hey.
It was a fun
you
switch
guys
of the
seen
trope
Ana de
where he
Armas?
doesn't know what's going on. I liked it. It was good. Worth a watch.
So Albert Breer saying that
they-
the
they-
Giants gave up. Go ahead. The Giants gave up the 5th and 7th round to go up to 25 to 24 for what they think is a tight end because Dallas might have been sniffing around. So that's why they think they jumped up.
All right, Boston won, so that's over.
Yeah.
Good.
The Ana de Armas slander from Rob though is noted. I
It
have
wasn't Ana de Armas slander. It was more. It was more Captain America slander. You can't be
Hey,
Captain America and do rom-coms. Come on.
Hey, but those two in Knives Out had such good chemistry. They had to run it back.
Man, Knives Out is great.
Knives Out.
Knives Out's
I'll give you that.
Knives Out is the best movie that's been released since it was released. I don't know how long ago that was, probably 3-4 years. I don't think there's been a better movie since that than
Everything, Everywhere, All at Once is the best movie I've seen.
I haven't seen it.
I gotta see that.
I know I need to see it. Yeah,
Phenomenal.
Did you see the second Knives Out?
I
like
did. I loved it. I loved it.
Yeah.
Not as good, but I loved it. Yeah.
It's definitely worth watching.
Yeah, I
They're
liked
both
it.
really good movies.
Oh,
Yeah.
it's great. Yeah. All right, sorry for movie corner. I had to. I threw it out there. I
I was waiting for Shane to say something.
haven't talked to anyone in the world
No
about that
movie
movie.
talk during the NFL draft,
I mean,
guys.
I'd rather
Yeah,
talk about
yeah,
movies
yeah.
than the NBA.
Oh man, Shane. Hey, we get it. Kevin Durant left Oklahoma City. You know, it was sad.
Basketball's
I'm
dead to
joking.
me.
I like to make fun of Shane and his Thunder. Hey, by the way, Shane, if the Thunder get Victor Wembanyama, you better jump back on the bandwagon. He's going to be the greatest player of all time.
How's that happen?
You might want to sign up.
How's
I
that
don't have
possible?
time for all that.
Do they have a chance to get that?
Oh yeah, I think that's 6th or 7th chance, maybe a little lower.
Really?
Actually, probably like 10th or 11th. Yeah, it's probably a low chance.
Wembanyama is the best prospect I've seen
Since LeBron.
forever.
Yeah, it's since LeBron, no doubt.
All
If you
right,
haven't seen him play.
pick 24 is in. Hit the music. With the 24th pick, the Giants select cornerback Deonte Banks out of.
Whoa! Your guy Shane?
He's my guy. I love Deonte Banks. Super athletic cornerback. I hate that he's with the Giants now. He had a 10.0 relative athletic score, so most athletic cornerback to ever test. Ran a 4.35 40, vertical jump 42 inches. Had a 98th percentile broad jump. 6 foot, 197 pounds. He's extremely physical. He loves to get hands on receivers at the line of scrimmage. Obviously, the elite athleticism. He's strong at the catch point. He does tend to go for like two-handed jams at the line of scrimmage, which is really boom or bust. If you whiff on that, the guy's by you, and then not even his athleticism can recover from that. But I think he fits in in a press sort of. You want him on the line pressing. He does struggle to play a little bit with his back to the ball, so if you can release into your route stem and he's in man coverage, you will struggle a little bit. But I like Banks. It makes sense with the Wink Martindale defense. I think he's a really good fit there. I think it's a really good pick.
I don't have really much to add other than Shane, you win. I didn't think it was going to be a first-round pick, but there you go.
What's the
Now-
reason of moving up one spot there?
That I'm not sure.
I mean, unless they had a win that somebody was trying to trade up ahead of them to get Deonte Banks. But
Well, that's what I'm saying. What Albert Breer was saying, I guess Dallas was trying to move up, and maybe they thought they were going for Banks. I don't know. Looks like there's a trade in there. Bills are on the clock, according to Ian Rappaport.
Michael Mayer.
Yeah, I could see that.
That's to avoid Shane's nightmare scenario for me. That would be nice.
So they must be jumping in front of Dallas for a
Cowboys.
reason.
there is nothing better on draft night when someone jumps in front of Dallas to take the player that Dallas wants to draft.
Especially
Every
if
year.
it's a tight end.
Especially if it's or when they work with the Eagles to jump in front of the Giants to screw
Yes.
them over.
Yes.
And Giants fans still haven't let that go.
Well, that one dude's video is still one of the funniest videos of all time. Oh, by the way, if you guys really want to enjoy like 3 minutes of your time, go on Twitter and watch the video of Micah Parsons finding out the Eagles drafted Jalen Carter, and then watch the extended version where they literally get A.J. Brown on camera, and A.J. Brown just looks right at Mike and goes, Mike, it's just come be an Eagle, man. You know you just want to be with us now. It is pure gold.
What?
The disgust,
Hot take. I say at one point Parsons is an Eagle.
the disgust on Micah Parsons' face when the Eagles get to take Jalen Carter. He's like, all these teams pass on it. I'm sick to my stomach. It is a wonderful 3-minute video that will make every Philadelphia fan smile.
It'll be sick when the Giants cut Deontay Banks in 4 years and we sign him for a cheap deal, and then he becomes an All-Pro in his first year.
Yep.
So
Wait,
the Bills
question.
are getting the 25th pick, and the Jags get the 27th pick and a 4th rounder and 130th pick overall.
All right. Dibes, you had Deontay Banks at 58 overall.
I know.
Mark had him at 35. I had him at 19. I didn't realize you guys. I guess I didn't realize you guys were as low on Banks.
I feel like,
Or I guess I should say I didn't realize I was as high on Banks.
I don't know how I missed him because like I probably went through like 20 cornerbacks and Deontay Banks was not one of them until like January or February somehow. And I think it was like a comment. I think somebody said like, "Yo, what about Deontay Banks?" And I was like, "Who?" And there's always prospects that like somehow I do not catch, and he was one of them. So
I'm really
So who
shocked
did
no one took Nolan Smith.
Who did
Well,
the Bills take?
You never
here?
know.
No, I think we might. Yeah, for sure. But everyone was yelling at me like I was crazy for saying that I didn't want to take him at 10, and here he is sitting on the board at 25.
the first round is already an A+. There's already an A+.
For who?
Yeah.
The Eagles.
Oh, I mean, yeah. You got. Listen, you literally got. If it wasn't for his off the field stuff, he was probably the consensus #1 best pick in the draft, and you got him again. I mean, and that's where Oh, here we go. Here the pick is in. If somebody wants to play the music.
Come on.
Bills are taking Utah tight end Dalton Kincaid.
Michael Mayer continues to fall. Sorry, Mark.
Uh-oh, Mark.
Mark is now sick to his stomach. The look on Mark's face is very similar to Micah Parsons' look when the Eagles drafted Jalen Carter.
For anyone who doesn't know, I'm a Notre Dame fan who hates myself, and now Michael Mayer's going to be a Cowboy.
Don't all
life is
Notre Dame
misery.
fans?
Yeah, well, it's Catholic self guilt, but I'm not even Catholic, so that's a joke. But I mean, if you're a Notre Dame fan, you're definitely in part miserable because you haven't seen anything successful in my entire lifetime. So
I do think the Dalton Kincaid pick over Michael Mayer makes sense for the Bills. They struggle to run the ball anyways, and they really needed receiver. And
yeah.
you can sort of just use Dalton Kincaid as a big receiver. So I do think that pick makes sense for them over Michael Mayer. He's a little more, he's much more dynamic as a receiver. He just doesn't bring anything as a blocker.
I also want to just add real quickly that Shane predicted Michael Mayer to the Cowboys. So here we go.
Hey, let's check in on those, by the way. Are you still tracking it?
Yeah.
Where are we at on our mock draft?
I got it.
And over-under predictions.
It's gotten really ugly. It's been really ugly. That's all red.
Wow.
It started out really well, and then it's been really bad. So I already crossed off us for Bijan. But Shane, you have Michael Mayer in play.
Michael Mayer, Miles Murphy are the only two picks I have left in play.
Right.
What about our prop bets? How are those doing?
I haven't looked at them yet. Well, in a bit. So I have to. I have. I'll share it. Why not?
Poor Will Levis. They keep going back to him. Like,
I'm not going to lie, and this is where the dirtbag in me comes out. If they want to keep going back to him so I can see his lady friend, I'm totally okay with it.
So I was waiting for it.
The Eagles in before the Eagles do the QB factory thing again and draft Will Levis.
Oh my God.
Just kidding.
Well, I think automatically everybody's A+ goes to D- with that.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, this is for Bob because he's been asking for it now. It looks like for a few minutes. The city of Cleveland, you suck so much you don't have a first-round pick. So I'll throw that out there for Bob. He wanted me to say something about Cleveland. So there you have it.
I still need to update this, but Shane is winning 9-8 to 6.
All right. You love to see it. I'm going to guess that Michael Mayer just went off the board because Mark removed himself from the chat, but
That might be one of your better predictions there, Shane.
As of right now, I haven't seen anything unless he saw it.
okay.
Valerie didn't want to talk about basketball and get yelled at again.
Yeah, that could be it too. No, they said the game was over.
Yes.
Chris Mortensen tweeted and said that Will Levis's left toe that caused him to miss 2 games last year was, quote, problematic for at least one team that considered drafting him.
Oh, man.
Another team believes Levis could manage it, but thought surgery would need discussion after the season, and Will Levis disagreed with that assessment. So, Will Levis could be falling due to some medical red flags, whatever. Yeah, I don't know.
I still can't believe that Chicago Bears trade.
That's
To go
pretty
from
bizarre.
9 to 10 and then take Darnell Wright.
Yeah.
Man,
Is that better or worse than what the Lions did?
there's a lot of bad. There's a lot of bad in this draft, man. A lot of bad.
Ooh, boy. I mean, Dallas on the clock. So that's...
All right, so there are, what is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's 6 picks left in the first round. Obviously, the Dolphins forfeited their first round pick for cheating. According to our consensus big board, the top guys left is still Miles Murphy, edge rusher out of Clemson, cornerback Joey Porter Jr. from Penn State, safety Brian Branch from Alabama, tight end Michael Mayer from Notre Dame, edge rusher Nolan Smith from Georgia, offensive guard Osiris Torrance from Florida, offensive tackle DeJuan Jones from Ohio State, and interior defensive lineman Brian Bresee from Clemson. So a lot of familiar names. Yeah.
If 4 guys, I would take at number 10 without hesitation.
Well, I was going to say, I mean, if Nolan Smith is there when the Eagles are picking at 30, that's who they're going with, right? I mean, everything you heard was that they just love this kid.
Yeah, I would assume so. I would assume if he makes it to 30, that he would be their pick. The Jaguars love to take toolsy pass rushers, though, so
Yeah.
I could see him going to Jacksonville. I thought Jacksonville would be all in on a tight end, but when they traded their pick to the Bills, who were going to come take a tight end, and they also put themselves behind the Cowboys, who I think will take a tight end, it makes me think Jacksonville's not looking at tight end.
Unless they want Darnell Washington and they don't think anyone's going to take him.
That's true. But if outside of that, they could probably use an edge rusher or a cornerback, and so you could look at Joey Porter Jr. or Nolan Smith there. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Nolan Smith go off the board to the Jags at 27 if the Cowboys take Michael Mayer here.
I know they've been linked heavily to Brian Branch.
Yeah, I could see that too, now that you mention it.
Dallas has been too, as well.
Mhm.
I don't know if that could mean anything.
It'll be
Michael Mayer's shaking his head no. He's all pissed off, he looks. So I don't think Dallas is on the phone with him.
Unless he's not a Cowboys fan.
Yeah, it's true. That's true. He's like, damn it, Jerry Jones. I saw that picture that came out of you in that civil rights movement. Sorry, folks. I work a little blue. Once we're 3.5 hours in.
Why does Dallas have to be the only draft war room where they turn the lights down and they try and set them? They are so full of themselves for not winning a damn thing in 2 decades. It's amazing.
Have you seen Jerry World though? Have you seen apparently they went out and bought expensive paintings for to put around their stadium, their football stadium, expensive artwork, I mean, yes, no, it's absolutely. Remember during 2020, he's out on his boat with hookers, for lack of better words. I don't even know who they were. That or it was his niece, and he didn't want to say anything. And he's a weirdo like that.
I don't even I don't even think about them. The Cowboys, they haven't been good for my entire life, and then the good that they've been over the last 2 years is the most fraudulent good of all time. So they're just meaningless to me. The Giants have won Super Bowls in my life, so I hate them. And New York fans are like the worst ever. And they're Knicks fans and they're Yankee fans and all that. The Cowboy fans, like, it's just like anytime they talk, it's like you're a punchline. Like you're a joke.
Well, that's what someone just tweeted out. The Cowboys draft room looks like a meeting on the Death Star. And that is a tremendous comparison.
And the fact that there's a giant star behind him makes it even better.
I didn't see that. Amadio said I went to cry. I didn't cry, Amadio. Michael Mayer's not off the board at Dallas quite yet.
Yeah, but they're pushing it on ESPN right now.
I know.
They're doing the Jason Witten comparisons.
These scumbags.
My favorite thing is when we get a team that everybody knows who they're going to take, and they've had 3 hours to think about it, and then they're like, let's run the entire clock out at 11:15 at night instead of just making the pick everybody knew we were going to make a week ago.
I don't think it's Mayer. I don't think it's going to be Mayer.
I definitely don't want it to be Miles Murphy.
Oh, I don't want it to be either of them.
No.
Or Joey Porter Jr.
Yeah, Jerry's probably like he's like drag it out. I want to make sure this is good.
They're like, we can't believe both the running backs are already gone. That's definitely what we were going to take. Zach Charbonnet, let's go.
They're clapping, so their pick is in.
I could see it being Nolan
They're
Smith.
happy. They're happy with. I love how everybody's so like. I like how pumped up these guys get because they made a pick that, like you said, they had weeks to make a decision about.
All fake.
It's better than what happened with Howie and Tom Donahoe a couple years ago.
Yeah.
Oh, that was so bad. So
Went for the fist bump and he just walked away.
Play the music.
He's excited.
No. Bad. Never mind. Mike Silver tweeted Cowboys Mozzie Smith. And then Albert Breer tweeted Cowboys taking Nolan Smith. Mike Silver fucked up like 3 picks now. That's so annoying. I just got so excited thinking the Cowboys.
Wait, you said Albert Breer, right?
Smith. Yeah, Breer said Nolan. Mike Silver said Mozzie.
Albert Breer's having
Breer corrected it. He said Mozzie Smith.
Yeah, I'm not seeing him. Whatever it was must have been taken down because I wasn't seeing it.
Yeah. That's a terrible pick. He was not in my top 100.
It was Mozzie Smith? For real?
Yeah.
Wow.
I guess. I'm not even seeing the Mozzie Smith one now.
Are you serious?
What is going on?
Bro, getting me too excited.
So I've learned something tonight.
Yeah, it's Mozzie Smith. He just changed. I see it.
I don't know because another guy's got Nolan Smith on there.
It's a Smith. We know that.
It's a lineman named Smith.
Schefter? No, never mind.
Did anybody put it out yet?
My left AirPod just died, and that's never happened before. So during the draft show last year, my AirPod batteries lasted longer than they do a year later, apparently. That's what I've learned tonight. That and a lot of NFL teams don't know what they're doing.
This is bad.
I really hope this is Mozzie Smith.
Mozzie Smith is not.
Yeah, it is. Rappaport just tweeted it. Cowboys take defensive tackle Mozzie Smith at number 26. All smiles in the draft room.
Let's go.
Wow.
Mozzie Smith, man.
Did not make my top 100.
Physical prospect, interior defensive lineman, 6'3", really good athleticism. Feldman freak last summer, documented 33-inch vert, 6'9", 5'3" cone. Really good first step, but like the value of this guy is mostly just, a guy with upside as a nose tackle. I had him graded as a day 2 pick. This is a major reach, to say it lightly. Mozzie Smith, he's kind of polarizing. I've seen a lot of people really high on him. I've seen a lot of people really down on him. I guess I'm somewhere in the middle. But again, like taking a Mozzie Smith over a Nolan Smith or a Miles Murphy or a Brian Branch, like what are we doing here?
I'm happy that they're doing it.
I agree. I fully agree with that. But I'm just dumbfounded.
Now, let me ask you a question.
They'll be able to stop the QB sneak now.
Well, let me ask you this question. So, we had our guy who, who's a linebacker on our team right now from Georgia. Everybody thought was first round talent. Dropped all the way back to the third. I mean, is there a reason, do you think, that these guys are dropping? Like I know we're excited about it, but at the same time, in the back of your head, what goes through your mind?
I try not to do that type of stuff. George Karlaftis fell to 30 last year and immediately kind of proved throughout the season that was dumb. And he probably should have been a top 10 to 15 pick. A lot of the times players fall for, nebulous reasons, and all it takes is one. All it takes is one guy for a team to decide that they like more than you. So I try not to get too worried about that. We see guys fall and have great careers all the time.
So, guys, we're on the 27th pick now. There's only four. There's only 4 picks here.
I feel like I'm starting to get really nervous that they're going to trade out.
I think they could. Yeah, I think
I do too.
Could.
I think it's likely.
I think it's likely because of you have 2 first rounders who you're going to have to pay at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, it's actually kind of smart in the long run.
Yeah,
you can move back just a couple spots, be in the second round. You lose that 1 year, but you also pay this guy a lot less, and you probably don't lose anything.
It makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, it does make a lot of sense. The only thing is, if Nolan Smith's there at 30, I don't think they trade out, because everything you heard was how much they love this kid. I don't know if they allow him to get away, but somebody in that top end offers them something. Why not?
That's kind of where I'm at. I feel like they'll take Nolan Smith if he's there, and if not, I think a trade back could be likely.
Yeah.
So the Jaguars are on the clock here. Oh, by the way, I guess
they trade out again?
Yeah.
Mike tweeted something, but I'm not even hitting the music for this idiot anymore. I gotta wait for second confirmation.
Wait, just to put a bow on the Mazi Smith thing, he was the number 83 player on our consensus big board. He is powerful, run stuffing zero technique, but he offers nothing as a pass rusher. Without development there, he's only going to be a 2-down player in the NFL, which you could say the same about Jordan Davis, who the Eagles selected last year, but Jordan Davis was a freak athlete, and Mazi Smith just isn't. And to me, that's the difference between those 2 picks. I really dislike that pick for Dallas. They should have gone a lot of different directions there, in my opinion.
So does that mean you actually do like the pick?
Well, yeah, as an Eagles guy, I love that pick because I don't think it was good. But if I'm a Dallas fan, I would not be happy about that one.
Maybe they spent less money on building the Death Star and more money on hiring scouts who know what they're doing. This probably wouldn't happen for them. I actually, is anybody else on Twitter? Because I can't. I'm watching like 27 screens right now. How is Dallas' reaction to that pick? Anybody seeing any real, happiness, sadness? Nobody cares.
I'm seeing nothing. I'm seeing nothing, which typically means if Dallas isn't happy, because that's when the cockroaches crawl back into their hole.
You're absolutely right. If the Cowboys fans are sad, you hear nothing.
Well, I mean, the Cowboys fans are really busy. I mean, the Yankees are playing right now. The Lakers have a big playoff game tomorrow. They have a lot to think about.
That was a good one. All right, here we go. All right, here we got pick is in. So we want to play the. Oklahoma offensive tackle.
Wow.
Harrison, who they took before, but took it again.
So that initial tweet was right then.
Was right, but they did it at 24, and they bounced back to 27. It's with Cam Robinson being suspended for the start of the year.
So
I need Miles Murphy, baby. I need Miles Murphy.
You mean to tell me Miles Murphy, Nolan Smith, or Brian Branch will be there when the Eagles draft?
Brian Branch.
I know they won't do it.
People would love Brian Branch.
I would love it. I would absolutely be flabbergasted. I would love it. But you're telling me those 3 guys are going to be – one of those 3 guys is guaranteed to be there right now when the Eagles draft. That's incredible.
DeJuan Jones, anyone?
I mean, sure.
Yeah.
There's so many guys I like at 30, I almost hope they trade out.
So tell us about Anton. Or Anton.
Yeah. So Anton Harrison was a 4-star recruit at OU. Played left tackle for them. He's a little small for a tackle at 6'4", but size-wise or weight-wise, he's fine. 56th percentile weight. He had an 86.6 pass blocking grade over the last 2 years. That is 10th among Power 5 offensive tackles. He only allowed 1 knockdown on 425 pass blocking snaps this last season. He's long and athletic. He's really athletic tackle. He's got a lot of range in the running game, and he deals with speed rushers well. He doesn't deal with power rushers very well. He needs to gain functional strength, which is something that he has talked about before. He's talked about that's something he's working on. So that's the biggest thing for him is he's going to have to develop a better anchor at the next level. But as far as the athletic tools, he's got it. He probably just needs to bulk up a little bit.
So this doesn't move the needle for anybody here is pretty much what you're saying.
No.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a fine pick. I had a 1st-round grade on him. He was number 30 overall guy on my board. He was 27th on Dibes' board. We won't talk about how Mark disrespected him.
I hate Oklahoma, I guess.
Yeah, he was very anti-Anton.
Yeah.
During our offensive lineman show.
So yeah, I think it's a good pick for the Jags. I'm surprised they didn't go. Well, I'm not surprised because of the trade down that they didn't go Mayer, but I am surprised they didn't take Nolan Smith. I really thought that would be the pick if he was still there. So he would have fit with the same sort of profile they went after last year in Travon Walker.
Yeah, I'm surprised they didn't go Darnell Washington. That was my favorite.
Are we thinking Michael Mayer here for the Bengals?
Yes.
Michael Mayer to the Bengals?
Yeah, I could definitely see that.
Makes sense. I mean, I'm trying to see who's left here in. Sorry, I'm jumping around here.
They lost.
I mean, you still got Brian Branch too. You figuring they're after losing Jesse Bates, so.
Yeah, they also lost Von Bell, so they lost both of their safeties. So Branch could be in play. They lost Hayden Hurst last year. They lost C.J. Uzoma the year before, so they've lost a tight end back-to-back years. They could also look for an offensive lineman, maybe one of the offensive tackles that's left. So I would say the board fell really well here for the Bengals. They could take any of those guys, Branch, Mayer.
We mentioned the Ravens taking Joey Porter Jr. and how funny that would be. Joey Porter, after his Steelers playing career as a Steelers assistant coach, caused a fight that ended up costing the Cincinnati Bengals a playoff game.
Guys want to play the music, and Dibes, you might want to take a break.
Oh no!
This is not Dibes guy.
The Bengals are taking Clemson defensive end Miles Murphy at 28.
Yeah, that sucks.
Sorry, bud. I was trying to break you. I was not trying to break your heart. I was trying to let you down easy. That's why I said anybody want to take a powder, dude.
I will not let Dibes be assigned Miles Murphy.
All you, bro.
Miles Murphy is my man. This is. I had Miles Murphy number 3 overall. Just for a little reference out there, folks, this is my favorite prospect in the entire NFL draft. I didn't understand any of the negativity. I don't understand why he's fell this far. He checks every single box. I absolutely love this pick for the Bengals. I don't even think this really was much of a need for the Bengals. Like, I don't think they needed to go get an edge rusher or defensive lineman at all, to be honest. I think they had bigger needs at DB and tight end. But I think they looked at it and said, there's absolutely no way we should be able to take a guy like Miles Murphy at 28. He checks every single box that I'm looking for.
So you're saying the best available. They went best available.
Yeah, I think that's what they did. Maybe Shane and Dibes feel differently, but need-wise, I don't think this was a need pick. I think this was in a best available pick.
I think it was a smart pick. I think he's got 3 down potential in the NFL. 6'5", 275, ridiculous wingspan, ridiculous speed, ridiculous acceleration off the line, man. His burst off that line of scrimmage is comical. I remember Mark and I like messaging throughout the college football season and laughing at his acceleration. I'm going to miss those days. It was a lot of fun. Does a great job, pursuing ball carriers in the backfield. I just think he's a raw prospect. He definitely needs a lot of developing. Needs to improve his pass rush arsenal and moveset. But like physical wise, measurable wise, this guy is just loads of talent. And I'm happy to see him go to the Bengals, but I'm unhappy to see him not available to the Eagles, man.
Yeah, for context, he was the number 5 player consensus on our big board. Mark had him at 3, Dibes at 5, I had him at 11. So Myles Murphy is a guy that we were all really high on. Really strong, elite athletic ability. Fun fact about Myles Murphy, though, he's got tiny hands. 8.5-inch hands, which is 0th percentile for an edge rusher, the same size as Kenny Pickett's hands. So I did think that was a funny thing I noted in his scouting report. But he's a very good pass rusher. He does struggle to finish at times. He gets a lot of pressures, not a lot of sacks. He gets outmaneuvered in the pocket at times. So I mean, as far as value, it doesn't get better than that value for the Bengals. There's a lot of places that there were good players. I thought they would have went. The board kind of fell perfectly for them, but I'll never fault a team for taking a guy that is that much below where I had him ranked on my big board. So I think it's a great pick.
Well, guys, let me ask this question. So there's only one more pick ahead of us. The Saints are on the clock as of right now. So that means you're guaranteed if they pick one of these blue chippers like Joey Porter Jr., Brian Branch, just different guys out there. So, I mean, do you still feel that how he picks or he moves out?
I would pick one of the two because I think both of those two upsides is really, really high.
And Nolan Smith. I forgot about that one. He's still on the board. So you're guaranteed one of those 3 guys.
I think Howie's going to stick. I think
Rob, I think you're muted, buddy.
I think Howie loves Brian Branch's ability in the slot, just like he used Chauncey Gardner-Johnson with that versatility to play in the box, play in coverage. I think Nolan Smith, learning under Hassan Reddick, and then who's the other dude? I just drew a blank.
Joey Porter Jr.
Joey Porter Jr. with his upside is astronomical. Mark Schofield said he has the highest. Mark Schofield predicted that Joey Porter Jr. will be the best cornerback in this draft in 5 years.
Yeah.
So you're saying pretty much it's a win-win-win for the Eagles no matter what they do here.
I think they got to pick somebody. I really do.
Yeah, the way, I mean, I don't know. I think if Nolan Smith is there, they'll make the pick because they were supposedly interested in him at 10. Joey Porter would be a slam dunk. Brian Brzee is off the board because they already took a defensive tackle, but Brian Branch, Osiris Torrance, I would love any of those guys. And, I mean, let's be honest. You could do a lot worse than taking somebody like Michael Mayer, too. Like, we've talked about the need for a wide receiver 3. Tight end 2 is a big need, and Michael Mayer, he's a stud. And so there's a lot of options, and I don't know. Sometimes my default when there's a lot of options is just trade back a little bit and let fate decide and pick up an extra pick along the way. And so if it's me, I would see what sort of trade back offers I could get into the early second round. If there's 4 or 5, 6 guys that I really like, I'd be fine with moving back a few spots and just see which one of them you get.
Yeah, go find the Levis team, trade out. There's too many options, and I don't think they really stand above each other. The 2 best players available, in my opinion, I just tweeted out my best available. Joey Porter Jr. and Brian Branch are the 2 best players available. I don't know if we're desperate for either of what they bring, to be honest. So then if you're moving down to a more need-based drafting, you're talking about Osiris Torrance, you're talking about Jalen Hyatt, DeJuan Jones, Antonio Johnson. Those are guys that I'd be looking at here. Those are the 6 guys I would like. Michael Mayer's a hard conversation for me because I love Michael Mayer. I don't really necessarily love that pick for us. I think we have a lot of other needs and there are a lot of other players available. He's one of the best talents available without a doubt. But yeah, Porter, Branch, Torrance, Hyatt, Jones, Johnson. And then after that, if they take Nolan Smith, I'll be fine with it. I totally understand at this point.
The Saints pick is in, but I have not seen anything. Here we go. Never mind.
Yeah.
They are taking Clemson defensive lineman Brian Barise.
I hit that one. I predicted that, Brian.
No way.
Yeah. You know why I predicted it? Because I don't like Brzee, and the Saints generally do things
Nice.
do.
Real quick, I think the Eagles still have a needed safety. I'm not thrilled with the safety room right now. So that's why a Brian Branch is a guy that I'm just looking at going, man, I know it would go against everything the Eagles have ever done in the first round, but it's hard for me not to look at Brian. I mean, look, I would like to see a pick right now because there's a couple blue chippers there that I would love to see one of 2, 3, or 4 names come up. I think that there's a needed safety. I really do.
There's definitely a needed safety. The problem is I don't know if any of these guys are the perfect fit for that specific need.
The problem is Brian Branch doesn't play safety.
Yeah, that I was going to say Shane doesn't even think he can be a safety. I know he's not a safety currently. I am a bit more bullish on the idea that I think he could be a safety with his body. I think Shane is a bit more bullish on the fact that he thinks he's a corner.
So
I would call up the Colts at 35 and say, oh no, not the Colts. I meant the Lions. I'd call up the Lions at 34 and say, hey, you sure you don't want to go get Will Levis? Move back a couple spots, get that QB trade up, and there's just, I mean,
at that point,
like I said, there's just so many guys that I like at this spot that I would have a hard time not at least shopping the pick to move back a few.
Yeah.
Well, I guess we're going to find out pretty quick how serious their love affair with Nolan Smith was. Because if they do shop, because if they do shop it, maybe they liked him, but they weren't as in love as a lot of people thought. If they pick him here, I think that's telling you what they thought about him.
Yeah.
It's been overall a very successful draft for the Eagles.
Oh, yeah.
Didn't get in the way of Brian Brzee, Lucas Van Ness, Bijan Robinson. They got their player in Jalen Carter. Man, I would love Brian Branch at pick number 30, man. I'm a big believer in that guy. Again, watching the college football playoff, that dude was the best player on the field if you just watch that game with the naked eye. He was everywhere, every single tackle, all around the ball. Anyway, that's just my thoughts.
Guys, real quick before the Eagles and we hear any new information, because I know we're gonna get long on that one. I want to remind you guys, this is brought to you by Dolan's Bar right here in Delaware County, 24 East Sellers Avenue, Ridley Park. Great Philadelphia Sports Day lineup. I've done this before. This is like the 4th or 5th year in a row. This year they got Charlie Manuel, Mickey Morandini, the Philly sports guy, Hollis Thomas. It's May 13th from 1 to 8 p.m. And from what I understand from PJ, there's still more names to be added to the list. So go to dolansbar.com or follow them on social media. And EOP will be there covering the whole thing.
All right, let's do this. Assuming the Eagles don't trade out of the pick, I want everybody to tell me who they would take. Dibes, you're in Howie's chair. Who's your pick?
It would be Nolan Smith.
All right, Rob?
I'm going Branch.
All right, Mark?
It's really, really, really tough. Just to be different, I'll say Torrance. It would be Porter, Branch, Torrance, or Hyatt. One of those 4 would make me happy.
All right. Al, who would you take?
Actually, I'd go Mayer in this situation. And the only reason is they need I don't like any of our number 2s in the tight end room. And this is what they did. Zach Ertz was about the same age as why am I just blanking on his name?
Dallas Goedert.
Dallas Goedert, when they did this, and he's played with him as his number 2. We're talking about protecting, you get a good guy like that who can block, protect him, and he's another weapon out there. I think it's a smart move.
I would take Nolan Smith.
They just showed the guy who joined our show.
Jeff McClain has a tweet out. I think we should wait to see a little bit more, but Jeff McClain has a tweet out of who the Eagles are selecting at number 30.
Go ahead. Who's he alluding to?
So, you guys want me? So Jeff McClain says Eagles select Georgia outside linebacker Nolan Smith.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, that makes sense. I mean, I'm not. That's not a shocking. I thought you were gonna wow us with somebody.
No. He was the only one though, and I know that I don't always, our beat reporters. I'm not always ready to just jump on board with their tweets, but
And they're not always high on Jeff McLean. Sometimes they.
NBC Sports Philadelphia, yeah.
wow, Georgia North, baby.
That's so funny.
Freaking North.
You could do a lot worse.
Oh my
Yeah.
God.
You can do a lot. Anything would be worse. I mean,
Yeah.
Alabama, Clemson, LSU. I mean, you're not going wrong.
Nolan Smith ran a 4.39 40-yard dash, one of the biggest winners of the combine maybe ever. His 40-yard dash was faster than Saquon Barkley, DeAndre Hopkins, and Stephon Diggs. 41.5-inch vertical. That would have been the second highest mark of any player at last year's combine, only behind Tariq Woolen, who had a phenomenal year last year. 6'2", kind of a guy that can learn under Hassan Reddick and really attack the quarterback. Had a ridiculous 10-yard split of 1.51 seconds. That time and how that compares to other NFL edge rushers is better than Nick Bosa, Von Miller, Max Crosby, and Myles Garrett. This is a super, super raw pass rusher. He needs to, take his time learning in the NFL. So unlike Jalen Carter, I think Nolan Smith might have some growing pains in year one for sure. But I mean, he's going to learn under Brandon Graham. He's going to learn under Hassan Reddick. You're banking on the tools here, and I'm good with this pick.
Yeah, this is a home run swing.
The Eagles have about 40 people in their draft room that all just came in like the last 2 minutes for this pick.
Is that Sproles? Is that Darren Sproles? Short guy in the back if you're looking at your TV to the right. Because isn't he part of the organization?
He looks a little too big to be there.
Yeah, he looks a little too swole.
Yeah.
A little swole.
Looks like Mark.
Oh,
Albert Breer just tweeted out, Eagles are taking Georgia offensive linebacker Nolan Smith. Now they have Davis, Dean, Carter, and Smith from the 2021 historic Georgia defense.
Yeah, I mean, they just said, hey, that was the best defense in college football history. They will all be ours. That's insane. I mean, coming into the night, I would have been fine with Nolan Smith at 10. So to go get Jalen Carter for the cost of a 4th-round pick next year, and then for Nolan Smith inexplicably to fall all the way to 30 and to be the pick, there is not a team that nailed the draft more tonight than the Eagles. It's just incredible value with both of their picks.
There's PSG. All those
Nolan
guys are on there.
Nolan Smith he's a ridiculous athlete. He's undersized, 238 pounds, but he was a very good edge setter in the running game in the SEC. I think he can do that at the next level too. He's got great bend. He needs to develop some pass rush moves, but that's why you draft the guy into the rotation that the Eagles have. He's not going to have to step in and be a year one, play 70% of the snaps guy. You can put him out there and you're going to be able to do such creative things with Nolan Smith on one side and Hassan Reddick on the other in terms of what Sean Desai likes to do, making everything look the same pre-snap, and then he bails guys into coverage and he'll bring blitzers and rotate coverages and things like that. That's a really exciting pick. There shouldn't be an Eagles fan that's disappointed in any way with anything that happened tonight.
Yeah. I'm not a big Nolan Smith guy at all. But keeping that in its context, I had him 29th. So I had him ranked higher than he got drafted. I will say the inexplicably fall to 30. I don't think it's inexplicable at all. He doesn't have sack or hurry production, and his best trait was him being a run defender. And I think there's less than a 30% chance that this guy's playing run defense over the next 2 years at under 240 pounds, which we didn't have. We didn't have any player in the NFL last year starting at edge under 240 pounds. So there are legitimate reasons that Nolan Smith fell. But this is where Nolan Smith should go, in my opinion, in this range at the back end of the first round as a home run swing. What I've said constantly about Nolan Smith, I don't know if Dives made this player comparison graphic with Nolan Smith, but Nolan Smith is the answer of if you were to take a wide receiver in Madden and you change this position to defensive end. And he goes from an 88 at wide receiver to an 86 at the end or whatever. He's DeAndre Hopkins at the end. That is what Nolan Smith is. Like, it's hard to find an edge rushing comparison because he's an anomaly. And that, by the way, him being an anomaly, that could mean he's an exception to the rule and he is a Son Reddick and he follows in that guy's footsteps and learns from him. But it could also mean that he is the rule and not the exception. So there's a lot of risk with this pick. I don't expect him to be an important member of the team in year one whatsoever, but you're taking a home run swing on a guy with elite plus athleticism. So I totally understand at this stage taking him.
Yeah. By the way, your comp about the wide receiver, whatever, if you go to ras.football.com where we get all these relative athletic scores, and if you can change their position and run them as a different position. If you run him as a wide receiver, he's a 10.0. He would be the most athletic receiver that's ever tested.
Yeah.
And he's playing defensive end. That's just insane.
Well, I think that says something, that we are talking about a guy who's not your normal defensive end. This isn't like the same strength option at defensive end. This isn't the same build that you're normally getting. So this is a freak. This is a unicorn. That doesn't always mean that it works, but it means that, he's a special talent. He's not someone that you're going to find a clone of. There's a lot of players who you can say, why draft X in the first round when you can draft a similar guy X in the third round? You can't say that with Nolan Smith because he is so specific and he is such a home run swing. So there's a lot of reasons to feel a lot of ways about this pick, but when you combine it with the fact that you're putting him next to 3 Georgia players who he's played with, I think that makes you feel a lot better. Go get Kelee Ringo.
Yeah.
By the way, as Nolan Smith is getting picked, he goes to celebrate. One of the first hands he shakes, Nakobe Dean is at his house for his draft party.
Wow.
No way.
You won't find someone who believes harder in Nakobe Dean than me. I still think that guy's going to be an elite linebacker in the NFL.
That's just it's exciting, right? I mean, these guys all know each other. They all know each other well. They've won championships together,
which is huge. Coming off here, think of it this way: you have a new defensive coordinator in Desai. We have no clue what we're going to get from him, and they're keeping that close to the chest. So it means you have new schemes, new things to learn. You lost some players. You needed to get younger, and you're doing that, and you're getting the guys who already know each other. So the learning curve is not as big as a curve as it normally would be, which I think is a huge plus that people may look past. Yeah. We have one more team on the board tonight, and that would be your Super Bowl winning Kansas City Chiefs. I know.
Oh my God.
All they did was talk. Oh my God! Like I had it on earlier before we started the show. I'm listening to ESPN. It's like, oh, it's the first time the Super Bowl. Oh, here you go. They're bringing out the Lombardi Trophy now. Do
not let the Chiefs draft Jalen Hyatt.
Yeah, I was about to say Jalen Hyatt time.
The Chiefs were going to draft Nolan Smith if the Eagles didn't.
Yep.
I think they need an edge rusher. I think they would have sprinted that pick to the podium.
They've been so gung-ho about weapons, though. They've had all these running backs and receivers in.
Yeah. By the way, the Honest NFL tweeted and said, I know for a fact that Nolan Smith was a legitimate target for the Eagles at 10. The fact that he fell to 30 is insane.
Well, it's insane when you think about that we were considering him at 10, I think, more than it is that he fell to 30, to be honest. I always said that, though. That's not a new take. I always thought that was an insane thought to take him at 10 when he's such a project. But
Daniel Jeremiah, I'm dumbfounded at the fact the Eagles are leaving this first round with both Jalen Carter and Nolan Smith.
He had him really high. He really liked Nolan Smith.
Yeah.
And the
He
Cowboys,
actually wasn't
and
as
the
high on
Cowboys are
Jalen
leaving
Carter.
the first round with a run-stuffing nose tackle that I had a third-round grade on.
I had a 4th round grade on Mozzie Smith, 104. I can't believe that.
All right, guys. I'm going to head out. I'll see
As
you guys.
am I. As am I. Thank you for letting me join, fellas. I had a good time with you.
Yeah, yeah.
All right, guys. We'll see you. Dives, we'll see you tomorrow night.
Yep. See you tomorrow night.
See you, Dive. See you, Rob.
See you.
All right, guys. It looks like it's going to be us for
The last one.
the last pick.
And
They're
then
going to
there
make a
was
big deal out of it. They got to trounce out these Lombardi trophies here. Really rub it in. I don't think they've said it maybe more than a dozen times on the feed. Oh, well, it's the first time that the Super Bowl winning team hosts the draft the next year. All right, we get it. We get it.
And then they're going to go take Jalen Hyatt.
Well, that's the scary part.
Oh, it's terrifying. I really hope they don't do it because it would just be terrifying. Josh Downs would be scary too. I think if Josh
Well,
Downs
listen-
goes there, yeah.
I mean, sorry to cut you off, but like if you think
No,
about
no.
it, all the names we've mentioned are some of them are still on the board.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, you all those names like, well, you're gonna get one of the 3 guys. Well, there's 2 of them still on the board, and the fact that you could be the Super Bowl winning team, be picking at 32, and still picking a top tier, maybe a top 15 pick, it says a lot. It says a lot.
Andy was chilling in the war room there.
Well, the pick is in, but I'm trying to see if it's on.
Could they take DeJuan Jones here?
They could.
They lost
I think it's
Orlando
gonna-
Brown and Andrew Wiley. I know they signed
Mike
Jawan
Sil-
Taylor.
Mike
but
Silver says it's Felix Anadike Uzoma,
Okay.
there
who
was
I
a lot of-
like.
There was a
but-
lot of first-round buzz around him. I had him in the second round, but
Yeah, pretty much he is in the second round by 2. He missed it by two picks. Well, 1 technically.
so if it is Felix Anaduke Uzoma, he was number 50 on our consensus big board, edge rusher out of Kansas State.
Yes, it is. Albert Breer just tweeted out Chiefs are taking Kansas State defensive end Felix Anaduko Uzumo. I don't know if I'm saying that right.
Uzoma.
CJ, actually, the tight end. I think he's on the Jets now. He used to be on Cincy. CJ Uzoma. I think there's a relation there.
Oh yeah, he was he played for the Bengals. They lost him 2 years ago in free agency.
Yeah, he went to the Jets, right?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm trying to host and do this. It was a lot easier when I didn't have the host.
Yeah, I don't particularly like that pick. Like if they were
It's
going to go
fine.
edge rusher, BJ Ojulari is sitting there. I had a second round grade on, not like an early second round grade on Felix Anudike Uzoma, but he's versatile, and so maybe that's appealing. They used him in a lot of alignments at Kansas State. But he was best when he lined up outside the offensive tackle because he's fast, and so he could use that speed to threaten the edge. He's really bendy, and he's got a lot of tools in the toolbox as a pass rusher. So he's pretty well developed there, but he's doesn't have a lot of strength. So on double teams in the running game, he gets washed out. That's why it's hard to put him inside. You don't really want him as a front side run defender. So you really want him playing as far outside the tackle as you can, I think, to try to mitigate him getting tagged with double teams in the running game. But he's a productive pass rusher. I think he was 59 on my big board. Let's see. He was, 59 on mine, 59 for Dibes. He was 42 for Mark, 50th overall. So, Mark, you were a little higher on him than Dibes and I were.
Yeah, it's super bendy, super twitchy. Really gets underneath the pads of the tackle. Can handle a 3-down workload. He just turned 21 years old, so there's a lot of upside here. You have to imagine there's a lot of untapped potential here. I don't think Kansas State's like Alabama. I don't think they're going to churn everything that you can get out of you. So there's a chance that he can take a step at the next level. It reminds me a lot of Dante Fowler, who went higher in his draft, but very similar player to Dante Fowler.
Want to hear something funny? So I've been updating the ticker on the bottom every time they make a pick, right? So the ticker allows 1,000 characters. That's it. I was one character short with him.
That's great.
1,001 with his whole first round because you got to pick a guy with 2 last names.
Yeah, that's when you gotta go. You gotta go back and change it to like cards instead of Cardinals.
Yeah, now you know what? I just took out 1 dash or space. I'm like, it gets the job done. But guys, I want to thank our sponsors again who made this possible. Let's start with PhillySportsTrips.com. We've said it 1,000 times, and this is just what's coming up in May. You can't beat the great trips. They're out in Kansas City right now, so of course this one's over. But they have Phillies trips lined up. They're going out to Chicago, out to the West Coast. They're going to be in. They're going to also go have every away game for the Eagles, bus trips and plane rides. It doesn't matter. They got you covered. You can't beat the price. I've been on numerous amounts of these trips. You travel like a pro. You have a great time. And the experience is bar none one of the best. It's not just tickets to a game, an airfare, and a hotel. They got parties lined up. The food is amazing. It's top notch, top shelf the entire time. PhillySportsTrips.com. I can't say enough good about them. We just talked about Dolan's. Check them out at dolansbar.com. Doladelphia is coming up May 13th from 1 to 8 at 24 East Sellers Avenue in Ridley Park. Some great ex-athletes of Philadelphia here. Hollis Thomas, Mickey Morandini, Charlie Manuel. And, of course, we had him on earlier, and you probably saw him on the TV during the pick. Philly sports guy himself will be there. And like I said earlier, there's probably going to be another couple added to the list. So if you can make it out, believe me, it's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and to meet some of your favorite heroes. And don't forget David R. Cherry. If you get hurt at work, motor vehicle accidents, personal injury, criminal law, the name's David R. Cherry, cherryinjurylaw.com, 610-565-0300. Again, the cherryinjurylaw.com. And don't forget about Sherry's tickets. I say it all the time. It's hard to get tickets. You can get really beat up at checkout with all the $150, $200 per ticket service fees. You will not get that at sherrystickets.com. The price you see on the screen is the price you'll pay. You always save money, and you can save an additional 10% off by using that great promo code EOP10. Go to sherrystickets.com, family owned and operated since 1946. sherrystickets.com. I want to thank you guys for sticking out for this whole thing. I know we got to do this again tomorrow. Second and third round. I don't know about you guys. I actually enjoy the second and third round. I don't know, it's just because of what we do. I know day 3 can be a long, arduous task because there's so many trades and things moving out, and you're really just watching a ticker because they're just playing stuff through in day 3. But you guys, bar none, I've said it 1,000 times. You guys, Dibes, Fred, you guys do an amazing job with the draft. I mean, the whole way time. I challenge anybody to tell us that somebody does it better than we do. And I'm even talking about the big names out there, your ESPNs, your Fox Sports. They got all the money, all the time in the world, and you guys kill it. And I love working with you guys. You guys do an amazing job. EOPsports.com. Check it out. Follow us on Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, Instagram. Follow all these guys on their Twitter, Shane Half NFL, as well as Mark Henry Jr. _ Mr. Crockpot for Dibes. They're always putting things out there. Guys, any parting wishes, shots? What are you looking forward to day 2? Any magic you think is going to happen? Shane, I'll start with you.
Yeah, I mean, looking forward to day 2. We'll be back live tomorrow at the start of the second round, and we'll talk about a lot of these guys, some of these names that you heard tonight that didn't end up going. Will Levis, Michael Mayer, Darnell Washington, some of these guys, Joey Porter Jr., surprise guy to fall out of the first round. So we'll start to talk about some of those guys. We'll see where they come off the board and see what the Eagles do. Now they have 2 late second-round picks and then nothing till the 7th round. So I'm very interested to see what they do. But you guys come out, hang out with us again tomorrow night. We'll be live all throughout the second and third round of the draft. We're taking off for day 3, though. You'll have to follow that one on Twitter.
Yeah, just follow us. We'll have the updates, the articles out, all that stuff. It won't be live. Trust us. You don't want us for 5 hours talking about the rounds 4 through 7. Mark?
Yeah. I mean, running back, safety, receiver will be the things to watch for tomorrow. Will the Eagles address those things on day 2? So that's kind of what I'm going to be focusing on. Right when we close here, I'm going to be going and putting together my best available for tomorrow. So You can follow me at Mark Henry Jr. _ and check out Chalk Talk. Check out the Tough Cover Radio Show.
Yeah, and we'll retweet everything you guys put out so everybody can grab it, all the EOP fans. I want to thank people. I know people are coming and going and chiming in and chiming out, but I want to thank everybody for joining us. Again, check out EOP Sports. Follow us on all social media. Smash that subscribe button. Smash the like buttons. Hit the retweets. Hit the shares. Again, guys, thank you again, and we will see you tomorrow night.
We're the 53rd pick in the 2020